people to pour in. This video is part 2. If you catch it public or late, I'll go back to the first one. We was cooking with salmonella grease and some other things, Crisco and everything in between. It is 11 o'clock on the West Coast. Do you know where your children are? We're talking about how to use your mind for you. And how your thoughts and your feelings have probably been turned against you, chemically. And what to do and how to notice it. With NG, aka Dayson. How you doing today? Composure Slim, whoa. YouTube doing its thing again. It reconnects once and goes, oh, you're no longer streaming. We don't have a reason for it. And then you said resume, and it doesn't have a resume button. Stupid. And they want billions of dollars for data centers. They can't even get their GUI right. Or their networking. How about you give it 60 seconds before it dies? Tweak the parameters and thresholds. Who else in the chat? We got one more people in town who didn't drop a like yet. Your thumbs broke. If it ain't, I hope it is. Shout out everyone who likes the video. Even you replay kids. I don't get enough comments. I'll make all these videos private again. I'll keep playing with them. What was I talking about in that last segment? How to outwit a narcissist. How to not narc yourself. How mental health is based on your environment. How your feeling state is compounded by chemicals. And how if you don't take advantage of your imagination, someone else's thoughts and patterns will. They can enter the prompt, but you have to press the go button. That's what I was saying. I'm right back to where I started. I'm right back to where I started. Shout out for the likes. We got 3 people with no thumbs. Hopefully you don't break them today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We went for a couple more people. And then I'll go back to what I was saying. I think I was reading a comment from somebody. Dylan Gerbhard. Hi. Are you new around here? Are you trying to figure out the secrets to the Kabbalah or something this morning? Have you joined us for such an event, such a momentous occasion? How to take control of your own mind, huh? Or you just hitting emojis. You playing Fortnite on YouTube. That's crazy. You're new here. Okay. Have a seat. We don't have any popcorn or drinks, but you know, we didn't get to the future yet. That would be crazy as hell. If we create an event and then the physical benefits, you can manifest them for people. That'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting if we go that far. If we don't kill ourselves. Kian Ramadan, how you doing? Bithead, what's with the stabbings? People are upset because they don't have any money. You talking about that? The kids in Nepal, under 25, went to the Prime Minister's house and burnt his wife alive. They ain't got, the United States ain't got shit on that. I'm not scared enough for real. If you're in Nepal right now, that just happened. 19 people dead, one of them including the Prime Minister's wife. He resigned the next day to go to his goddamn wife's funeral. And mind you, they just turned off the internet for a day or 2. So Trump and all of them can miss me with DC and Chicago. You better keep that shit guarded, or Melania. But they went to these cities that want their money back. Remember, the federal government gives them millions, if not $1 billion over the years to clean up their cities. And they don't. So the federal government keeps paying them. So now the federal government is going to the cities that they paid to clean it up. And they're cleaning it up in less than 2 days. As to say, next time, you're not getting this check. Everyone else is reacting emotionally about how it feels and audacity and racism is back. That sounds like some fucking Democrats. They cannot wait for you to vote socialist again. See, when you understand those games, then you understand there's no wins. They're just talking to get benefits. A lot of these people are surface level immigrants. They don't know how to think about what it is. They don't know what this system is. That's why they don't ever have any solutions to the symptoms. They're worse than your doctor is. They don't go after root causes. They go after symptoms. And then they take the consensus. Like, see, that's proof of all the violence. I was like, Chicago and DC were much more violent 10 years ago. And you motherfuckers were yelling World Star. So, no. That type of trope and that type of programming they're trying to do, and suddenly they want to cover the news instead of the Epstein clues, fuck them. I will not entertain none of this shit. You know what time it is. Democrats are trying to run for re-election. They're going to point to you all the problems. They're even going to create some problem, action, reaction, solution. And I say all that to say that the Republicans have not been any better. They're the ones who care about money. And they fucked all of that up. So, remember, the codes and the headlines. How many jobs were lost? The real number, right? And mind you, none of these are real numbers. 911,000. I want you to drop the zeros like you're supposed to. Fully. 9. 11, right? It's 9/11 financially is what they said, right? Don't miss it. You're in September. And I think tomorrow's September 11th. Right now it's 11 on West Coast time. I want you to pay attention to me. Because I'm not like the other girls. So they're headlining 9/11. They're saying that their job market is a 9/11. Let's talk about it one more time. Let's run this shit back. I don't want you to miss this. They try to do the Saturn algebra too, but I'm just better, since I'm really the Jew. So they headline 9/11. Now do Foley again. Shout to Rail, TBFB, Mr. Now, Jonathan. So they did 9/11 again in terms of the jobs. Negative 9/11, by the way. Don't miss that. Foley out the ones. Shout out to Terran Art. 9. 9 is divinity. A lot of people that die that deserved it, you'll notice that they die on a day that adds up to 9 again. Divinity. So it's the same thing this month. Septuagint. It's supposed to be 7, but it's 9 for our calendar apparently. And now all the seeds that they planted for the past year are harvesting. And it's negative 9/11. 9. Judgment. So what that's going to turn into, I don't know yet. But I can use that same microprocessor that I used to worry about my shit. And the way I had to worry about shit, I can now worry for them. So it's not useless. That's what I mean by that. Once you learn how to turn those thoughts off, you're not telling them to go away. You're telling them to only come up when it's useful. So I use that same exact mechanism that I used to doom and stress myself to do it about something else outside of me. And then that's how you really use your gift, if you have one of those microprocessors. The gifts and talents from genetics. If you have an internal dialogue and you can simulate dialogues and you can simulate scenarios, and you're doing that out of survival, fear, curiosity, or wonder, you have to learn how not to use it for anything negative about you. You have to use it to solve external problems at best. Only if they're real though. Like if it's personal problems and they're real in that moment, use it. If you're not in that moment, lose it. So instead of me dwelling on what I could dwell on internally, I use that same system and I look at all the other variables. It becomes just like when you pray for somebody or you tell them everything's gonna be all right. You know, you're separate from their outcome. No matter what happens to them, you're you. Same thing when doing reading or seeing the headlines and futures and stuff. You have to come to terms with the fact that it gets easier if you're not attached to the outcome. Or if you're not attached to the people that it's happening to, more so. Because you know you have your bias towards your family, or your children especially. So, they make it seem like it's these superpowers, but it's really just the way our brains are, or, you know, the code in our brains that we're given, that we inherit from our families. Your environment, and then your training. We all cannot be the same. We didn't all go through the same things. So we don't all have the same wiring. So these headlines are inspiring though, at least. Something market abuse. Oh, cool story, boy. They're fucking Armageddon so gay. That's so gay that the Chinese kids or the Thailand kids or the Nepal kids or the Asian kids is burning down all of their fucking buildings and they can't do shit about it. Wow, World War III is starting. No, I'm not inspired yet. They lied about how many jobs there is. That's interesting when you really think about it. That they know what the numbers is, man. They're in the number business. Finance. That's all they've been talking about in politics. It's how much money they have and don't have, and how much money you should get and can't get, and how much money the congressmen get from the stock market and Bitcoin and all the shit in between it. Have you not noticed that? Through the whole pandemic, the bottom line has been finance. It has not been well-being. It has not been cool ways to be seen. It hasn't been novelty ideas or entertainment, media, hit songs, nothing, right? It's all been about royalties and $1 billion for that company and $1 trillion for that person at that company. Meanwhile, they ain't talking about you at all, are they? They're talking about the American people. No, American people need more jobs so the corporations that are losing money can diverse their interests and invest in portfolios and do everything automated. Bottom line of all AI is money, right? The people currently running AI, their bottom line is money, right? It's not innovation. It's not if it's accurate. It's not if it's human anymore. It's not about it taking over the pterodactyls. It's about all the cool companies we can automate, right? So even Sam, Elon, everybody involved, Trump's sons, all of them, all they care about is stocks and coins and money. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because that is the LCD summary of all the things. France is crashing, money. Canada's crashing, money. Them people who are doing the same thing in the Philippines, by the way. Stay woke out here. It's not just Indonesia and Nepal and things like that. It's fucking Philippines are going through something very similar. What happened? Their prime minister class has misappropriated relief funds and things that the people were promised, and they get to see those people's kids on social media wearing Givenchy and shit like that. So now these people, these kids, Gen Z, are starting to rebel, and someone's fucking daughter might get kidnapped. They keep fucking around with all their locations on. We're from Chirac, right? Come on now. So even Philippines is about to have some Chirac moments. Why? Misappropriation of their money or entitlements and benefits they were promised in order to elect that official, and that official goes the other way. That's the same thing that MAGA's going through. Farmers. What are they bitching about? That their farms don't work? No. Their farms worked. They have plenty of crops. And I could have sworn last year and the year before and the year before, in the years they've been farmers, they saved plenty of money. But they did not want to pay people to harvest it or to train people or have programs or schools in their states for that job, for anyone else, including their own goddamn neighbors. So no more illegal immigrants paying them slave wages. So now they need the government to give them federal subsidies in order to survive this harvest because they refuse to act on common sense, right? Come on now, hold on real quick. So their actual problem as farmers isn't Trump, it isn't soybeans, and it isn't China. It's the fact that these motherfuckers did not want to spend money to be farmers to begin with. They relied on federal subsidies. Good harvest, bad harvest. Let federal daddy Trump sell our crops for us to China. And then that's just 30%. But what about the other 70%? Even still, they didn't pay none of their employees to gather up the 70% and send it to your Kroger. That sounds like they need infrastructure for delivery systems. It sounds like they need a network or a website for all the farmers markets nearby. And maybe they need their son to drive a truck to go Saturday morning at 6 o'clock and get there by 2 p.m. and sell all their damn products every week for the rest of the goddamn month. It sounds like if it was any one of us, it wouldn't be a fucking problem if we had a farm to begin with. Oh, yeah, so it wasn't about farming, was it? No, it's about federal subsidies, aka millions of dollars guaranteed to them, whether they did their fucking job or not. Now they're not getting any. Same thing with Chicago, $800 million to tackle crime. They never tackled it. Now they're not going to get any. Same thing with the other states, Florida, and all of its shit, and its weird circumstances financially when it comes to the government. Oh, it belongs to the Moors, I see. They got to give shit to Israel. Interesting. What are they, fucking Southwest Manhattan suddenly? Isn't it? Like, you go to Texas, they ain't about that shit. They're the Lone Star Republic somewhere at some point, but it wasn't with these kids. But they're still trying to pull that rent because of how their courts is. Now the judges are going against judges. Have you seen that shit? Think about it. Hold on. What are they bitching about? Do you think they give a fuck about everyone in their damn Masonic lodge that's a pedophile? Probably not. They care about the extortion, the bribes, the shush money, the funds, the gatherings, the balls, the women, the vacations, the trips, the benefits, the benefits, the benefits. They've been losing benefits since the pandemic. So now when you talk about stabbings and people acting up and students burning down buildings, you start to understand that people were oversold and underdelivered, and that was their core programming. that if I do A plus B, I get C. And I give them authority placated in my imagination because they say A plus B equals C for them. And now it's easy to see for them that they're not doing A plus B at all. You're doing everything, and you're getting none of it. That's what everyone's waking up to. That is the silent undertone of everything in the era that we find ourselves in. Is that no matter where you are, no strata, no how much money, no how much colors, doesn't matter. None of that matters. What matters is you're starting to realize there's so many dimensions of your life that don't add up. The fuck? We would delete it a weird way. Oh, there's still faggots here. Shout out to everybody. Kumar's in the building. Rail's in the building. Missing out, misinformation were a number of available jobs. Napoleon people burning down their parliament building. They killed their prime minister's wife. They burned her alive. I don't want you to miss that. They ain't got no guns. They're burning those people. It's all Madden mode out there. They are pissed. Shout out to Gorilla Gospel. Shout out to Zane Murdoch. It's not the same thing. They're not just burning down buildings. They're murdering the people that stole their money. You understand what's happening? This is worldwide, by the way. It's happening in Paris right now. It's going to happen in the Philippines. Philippines is going through the rumblings of it. They just not Nepal yet. Like Nepal went there. So if we're going to do a scale of 0 to 10. Nepal's at 10. Philippines is at 8. France is getting there. The United States is talking at 5. Because we bitch, for real. Too much stolen valor in TV shows and movies about how great we were 100 years ago. Meanwhile, we haven't had to do shit but fucking dummy work that a fucking program could do for you faster than you. It puts you out of fucking thousands of jobs. That's how fucking useless we are, skill-wise. That was by design, though. Shout out to the Rockefellers and the Board of Education statement. They weren't going to prepare any lettermen and lawyers and philosophers and painters and things they had plenty of. They want you rural folk to come to the cities and be dumb and earn from your neck down. That's 100 years ago. And look at it. Now the General Board of Education is defunded. Thank God. Thank God. I saw another story. Palmdale, Palm Springs, something, Florida. They have the same problem that Broward had. Not enough people enrolled in their schools. And they keep fucking lying. These motherfucking parents do not have time or money to homeschool. So either they're just not sending their kids to fucking school, go fuck yourself, or they don't have any fucking kids to send to school. Because they weren't fucking from 14 to 24 and created 10 kids that had to keep going to school every year. A lot of those people in those affluent areas are single or homosexual. You can't adopt enough kids to fill up 70 schools. So Florida in its decent counties are experiencing, if there's not enough kids in your school, then you don't have enough people for your workforce. Do the fucking science. So those affluent areas where everyone's affluent and they don't know how to do shit skill-wise, those neighborhoods will devalue, and then crime, and then Napoleon behavior. And then the crazy shit about that, it be their own fucking kids doing it. How the fuck they get there to begin with, stupid? Same story. So these wealthy communities are corroding because they were just rich and greedy and stupid. They didn't have enough kids to replace them. And it's not about you and your kid in your house. It's about a whole generation of your people decided that was better to climb a social ladder of hard work and benefits and then enjoy the rest of your life. And then you and your partners, and you move into a neighborhood where everyone else, the majority at least, did that. Somebody had 3 kids, but then 3 more neighbors had none. And then 2 neighbors moved back to their home country. You know how this story goes. So then you're left with you. Who's going to call you, checking on you? Who you going to call to fix your thing or two? And even if you could call someone else, they're going to charge you at a premium because there ain't enough competition in your area with your kids and your neighbor's kids. These are all foreigners now. Or it's your own fucking neighbor. $900 air conditioning problem. They charge you $9,000. You know where you live. But you only got one of those, so you ain't got no options. Crazy. If y'all would just fucking had kids. See, they don't have that. We typically use that to create all the impossible, terrible scenarios that happen to us. You turn it around and just think about them. Same story again. You can't teach it. You need more kids. We can't teach you. You need more kids. Yep. So what does this mean? One more thing. Because Broward County, because River Palm Springs is county, is noticing this phenomenon, what does that mean? Federal government level. No more funding. See, they have to hit a quota, a threshold, including number of students and number of students in poverty for lunch programs and special access and all these things that they don't appropriate appropriately anyway. You know that. But they still get paid to do it on paper. Now, if they don't have the need for 70 schools open, then they don't match the threshold of federal funding. So now the dean of it, whoever the fuck, or the district dude, he has the budget, and then he goes, well, shit, I still need to go on vacation, bitch. So we're going to cut the funding to this, arts programs, we're going to bust the priority people who are paying back into the system, private schools, and then boom, 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 boom. And then the 20 poor schools that were just like our EBT benefits, fuck it, we'll cut them. These motherfuckers in these areas are the ones that voted me in the office. And they donate to me. And I got to run again next year. And I want to pocket that $1 million. If this shit fall apart, I'll be out of here. See, motherfuckers don't understand humans. They only talk about numbers. The numbers don't mean anything. If they're filtered by humans, you do a whole bunch of fucking numbers about the zoo life. What the fuck does that mean to a zebra? So humans play this game halfway wrong. They look at the numbers and meanings and refer to authority and things that they say. They're doctors, they're scientists. But who the fuck are they, bitch? Did you see their report cards? Are they good doctors? Are they good scientists? Are they good lawyers? Back to the judges. Now the judges are beefing. This court, a sanctity in its reality over your mind, and this is why it's dangerous. I'll get to it in a second. So one court goes, no, this is wrong. A bigger court goes, we don't give a fuck. He can do it. Now the people, not the courts, not the titles, the people got to beef about this shit. The judges go, yo, motherfucker, what the fuck y'all doing? Fuck who you defending, my nigga, but you are making me look stupid. You are stepping on my authority. If I can't stop this thing from going to you, these motherfuckers got to vote for me, stupid. They're going to vote me out of here thinking that I'm incompetent. You want to fuck up my retirement plan, playing with these faggots. Do you understand the human part of this story? It's not about judges and politicians. It's about people who get benefits from being in the system. They're bitching about everyone doing things that's fucking up their benefits, which tells you we're in a time in which the federal benefits train is ending. This is what the fuck, that's why the farmer and agriculture is so important. Your federal government is saying that it itself can afford not to have that food for itself. It doesn't, those people don't need it. Most of those people who run your federal government don't even live in this fucking country. So they don't have to worry about starvation and food deserts and things like that. Motherfucking Marvel's moving to London. Jay-Z and Beyonce are moving to UK. All them fires in Hollywood, no place for them to stay. They're now bidding for low-income housing. Guess what, California? That's the only people fucking there. Their millionaires have been leaving by the thousand. What the fuck is there for real? They're having mass migrations out of Canada. These are the people with money leaving. There's mass immigrations out of Florida. That's money leaving. California was going to Texas and Tennessee. You remember? That was at the start of the pandemic. Now it's catching up to these areas. All of those councils, all of those balls, all those donations, those people who are still in their job, waiting for retirement, still got to do their fucking job if they're retiring there. But they're not getting none of the fringe benefits. So they're more stressed out. And now things are going wrong. They can't make those phone calls. They can't ask for those favors. And other people aren't philanthropists giving a fuck at all. Because they're not there no more. Grandma would say, easy come, easy go. We're in an easy go economy. Like an easy bake oven full of dummies. They don't understand the economy at all. Because they don't understand fucking people. The stock market is a reaction to chattel. Stock, livestock. You are the livestock. So the stock market is tracking the energy and patterns of people, their spending habits, what they're invested in, aka what their mind is on. And so far, everything you've heard about is about money. Everyone's mind is on it. Is it possible for everyone to manifest it? No. Or it would have no value. Now, do you see what the class structure problem is? There's rich people and poor people in the middle class, or there's haves and have-nots. Yeah. The root issue is money. If you print $100, or if you only have it at value, and you have 100 people, the max that everyone can have at once is what? $1. Period. And then the treasury goes, money printer go brrr, so everyone can have 1,000 or $100. Then what happens? They lost value, inflation. Cool story. Everyone's happy enough to start doing things with that. All right, now you can drive your economy, and now you can bet on the fact that this group of people and that group of people are about to do something exciting. That's going to make a lot of the money come back to us. Let's go ahead and take our extra money and invest into them to get there faster. Meanwhile, that's going to take the $100 from everyone else. Now they stuck with 50 maximum, because this corporation is now holding it, Apple. Then the time goes on and U.S. Treasury goes, we got another problem. These people ain't moving the stock market no more. I guess $45 a month isn't enough. Money printer go, brrr. You got inflation again. So it already lost value when Apple came about. Now it's about to happen again, because now they're going to go ahead and buy Apples. Now Apple's value is going to go up. Other smaller companies are going to go down. Boom, bankruptcies and all kinds of other shit. Apple's going to sweep people up, but there's so many diehard fans that never fuck with them. So they hit a cap on their market value. Now these people are underserved. They're going to wonder and do something else or cause another smaller company to be born. But another problem though, Apple gets to raise its prices up because there is no competition. Fuck you. It's not $100, it's $1,000 now. Now these people got to work harder and do extra things and side hustles and cryptos and meme coins too, just so they can have an apple out of the same fucking tree they began with. Now you're at a point where they've done this shit for over 50 years, where the value of your dollar is 90%, 97% of what they envisioned it. So the people who created this system had this idea in their head that this $1 is very valuable, 97% more valuable than what it is now. You could buy sugar, water, honey, and eggs with $1 back then. That shit's like $60 now. It is not your fucking work, bitch. It's not your fucking education. It ain't shit to do with nothing that any person is doing. It's the fact that you hit a point in this game where no one can do it. But Apple. Apple is your federal government. They're the only ones who can afford to survive this. So what does that inform you? If they're cutting back all of their spending, they're not working for you, nor have they prioritized what? Your survival. Farmers, MAGA, DC, Chicago, Texas, California. They all suffer from the same thing. Targeted for federal funding. That's the game. Ain't everything else follow the money? Now you understand the wars. Everyone does the same summary. Oh, this is about the oil. Why is that important? Why is it oil and nothing else? Petrodollar. Right. So the inherent value worldwide of our currency is based on the fact that we controlled oil trade. What does control mean? We dictate the price of trade. That's the control. That our dollar bill dictates how much everyone else makes, no matter what. Similar to Sony, Interscope, and Universal on Spotify and YouTube and SoundCloud. They don't care about their own artists no more. Everybody else is trying to rap and sing. As long as we get paid our tithe from Malachi 3:8 from all of them, we ain't even got to do this no more. We can shut down 90% of our office and keep 5 people and 2 of our sons. Let everyone else work. Slavery. Ain't the United States built off of slavery? All right then, so that is its language model. All right then, that is its law model. All right then, that's its financial background. How to exploit chattel. Now you have these other people that think you're goyim. That means the same thing. They're working together to double down on this. That one way or another, they're never going to have to work again. but they're trying to figure out the threshold of how little they can give you. And they're testing it out. Like, what is your stress test? What is your society's stress test? How much can they take? And then they're going to set the ratio and the threshold there. And then it'll just compress your audio. And they're trying to do that for this generation, since all of them are dying. They're trying to set the system in place for them to turn 80. Xi Jinping and them talking about living to 150. So they know they got to focus on Gen Z. If they can set the pain tolerance for the economy for Gen Z by robbing them of the expectation of having anything, then they get more value. And if they take over these oil fields of these third world countries or demonstrations, aka those they can bully with their weaponry, then their dollar, petrodollar, holds more value, at least in this hemisphere. They already know they're going to lose the Asia side of it. That's what Asia is doing, BRICS. They're saying we can go without the Western side of shit. And they still got Mexico, Brazil, and Canada trying it. So America doesn't even just have to worry about its US dollar value and petrodollar value and your jobs, your safety, your insurance, your security. They have a way bigger fucking problem than you, since you ain't doing anything anyway. They only save you for less, if you last. So now they want to try to take over South America, energy, to make sure that they rely on the USD of the federal government to its foreign ally, the Federal Reserve, joint partner with what you call Israeli. You understand this story? If one of the sides end, both of them end, scarily. I need y'all to understand what timeline this really is. This is either the end of the United States or the beginning of a 1,000-year Reich of white guys who don't know what the fuck's going on no more. That's the best part about it. Their kids ain't got it. So the idea is, so I'm just speaking to their play style and strategy, not if they're going to win. So either the United States and Israel, as we know it as a statehood, as a controlling mechanism of anyone's money, if they lose anything, either side, it doesn't matter. If they lose control, it's over for both of them. This is double jeopardy. This is triple overtime, by the way. This is long overdue. But if they turn it around and get South America back and then go to war with whoever the fuck, and they take control of trade or sea or the Panama Canal, they get that. And with that control, they can start promising benefits and changing the social order and then get you back in the hamster wheel again. Data farm, AI technology, and then they'll remilitarize that and go after them later. But they know they're already way behind China on your elevator. So they're just going to try to get the data farms and think about armament, Gundams and shit. Because they know that China, Iran, and North Korea are already on it. And China's ahead of them. So it's so your United States military industrial complex ain't worrying about you niggas and surveilling you. You ain't happy already. So like, it doesn't fucking matter really. You can look at my balls all you want to, faggot. You're dumb. You're stupid. You got blue hair. What the fuck are we doing? Exactly. Distraction. It ain't about you. It's about them. If they keep coming over here with their plans and dissent and alternative agendas and weird things in the algorithm and videos like this, but for them, they gotta be able to find and monitor that. Little cell organizations, little civil upsets. I told you China has 150,000 protests a year. It ain't sweet out there, but they have so many more people. The general consensus is that it is. It's better for them there than anywhere else. You only need 51%. Thus, democracy, if you will, but in an unseen, tangible. Nathan Taylor says, but you zesty though. Not as zesty as your daddy was, giving birth to a faggot with a fat girl. There you go again, Terry. Why do y'all do that so fast? Thank you though. I was ready to spar, man. I'm from East Orangeburg. Why your mama fat and single by herself? Why you running out of Capri Sun funds? Faggot. But it goes to the same letter though. You see, like all these attitudes that I'm joking about, I'm usually right about it, by the way. I'm a reader. But 3 out of 5. But think about that, the language model of I'm gonna convert this down to what you're sitting there talking about with regular people who are starting to feel it. He gotta let me get up and slice again. This now slice of this pterodactyl goes. Oh man, keeping the spirit of Shogun alive. So like if you trickle down the economics of the chattelhood, the slaves are saying, hey, I don't mind being a slave, but I don't want to be a slave for free. Can the government or my slave master at least pay for my log cabin so I can go back to work? I'm tired of feeling like I just work all day to stress about how I'm going to afford the log cabin on my plantation. I'm starting to feel like a sharecropper. You're starting to feel like an indentured servant. You start feeling like it's not worth being here in America. You could just went back home and be broke and poor. But then you forget, oh my God, I'm American. Where am I going to go? That's the lowest common denominator right there. That for the first time in human history, because the presence of the control mechanism, the dollar, the value is so low that the slaves are remembering that they're still slaves. Mind control. They want to blame the Bible and my ancestors. Go fuck yourself. You're under mind control because you chase the dollar bill. What did the Bible say if it's mind control? That the love of money is the root of all evil. So you've been working your whole life to get the root of all evil. That's how much you love it. I can tell you, a lot of these people got more money than people in their life. I can tell more of these people know how to make money than how to make a baby laugh or cry. I can tell. There's no art coming from inside. So everyone's a goddamn lie. If they deny the fact that the only reason why they just now noticing this shit is because their happiness was based in that dollar bill. They invested everything, including their happiness, into how many dollar bills they can access and spend. And damn near nothing else. Even women in dating. It's about how much the man will spend or can spend. It's about how much value she can get. And if she doesn't feel like she can get most value out of him, she go to another man. Or if she had it early in life and she got $100, when she's 40, she's still trying to get 98. Because they don't want to settle down on energy, money, dollars, currency, stock, chattel, like slavery. Free people don't act like that. These are slaves, slave mentality. And it's connected to the dollar. That's what the Civil War is about, wasn't it? The greenbacks, right? Value-based currency, was it not? Nathaniel and George III, just 20 to 30 years prior. It was all about the value of the money, right? The tariffs, the taxes, and everything. Boston Tea Party is about tariffs, ain't it? Guess what the percent was? 3%. Guess how much more valuable their money was? Ah, you'll fucking laugh. It'll really be like 3 pennies to $1. They were tripping on that. Paying $1.03 instead of $1. Now imagine how much your rent is. It's 3 times the total money you make. They said 3 cents, bitch. And they threw all the goddamn tea, opium, and drugs into the goddamn harbor. And those are Masons that did that, by the way. Green Dragon Lodge, Boston, Massachusetts. Stay woke out here, faggots. So yeah. So we know the threshold for paying, obviously, is way more than 3 cents to the dollar now. Now they're like, shit, we got away with 50%. Let's see if we can make everything $2 Dollar Tree. So they're trying to squeeze 100% on your ass. And that's why you feel heavier. Because your dollar isn't stretching as far as it was. You feel the pressure of how expensive it is. It doesn't matter how much you got. It doesn't matter how strong your muscles are. 100 pounds still feels like 100 pounds. Unless you get up to 1,000. But if you just at 150 or 250, 100 still fucking 100. You're gonna notice that between that and 20. 20, you might fucking fly the whole fucking bar down. You understand? So just think about that, like spending money. It doesn't matter how fucking strong I am, bitch. I am not trying to lift 300 pounds 30 times a day. It's the same thing with what you pay at Target. It's the same thing you pay at Starbucks. Remember, in your mind, you go, all this fast food shit is fine unless it's under $5. Back in my day, in high school and shit. $5, you rule the world. You might even be able to buy something for someone else. Then it's $10. Now it's 20. Wait. The same motherfucker that got a dollar menu, I'm spending $20 by myself? I'm spending $4 for a double cheeseburger? Bitch, that used to be the world. $1 for a double cheeseburger, please add Big Mac sauce. Get the fuck out of my face. What I need Big Mac for? I just saved $2. Now that shit $4. In my damn lifetime, bitch. So imagine the stress of that in the brain that does calculations, automated, from the first one. It goes, it isn't worth it. Are you hungry? Will the hamburger help you? Then it is worth it. But then you go, I should eat at home. And that was pre-pandemic. That's why dating was so that's why women in Tinder and dating was such a big deal, because so many people have just been eating at home, aka they saved a lot of money. So now when they go out on that one date, it's like, okay, whatever, I'll drop $40, $60, $80 for two people. Now go through the pandemic and the lockdowns and the reset of the businesses and all the consolidations of the small places that you didn't notice because you think everyone died of COVID, and then boom, 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 aka they all ran out of money either way. And then everyone working from home, they couldn't afford the building and the electricity anyway. And then now the companies that could afford it and they saved money for those 5 years say you should go back now because they caught up on their bills. And then you go, I don't want to go back now. I feel so much better working at home in my drawers. And they go like, we don't like that. You're not fucking efficient enough. But you actually are more efficient than you ever was. But like, we don't like that because then we don't get these benefits no more. You'll understand something eventually. Is that the money is second to the people. And if you're ran by narcissists, then you're not even playing by the same rules when it comes to money, do you? Enter 48 laws of power. Get it? This system was created by narcissists. That is the fucking problem. So as long as you keep placating and pandering and imagining that you win in a narcissistic mental playground of systemic whatever it is, it's not racism, it's not black, it's not white. They're right about that. It's per capita though. Consensus, how many of the white people are okay with a system that's narcissistic as long as it benefits them? Oh, now we're cooking today. So they're like the flying monkeys of a narcissistic system. You need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You just need an education. You need your fathers. Then you look at the stats and it's like, bitch, we got them. That's not what the problem is. Your fathers are coming to my neighborhood to lock mine up. What if it was the other way around and shit? Can you imagine that? No, you can't. Understand. So now you understand who had all the benefits of the social descriptions and prescriptions. That ain't there no more either, by the way. They'll be the first ones to tell you, oh, this ain't that for me either. I know, great, cool story, bitch. But the system itself is held up by you. I'm less than 10%. All right, cool. Cool. So you understand everything. The system was created by you. So you're gonna have to destroy it. This is your idea. This is your version of Western society, value, tradition, conservatism. This is my dear letter to you white people. We ain't all the same people, bro. This is your system. If I try to do something, one of your cousins will kill me. Y'all gotta do it. See, Nepal is doing it because that person and that wife was Nepalese. Philippines are doing it because them girls they see on social media wearing their money are Filipino. Y'all are immigrants and the descendants thereof. And this is a foreign immigrant system on my homeland. If I fight back, I have to fight all of you. If you fight back, it's the system. That's what's happening in narrative. Because it's not an issue of guns, it's an issue of thought. You have to fight back the thought about how you think about yourself in the system and where you are in it, and then look at all the other people. Like, that's crazy. To me, as an Indian, to watch white people have the last 150 years as a free-for-all, and land the windfall and free-fall as a group, as a consensus. So no matter what happened in this country, it goes your way. So as long as y'all have a certain thread, a reality, or a common ground, or common enemies, the favor, the polarity will always lean your way. Your problem now is within yourself. So technically, if the United States is having a civil war, it's not the Americans. Please leave us out of this. We've been told you the system fucked up. Have you seen us? We used to be the majority of the whole fucking side of this globe. Have you noticed what happened? That only happens with immigration, by the way. The majority of the population only shrinks if there's immigrants, by the way. That's how that works. It's mathematically accurate. Benjamin Franklin, 1751, Issues of Mankind. He tells you the same prescription. But cool story. So white people used to be white people 100 years ago, just 100 years ago, this is the craziest thing about this stat, because it's after 1751. White people were up to 30 to 40% of the world population 100 years ago. Mind you, after all the wars, all the famines. Another reset, by the way. Those were worse if you compare it. We're so dramatic. But for white people, it wasn't. They're able to rise to 40% of the world population. Today, they're 8%. Hold on now. You got to take it there. They love math. Ratio-wise, you're headed to the majority, and then you have the big niggas from America help you win all your wars. Don't forget that part. Cool story. So 40% plus us. One of the most powerful armies, kids. Yeah, bar none. And now you're 8%. Real quick. How does that happen? Go back to Benjamin Franklin. Wherever those strongholds were to allow you to spike to 40% and the Cabbage Patch and the orphan trains and all things in between. Something happened in terms of immigration where they start seeing more brown people. And then you know what that answer is. So 40% of the population 100 years ago, they started allowing certain choice immigrants in, and they started working, repopulating, and working, and then they had kids, 30%. They had kids, 20%. AKA because all these people are no longer creating more kids because they no longer have to work, if the brown people are. Hold on now. It's going to make a lot of sense why slavery is done, and why my people probably didn't have it very long. Plus, Jubilees is every 7 years. We free them anyway. Come on, we're Jerusalem, not savages. So, with the savagery, imperialism, it's short-lived. And we can predict it. It's less than 100 years every time they do this shit. Like 60 usually. And when did we sell out again? When we went off the gold standard again about 60 years ago. Here we go. So, remember, our debt clock didn't start climbing until I was born. Oh, wake up. So, anyway. On City Muhammad. So, these motherfuckers. So, they from 40% to 8%. Cool story. And that just means the other populations grew back. Right? Because there was a point in time, as of 1751, where they're the smallest population on the planet. So even less than what it is now. So we can go from 1775 American Revolution, when they start getting involved over here, 1868 Reconstruction, Homestead Act, the federal government being federalized and offering outsiders land illegally to spit in our face. Mind you, we still have treaties with them, and they're breaking them. So God's gonna whip their ass anyway. So that's what you're seeing. But so from 40% to 8%, and the cause of it is the multiplication of the working class. But that's common sense. If you have to work on land with your hands, then you need help, so you have kids. But if you can sit at home, trade crypto, bet, stream, and be a faggot all day, then there's no need for help for that. You're the most important thing in the camera anyway. Now think about today, where it's 8%. And then they said in 4 years, 50% of them, which is, women are always the majority of anyone's population. So let's say it's 8% white people, 4% of that is white girls, and then out of that 44% of white girls, 2% will not have kids. And most Gen Z are not going to have kids because they don't think there's a future for them to live anyway. Cool. And they love to be streamers, one-on-one myopic vision. So say 2% of that population is not going to reproduce. So if it's 8% now, it's about to be 6%, no matter what they do. And they're all clustered in America. So that's why you hear like, oh, they're leaving Canada, they're going out, they're even fucking leaving Australia, which is the crazy part, because that used to be a destination for that, because they speak English. So maybe they're going to try to take London Bridge back. I don't know, but Paris is right there, so keep that in mind. And all the brown people and Somalians in the government, they're already there too. You'll be in Sharia law in just due time. So it's not even just that their population is shrinking, and reproduction, and plastic in the balls, and sterility, and COVID-19, and all these cool things, right? That affect everybody. But remember, it affects them because this is their creation. It doesn't matter how many of us it takes out. We were not growing to the next 40 or 50% of just the United States. We are still floating under 20. We have a whole different problem. Or for me personally, to be part of that population is not a problem. I don't think we need a lot of us. But to be the majority in a democracy or imperial rule, maybe. But the way our power is, we can work with anybody for real, as long as they're listening. So other groups don't have that. They have more of that animalistic tribal thing, more than we ever could. And we're the fucking Indians. So that's why we let them here, right? Remember? We invited them to our living room and fed them. Don't forget that. They didn't fight us for it. That'd be stupid on our part. So as they're decreasing, you'll see Elon Musk tout this, like, hey, something fertility. This is important. We have to invest in the science of this. But I want to go to Mars first. And then Donald Trump, echoing the same thing. He's passing little laws for like domestic violence, and really showing the men how to treat a woman, although he never has. So, but he's pandering when he does that, and they're trying to signal the women in their community, the majority of their votes. And we're talking about votes of confidence. We're not talking about the papers and the ballots. We're talking about they need them to believe the government and mind control. So now they need their women to turn around about face and not focus on work and independence. Now stay home and partner up with a man because we need you faggots to have kids. Wait a minute. Problem, reaction, solution. So the problem is that white people statistically are headed towards extinction no matter what they do financially. So create a problem with the working class white people to make sure that they have enough numbers for consensus. I don't know how they work it. It's supposed to be 51%, but they get away with 40. Oh yeah, that's right. There's so many Asians and Latinos that come here acting like they're fucking white people. I get it. And I've seen plenty of people like me too. So yeah, they swing vote, but they're only 40%. Worldwide, they're less than 10 now. So the world looked, during that British Tea Party imperial shit, it looked way different. It was brief, flash in a frying pan. 1751 to 1900. That's the only time they had to reproduce that high by killing us. Don't forget that part. By cutting trees down. Cherry oak, Cherokee, same thing. Cherry tree, red man, same thing. Everything. So I'm still here though. Let's see if they will. If that was their circumstances. So anyway, that's not their circumstances. Tough, and they're still failing. So imagine. So survivability traits. They should have learned from us. So now, what they have done with your working class, with you poor people who thought you were rich, they cut down so many ladders and so many chains, more so socially. And I'm talking about social programming and what the codes are, because I know who their brainstormers are. I know what they tweet and talk about. They're trying to get women and men to at least cohabitate in order for the chance that they'll have more kids. They're not talking about marriage. They ain't talking about nuclear families. They need you to not be self-reliant so that you can think about having kids. One more time, I'll run that shit back. They're creating the circumstances in which, because all these farmers and all these families and stuff, a lot of people are going to die again. So you got to remember, most of their people are old. They'll die first. The young people will adapt, right? The children is the future in terms of timelines. So the Gen Z people, they're trying to create it so chaotic for them that they go, well, it'll make more sense if we live together, right? So they call it situationships. Well, as long as those situationships breed 3 children per woman, it doesn't matter. Y'all gotta understand, they're not treating you like people with dignity. They're treating you like numbers. They just need y'all to breed faster to prepare for the shit that AI would be managing. If there's no people, then AI don't matter. So it's almost like a great thing in their stupid, deranged version of reality that AI exists. Just keep it away from Africa. So what they have to understand in their plans here is that blowing up more brown people will not create more white people this time, right? This is the same problem Ukraine and Israel got. They're trying to create these safe havens. New York, they lost New York politically, so now it's Florida. So they got Florida, Ukraine, and a lot of them are trying to immigrate. I guess that's why Poland's a target, right? You know they come from Poland. This past 80 people lying like they're my family, talking about they're my people, faggots. No, they're not. They're from Poland. And whatever they were prior. You got the Khazarians, you got the Hasidic people, whatever fucking hybrid. They're all hybrids, by the way. They're pale. And then Radonites, you can look them up. Very small populations. Somehow they got control of some magic or technology. It doesn't fucking matter. They're not having enough kids. 61% are allergic to sunlight. One more time, you heard what the fuck I just said? They can't just live anywhere. So keep that in mind. That's why they prefer the colder hemisphere. They can't, the sun will kill them. It's because of genetics though. It's not a curse or anything. It's just the way they were created. That math again. So anyway, no need to laugh at them. So they're already culling their own population because of the actual mental health issues that they have. They've never lost before. So if you treat it as a society of politics, they're even more narcissistic than most other governments because of the backdrop of all the pandering and all the influence and all of Hollywood and all of your Western media was curated by someone they identify with. Their claim to fame, quite literally, is based on their own propaganda. Now they get to live through it as third, fourth generation later of it not landing or sticking no more. And those in-betweeners, Gen X's and Boomers, speaking for them, is not landing on even their own kids' ears. I mean, they're protesting now in Israel because there's enough people there. Because remember, a lot of immigrants there, and they crossbreed. They're not 100% one thing, so everyone doesn't have the same type of mental sickness from Poland, obviously. Auschwitz. Remember, they were experimenting on them mentally. Don't forget that part. So everyone's not a Nazi grandson. You feel me? But so those people are protesting. Online, everyone's protesting. Even when Trump went to dinner last night, people were protesting. People are standing up for Palestine. But yeah, remember, they don't know Palestinian people like that. They're arguing as white folks, and bravo to them for real. I wish they did that in America, but you know how this shit go. They'll get to us eventually. They don't like the idea. And the reason why they don't like the idea is because they know more than anyone else that they're next. See, we're not next. It happened to us in this cycle. It happened to us. So the meek shall inherit the earth. We're last this time. So none of this has happened to us. We're witnesses. We're watchers. But after they're done, if, Grand Zion wins, then they'll go and clean up Chicago and Texas and everything, where it's majority white people. That's what the problem is. Y'all know that, right? Like, we could talk about, ooh, Trump's invading Chicago, but look at the damn parade. All those people that showed up were white people. They weren't worrying about O Block. It's called O Block. It's just a block of the city. What about all them beautiful shit in those lofts next to the rivers? Them niggas don't go there. Already. Too many people get shot wide open. DFG and all of them, man. Like, anytime they out there, they get shot. They're like, nah, we're going to stay home. We're going to hold our block down. We're going to take over little blocks. Them white folks ain't worried about that shit. They get $800 million a year to pretend like they do. They're... Y'all ain't ready for that conversation. So anyway, you haven't been in the streets long enough to know who's buying all the damn drugs anyway. So, yeah, they kind of need those places. Since everyone's on some type of neurotic bullshit anyway, remember? Those are the cities where they worked the hardest, and that these corporations, these are the people with the most benefits. This is where they move to, down the street from niggas, so they can have some contrast and some excitement in their life about how good they're doing. Or they would just move to Dubai. Hello, wake up. So now they seeing this shit for what it is for the first time. Oh my God. I wish Malcolm X was alive. Liberals. So, man, rest in peace to them. They saw it coming. They spoke it into existence. It's just that they didn't live long enough to see it manifest. Shit, neither did Muhammad Ali for real. He protested all these wars. Because he said, those people never did anything to me. But you do all the shit to me. And now you want me to help you get them. That don't make no damn sense. And nobody's map up. Wait a minute. You need my help to beat them up. But if I met them on equal ground, they wouldn't have treated me like you treat me now. And you need my help. So, corporate America is code word in America for white people. By the way, are we the white collar people? I don't think so. We're not Enron enough for me. So, all these conversations politically, and that's why it's not important for no one that's a different color or even white people to care about the racism part of it. It's implied in the system. If it's created by white people, it is a white people system. It's going to favor the white people. We just have to get over that fact. I don't know why people don't want accountability for their own damn system. It better not be narcissism creeping in. So it is what it is. It's not a white country. We are not white people. This ain't their shit, but it is their system. It is their corporatocracy. It is their colonization. It is their usurpication and hypothecation of other systems and posts in place that they overtook. Absolutely. And they had help. Absolutely. But then they made it their own. So this is their version of the record. I'm cool with that. Listen, I won't even try to fight it. It's stupid to me. So now, their kids, their Gen Z, their women especially, remember the women is their majority, just like it's ours. So now we gotta double down on this shit. Capitalism, economics. It's centered on what? White women and their ability that they had to influence black women to follow them. Oh, we're gonna get Karl Marx here in a second. Where are you at, the Moor? Oh, he's dead too. Fuck, he couldn't even fucking fathom this reality. So if you get the white girls majority, and you get the sisterhood majority, HBCUs, Greeks, Deltas, they all subservient lapdogs to white women. So if you get all of them on accord, and they get your goofy ass twerking to the polls, they got everybody, right? They're the majority on both sides. Hence. They're the ones that are not getting along now. But the problem is with our sisters, they talk about white supremacy and they see white men. When white women talk about white supremacy, they see white men. So now the white man, no matter what, because he put himself in that position, is indeed the avatar for the system. Donald Trump, this guy, that guy, you're looking at white men. But statistically, impossible. They couldn't do shit without the cosign of white women, their majority. And then we couldn't have to follow into that fucking vortex if it wasn't for them. Why do you think they killed all of our man leaders and none of our women leaders? You think they can get Osama bin Laden, but they couldn't get Afeni Shakur? They couldn't get the other people that went to Cuba, but they got aliens and they got fucking tunnels under the ocean and they got fucking satellites looking at Mars and squirrel nuts. But they can't get 2 black people who are girls from the Black Panther Party? Fuck out my face, bitch. So that means women are protected by women. Consensus group, right? They're groups. And that's the crazy thing about democracy. It's feminine. Oh no, I'm gonna take you home in a minute. You don't understand everything in a second. You don't understand why people who are unaccountable created a system that seems narcissistic, and when it's falling down, the same people who benefit from that system is pointing at everyone else. Tell me I'm lying. So not only is democracy feminine, and not only did the girl power from Britain and all that shit become a contagion for all the women over here, that they have lived in it and thrived for at least 100 years. I understand everything about history. It's written by the victors, and the victors don't mention women. So who really won it? If you want to know who's the most powerful people in any society, it's the people you can't talk about. I know that's right. That's why everyone feels safer if a white girl says the same thing you thought. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, she said it, now I can say it. I know that's right, sister. Take your dignity back. So we have a Hillary Clinton type of woman. And there's some black woman somewhere. I know it is. I know it is. I just know, I smell the sellout in the air. Whatever that group is, whatever that clandestine Daughters of the American Revolution, hierarchy, Queen of England bullshit, whatever that is, whatever their little secret society is of women, probably lesbians, probably women who prioritize their careers and their feelings to not have kids. They're dying. I know. See, you know how the story of Nimrod in them is, right? It's that type of domineering woman that has one kid, and then she kills the father and takes the kid, and then she becomes the de facto ruler through her son. Pookies and Ray raising them. You've seen that story before, where because they had the benefit of doing so, they can pursue and love bomb a guy with provisioning or not. She could be fresh and do what she wants, and she's hoping to get pregnant by the summer so that by the fall or by the winter, she'll have her own apartment. That started back in the 60s and 70s. I know that's right. By the time I was born, they had perfected it. I know. And you wonder where the love went with these types. I understand everything was slavery. So, but then you take Section 8 away. Then they start to cut down the food stamps and Medicare and the benefits. Like, oh man, it does not profit them to go to the hospital if their baby got fucking pre-diabetic symptoms and they keep feeding them bullshit and dinosaurs and chicken nuggets. Like, oh my God, I gotta pay for this kid, or I'm gonna look like a bad mother. Then you'll start to understand that even narcissism, narcy, is feminine. Tell me I'm lying. Talk to me nice. This system was created by women. And y'all wondering why it's dying. Anyone who did anything about history would know that it was the queens who were being defiant. It was Ferdinand, but who gave him the boat? Isabella. Tell me I'm lying. Queen of England. Tell me I'm lying. The people you don't know about, how Queen George was a Georgette, a crossdresser. Tell me I'm lying, because he ain't my pappy. Ah, understand something. DEI, LGBT, that's their design of socialism. It takes the man out of it. Tell me I'm lying. Everyone else they can control. Just don't hit ladies. But the studs and the girls, man, they're the highest cases of domestic violence. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Yeah, as long as you act like a bitch ass. Best friends are usually the faggots that are narcissists. And then narcissist men always get sick. What's that kid, Billy Porter or whatever? Ain't he sick right now? Oh yeah, you didn't see that narcissist getting cancer? Oh, you didn't get to that level in Dr. Sabi school. I know that's right, but you're trying with cucumbers. Fuck out my face. Whole system is literally the death of toxic femininity. Narcissism. It's bad for business. Tell me your lying. Narcissism is just toxic femininity. That's why you need a male narcissist. What do we call him? A bitch ass nigga. Feminine. It's so easy to see. It's like another revelation. The veil has been lifted. Again, part 3. That's why I say, as men, you have to take over. You have to recolonize your mind with masculinity. And that requires logic and reasoning, again, with your own thoughts and feelings. See, you're scared of not having enough in a subconscious way. It's because you don't care about what I think about you. You care about what women think about you. That is the root installation problem for men, right? If you don't rise to the ladder of hypergamy, you don't get the bad bitch you want. Or at least that's what they're telling you. All the shows, all the podcasts. What is the first thing the girl says? If the man can't provide for me. So subconsciously, as you're listening to this 1,000 times a day, doom scrolling. More so a year ago and beyond, but now it's changing. But still, the program is still there. How much of you are breaking your fucking neck because of some shit a bitch said to you who never did it? How much of your aspirations and dreams and whether or not you're successful is based on you trying to impress the idea of women who never do it? Sisters, aunties, cousins, old exes, girlfriends, and girls you've seen on TV. Tell me I'm lying again, please. All right, then. Now you understand everything. If you're a man. So the black woman sell out to put the white girl in front of everything. And then vicariously through her, the white man, her time is up. Oh, yeah. We know. It's as opposed to love. Mm-hmm. And our sisters are the ones lacking all the attention. Bad for business, part 10. Now the white girls are next. War is their thing. They love coming out Christian and saviors and bleeding hearts for mankind, man. That's so that they can ignore the thoughts that remind them that it can happen to them because they are indeed still the descendants of colonizers. And America was never decolonized. You still call it the United States. That was the human trafficking organization that brought slavery to my land. And you love it. You still vote for it to this day. I've never voted in my life. Fuck them niggas. Why are they in my grandmother's house? On King James. Thus. So they have to work that shit out. They're starting to hit that wall of Anne Frank. Like, oh my God. All my fucking spending habits and gross corporate greed of climbing a fucking ladder to be like a man just not to have kids supported genocide. Especially if you're a millennial, your whole fucking life. Hell of a time to start paying attention. You told us we was nerds or something and we were conspiracy theorists. Bitch, this was the homework we were doing for 20 years. We knew this time was coming. See? I guess 99% of the doctors and dentists are women. They would have to be. Or they would have named them. Confirmation. Once you figure this shit out, man, look, you can't go back to sleep after this. You also have your problems and your feelings, I guess. But you'll understand what to entertain more than 15 seconds and what's not. You really just boil down to it. Does these feelings and thoughts lead me to the patterning of a bitch ass nigga? If the answer is yes, abort. I'm gonna crack the code today for somebody. Someone's gonna have a fucking breakthrough today, man. Check out the Jake. I'm running back to read the chat. Sliced again. Sakoshi, have you seen the new UFO get hit by a missile and break apart just to reform itself? No. But I'm the one that's been telling people they're shapeshifters. I've seen a UFO in real life break itself apart and transform into something else. That's the thing I cannot explain to you. I do not know how it does it. My brain won't even render it. When it happened in front of me, it went from a cigar-shaped obsidian black craft with no wings to disintegrated, and then it reformed itself as a manta ray that was expanding its wingspan out as a core that wasn't there on the fucking cigar shape, full of plasma lightning, 3 colors, the most beautiful thing I've seen in real life. And I was like, that's impossible. That's fucking impossible. I'm just talking about the shape. Like, if it could transform, if it was white man technology, reverse engineer Mayan shit. No, that core, you cannot build that core. You couldn't do that. You couldn't push a button and that core wasn't hiding in a cigar. That core was wider than the cigar. So that means it just said, I'll be whatever the fuck I want. But I want to show my son the manta ray. Because that's how they look in the Rings of Saturn, by the way. Space is water. So our ships would have the aerodynamics of the most aerodynamic underwater things. Just like they make their stealth bomber after the Falcon. So in space, aerodynamics, manta ray. That's just in space though. What happens when it's in our atmosphere? Cigar shape. Same thing. Orbs, Tic Tacs. They said that one's Lockheed Martin stuff. They picked it up somewhere in reverse engineering shit. Probably don't even have a pilot in it. But the shape-shifting ship that can dematerialize, guess what? There's people in it. So imagine the 2 tricks you have to do. Not only do you have to shape-shift metal without making sound, not only do you have to transcend through the skies with free energy, but you have to find a way to change form without killing everyone inside. Now imagine how advanced that shit is. Yeah. So if the ship can do that while people are in it, now imagine the people in it. Oh, now we cooking. They could have already invaded, and you wouldn't even know they're here. Because one more time, my ancestors are shapeshifters. The mountain of transfiguration. Jesus came back and he was unrecognizable. Shapeshifters. I'm not the same way I looked 2 years ago. Shapeshifters. Just in more extreme doses. The higher up the ladder we go. At all costs, ask people. Art of War. Jake Flattery says, I tell my pops that. It's crazy when it don't benefit them and they love it. They are washed. They strong. Peace will not win if we don't have iron. I gotta go stay up, King. Kensington is the future of our nation. Dope zombies dead. Real, I see it. What's up? I still 6'5". King Booty Gaming. Wait, what? Your name already tell me you stupid. Of course you don't understand a thing. Robartis, how about addressing the actual laws that cause an imbalance of female power in the first place? And maybe men would find it worth impregnating these bitches. It doesn't matter what men think. We don't have the power we think we do, because we never had it. So we had no firm of reference of when men were powerful. Since all their history is a goddamn lie, and they said the white boy was there when he wasn't. So we were, and you have no history of when we were in power. So there's no frame of reference. You would have to read the Bible, and even that's about 400 years before that. So imagine how much better and smarter we got since we wrote it. And then we reset again. So, and then we face all the violence. And then we're indoctrinated. And then we got caught up in Hollywood. We got to remember some shit. This ain't about women. If you're a man, this is about acknowledging what it is and getting rid of it in yourself so we can begin the process of being accountable for ourselves. And then we as men become accountable as a whole. And then we as men don't let this shit happen again. There's a whole different story I'm telling. On King James' grandson, me. So we're saying the same thing, but I'm just talking about it from a different angle. Nah, we don't gotta figure out and decide. No. These women are a product of the system, whether they know it or not, whether they willfully participated, they went to the highest benefits. We know. We try to. So they're not better than us if we try to too. We just found out first, especially with our pigment, that it don't work for us in the long term either way we do the shit. That's systemic. That is the so-called racism we were talking about. But then the other person say, well, I'm white and I'm not getting it. It's classism. And another one is in classism says, nah, the women tell me what to do. They're cucks. That's within, so without. If they're cucks in the bedroom, they're cucks in the office. Same story, bitch. So once we know that, and a lot of them are secretly gay, and once we know that, there's a woman in charge. Nimrod's mama type shit. Didn't she build the Tower of Babylon? Isn't Babylon ran by a woman? That whore? That great whore Babylon? Come on now, do the science. So if they saying that America is Babylon, who is it ran by? A great whore. A woman. That thinks she's a man. Now you understand all the political agendas. Come on now, fuck with me. Why do you think it's more of the more famous women that don't want to carry their own kids? Come on now, vanity, the cousin of narcissism. Come on now. I'm a vanity Khan, Ivan Khan's greatest grandson. Stay woke out here. Telling the same story, Carlo V, Juan, Ivan, same story, bitch. So they don't have that switch. They can't even turn that shit on. You will never reprogram these women. Important modifier, these women. So unfortunately, I hate to report the weather to my brothers out there. They're cooked already. You can't uncook them. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. And we'll use a more extreme example, and this is not their symptom, all of them at least. Most of them probably, 51 at least. You can't turn a whore into a housewife. But we're not talking about papers, are we? No, we're talking about behaviors and attitudes. You can't change them. You changing you don't change them. You changing you changes you. And then you hope you attract the few. And you only need one of them. But they're running out of time to find us. So now you gotta look at someone much younger than them. Because you're talking about fertility at that point. When you start talking about being a man and a woman and a family. I hope you ain't treating these hoes like that. I hope you ain't talking this like to your girlfriend. I hope you ain't talking about 100% and 50-50 with a bitch you ain't marrying. We got the game fucked up. You shouldn't be paying for anything if they ain't your fucking wife or your baby mother. That was an adaptation to survival. Technically, I've had nothing but situationships. Because none of those bitches was my wives or my baby mother. They should be grateful me and you and people like us did anything for them. Because what do we get out of it? Same story. Economics, man. They just played the game. This is the only game they could play in the system. That favored a white woman. Isn't that why we have feminism? You saw the fake ass Native American with the Shmitar over the crescent moon of the Mohammedan? A little white woman sitting next to him. You seen Mad Men? A little white women in the office. They do not have to be the CEOs to be in control of the shit. They understand everything. Who's the most powerful? The one you don't know, the one you can't talk about. Same story then. I bet you don't know who Supreme's girlfriend is. Same story then. She the one with all the money? Don't they register all their houses and their baby mamas or their main woman or their mama's name? You don't even know who they are, do you? For P. Diddy, it's the same thing. They need to investigate his mother, don't they? All right then, but they won't. Sadia Khan be in Dubai sucking married men. Shit, Dubai might not be so bad. You're worrying about the wrong thing, my friend. You looking for hoes, not women. And you ain't gotta go nowhere to get those, bro. You just need a little bit more money. It went from $40 to $105. Composer Slim, Daughters of the Confederacy. Write the side books. They do. They sure do. But they have help from the northern ones too. A lot of narcissistic men have feminine tendencies, like if you expose them, they're scornful. They'll have no fear like a woman scorned. Well, it's a bitch ass trait. Talk. And you have a society prolific in single mothers. Highest divorce rate too. 70% of divorces are initiated by women. Sympathy-based business, unsustainable. Exactly. Novelty wears off. Victimhood dies. Especially when no one has an excuse. Everyone's trying to survive now. So you understand why they're losing grip on the narrative. Gray rock method or no contact, no dealings with one another. If you can, yeah. If you can afford it, yes. That's the ultimate fuck you money. I no longer have to be surrounded by narcissists, not people. Rel, they just shot Charlie Kirk. Sniped him just now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold the fuck up. Was he shot like the other guy, the orange guy, and they faked it on some WWE shit? Or was he shot? I thought I had a big head. That motherfucker got a big ass head. He hard to miss. That's like fucking big head mode on Tekken. Did he survive this shit? It's all over Twitter right now. You can't miss his head, boy. Jesus Christ, Charlie. I don't wish that. I do not wish that on him. I don't like his language model, but I wouldn't want someone to shoot him. He ugly as hell. What you listening to him for anyway? Rail says, man, y'all need to pay attention. Forget a shout out. MG dropping gems. Shout out to you, brother. Mr. Now says, if it can look like anything, it can look like everything. Come on, now. Charlie Kirk did get shot. Yeah, it looked like they got him in the neck. As soon as he said gang violence, he got popped. Oh, Haru says he's probably out 100%. Rail says, yes, he's out of here. Clyde says brain rot. We do have a brain rot problem. The whole society does. The program, the ultra, the governmente of the mind, it's not working no more. It's rotting. It's going backwards. So the parasite eventually runs out of hosts and then starts eating itself. Weakest first. AKA low energy intake. Headlines. Death, drama. Everything you're seeing right now. It doesn't get to the root of the problem. Last. Jonathan says, looks like an old, bald white man was the shooter. Ah, shit. They're some of the best. What's up, brothers? Is you from the nation, CJ? I am Noble Charlie's sixth grandson. The nation comes from us. Jonathan says they shot him in the lower leg. The clips are on Twitter. His neck snapped back. Damn, he gone. Can someone share that with me on Instagram? Or Jonathan, can you send me a text message before they delete it? I grew up on Faces of Death, I'm sorry. I want to detect AI while I'm at it. I used to use him as a damn meme, boy. I won't let him to get shot like that. There's so many other people to shoot. Man, don't let me say that. There's so many other candidates in this fucking Rolay lottery, bro. Why are they picking them? Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro right there. Anyway. You didn't see no bullet. Well, depends on the frame rate, I guess. It might be in between one of those frames that they don't render. They going for the easiest targets first, just like a parasite. Yes, it's very parasitic. Shout out to Rel. Shout out to Jonathan. Yeah, I want to peep that in a second. Damn, Charlie. Shit, rest in peace to Charlie, man. I don't know what he did to get all them niggas mad. He just be talking his shit as a white boy. Like, what else would he say? Of course he would sound like that. But there ain't no reason to pop him in the head. And then you said a white man popped him in the head. Oh, that's a whole different story then. Most black people don't even know who he is or what he talking about. So, see what I'm saying? That's a Civil War moment right there, if you think about it. Wouldn't it be? If Civil War means divided. But how's it a Civil War if the people fighting were never on the same team to begin with? That sounds stupid. If the North and South were never on the same team, how's it a Civil War if that's what a Civil War is? Oh, that's not what a Civil War is. A Civil War is a war of civics. What you're going through then is a revolution. Oh my God. Oh my God. And a war on civics. Judges. Oh my God. Oh my God. And businesses. Oh my God. Banker war again. There we go. Come on, Lannisters. How much money do you need? I'll bankrupt all your castles when this war is over, but I'll give you the armor you need, so they don't win. Either way, I win. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Either way, I win. Same story, King James Part 3. So yeah, that shit as well. Oh, you say he's definitely gone. Shit, rest in peace. All right, so they're not just going after CEOs and big pharma no more. A lot of the billionaires are going too, you know, suddenly. So, back to what I've been saying for weeks. This ain't that part 3. And you know what's ill about someone like Charlie Kirk and him galvanizing the white boys who are entitled and feel away about their pride and shit? He'd be one of the main ones to talk about, you know, what they have to do as a society to grow. So now they have to find a new captain to fill in for him in his age group. And I don't think they ain't got nobody. So that's gonna be a gap. Just like us, Kevin Samuels. We ain't got another Kevin Samuels in that age group. Was he like late boomer, early Gen X dude? Corey Holcomb a little bit younger. He come from a different dispensation. He like hood rats. You see what I'm saying? You can't replace Kevin Samuels generationally. Yeah, so they're Charlie Kirks, they're billionaires, even Hollywood or fashion. When they start losing those Giorgio Armani's and those types, they no longer have their input for influence with all their history of things working because they said so. Whereas now, I don't know what he would do. That was the problem with Stanley Kubrick's last movie. They can tell they fucked with it. So, yeah, man, they're losing captains. They're not losing regular people. They don't care about regular people. You already know that. So that's a bad sign right there. For whatever, let's see, APAC, can anyone find out if Charlie Kirk was pro-Zion? Was he a Zionist? I'm curious. Or more poignantly, was he anti-Zionism recently? Maybe that's a thing. I would point that out before anything else during a world war. Right earring, now, yep, he's out. I only saw memes of him because he had big gums. I had one when they enlarged his head. That shit was hilarious. I couldn't tell the difference. So yeah, Rip took out by the middle jingle block. Terran Art, he was which? He was pro or anti? He has strong support for Zionism. Okay. All right now. Okay now. All right now. Listen. We cooking now. We cooking now. Are we cooking? Are we cooking? That told me everything I didn't need to know. Yeah, so that last night Foley card, cook. Come on now. I ain't even dropped that yet. I wasn't ready for it. I know the bots I get if I use that shit. So yeah, damn. I gotta reevaluate my own fucking mid-journey simulation engine. Because I know a little bit about him. I've seen some of his debates with college kids. He's pro-Israel. He's a Zionist. And he wasn't just like shot. They didn't run up on him with the MAC-10 or some Nixon shit. They shot him from a distance. They didn't miss. 9 times out of 10, he's indeed out of here. And he was a powerful voice for people that thought they looked like him with his big ass head. And all the lobbying and all the things he did from college to college, because he was more academic in terms of his influence. He'd go college to college talking this bullshit and debating people. So he's kind of like Jordan Peterson, but younger in that way that he's used. But colleges are closing and the funding is closing too, so it wouldn't matter what they do, unless he was in Beverly Hills. So, oh man, this has got a lot worse for them. So I'm gonna give you a simulation of what it would mean for Charlie Kirk and his peers. So Charlie Kirk, right there, he's the captain of their generation, of their agenda. He's paid to do this, by the way, by Israel lobbyists and AIPAC and things like that. And all the ones we don't know about, Soros and all of them. Mind you, that same group has double agents, so don't get lost yet. So now everyone that's like him, everyone that's in his vicinity, everyone that's ever shared the same views as him, anyone that's ever shook his hand, They're going to have this moment like I'm having, but except they actually knew him. And now they're going to start group texting and figuring out why. And if it turns out that these other white boys are being radicalized on some Marjorie Green shit. Now think about it. Marjorie Green is a white woman. And she got that shit on her door. I doubt it means anything because she'll probably still take money. You know how these hoes are. But because she's a team captain, beehive, because she's a queen bee of narrative, then everyone that's on her side is looking at it too. And they're going, sad story, bitch. They got to go to the same meetings. They got to vote for the same things. They got to talk about the same investors, and they probably got the same lawyers. They're all going to be saying the same thing. What the fuck? They're starting to target us. Oh my God. See, in Nepal and those other countries, they targeted a random person in the street. You know, no Tiananmen Square type shit. Mandela effect, by the way. They say he got ran over back in my day. But they're not running over kids here. They're taking them out. And they don't miss. That's interesting. I guess the white men are getting fed up with the bullshit. Funding, federal, same story. Same story. Same story. Same story now. Listen, we ain't go nowhere else, have we? We still talking about the same shit. That is crazy, boy. That is crazy. You can't even say he's the beginning. He's not the beginning. He's a continuation of the pattern for the past 2 years. From the pharmaceutical people to the missing people to the suddenly people to the brother that went down to New York from Vegas with his fucking Call of Duty loadout. They're targeting them. And it's not just one type of person. You got the Afro-Asiatics, you got the white boy now. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah, that American Revolution is boiling, ain't it? And remember, Gen Z is being inspired. That's the messaging on those videos from Nepal and everywhere. But you guys, oh, so that's how you eat the rich. Oh, that's the blueprint for change. They ain't changed nothing. They just overthrew their government. Remember, they don't know how to work shit. They're going to be poor a little bit longer than you think, bitch. But at least they're standing up to corruption. They still 3 to 5 years out before recovering. Understand something. They knew government don't got a building. Wake your ass up. They knew government ain't got a building either now. They might prioritize all the funding and fixing it. Now the kids got to fix it. Understand something. Understand something. Maybe China got to step in. Understand something. Now they got foreign government. That's reverse democracy. I've seen it with America a couple of times or 10. Oh my God, understand something. United States can't afford that one, man. United States cannot afford this to be a pattern. Because then they lose all their voices of influence. They're already firing most of them. You notice with news and late night TV shows. Now they're going for the political ones. Oh my God. Remember, political is just policy of people thought, consensus within large groups. Shared interests at the top of their ladder, financial. So he represents a spectrum of society economically. So keep that in mind. It's not regular white people that would be sad about that. That would be the people making money. Who all got checks from them guys. Who are all getting checks from you. I understand why they shoot. Yeah, no need to use it public if this is the result. Yeah, strange support for Zionism and Israel. If I remember correctly, MG translation, what that mean? Or chat, what that mean? And he was in Utah at a college, I believe. Well, he's talking to the Mormons. New Kind says Charlie and them other punk influencers need street cred all of a sudden. Oh, he was in Judas College and got popped. I hate to see it. Where else has seen? Sheesh. Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro be on the same time. They're probably a couple. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That group. So even Tim Pool, it'll water down to him. And even Andrew Tate to some degree. He'll be in that group chat too. That white boy Christian. I forgot his name. God Rules, I think, on YouTube. Him too. They all in the same category. Control a position for the same Israel. They getting all the same paycheck. If they in your fucking face on YouTube. Since it's owned by who? They call it YouTube for a reason, guys. Anyway, Alphabet Group. And that's why Google is starting to lose all of its money. Africa's biasing. There goes money. $40 million lawsuit. Not too much, but it's a lot at a time like this. Anti-whatever privacy laws. EU and all their lawsuits. That's Alphabet Group. That's Google, YouTube, and everything in between us. Google Fiber and everything else in your city. A lot of corporations rely on it. So imagine if they can't afford to keep up the power bill. That's why all your governors and people who get paid by tech are trying to offload the cost of energy to you. And they're already starting fires. Imagine in the next few months. And people can't afford to eat because of their power bill. Imagine what's going to happen to those data centers. Quick question though. With all these data center investments, who the fuck's about to create them? If everyone's leaving the fucking country that knows how to do that. You know how many fucking projects Korea canceled just because of that Hyundai shit in Georgia? So Marvel left Georgia, Hyundai left Georgia, and I think it was somebody. It's another company, big one. They had 22 projects. Thousands of jobs for Americans. All gone just like that. 911 where? They call it 911 these days, and some cities they're not even answering. They put you on hold. Charlie going in the gun mart. Yeah. Cool story. What's a law gonna do? Their problem is not illegal use of firearms. Their problem is they're being hunted. By people who don't give a fuck about laws. So when you go against people in inner cities, and you're like, hey, these illegal people doing crime, killing people illegally, we need to stop you, regular people, from getting these guns. Bad news for you. A criminal is still gonna get the fucking gun, bitch. Most people who do the dumb shit in the streets, where I come from, don't have a gun license. Not that they couldn't, they just don't give a fuck about it. They can just get a gun, bitch. So you banning a gun doesn't mean shit, but a potential for prison time, more funding to your bond system. However, the people already doing gun crime are already in that system. So selling them and limiting what guns they could buy just change their sentences. And if they look like me, they already get unfair sentences. So it doesn't change anything if that's what you're addressing. But no, that's not what they're addressing then. Since like $800 million in Chicago ain't enough to shut down O-Block or destroy the buildings and make them move to the suburbs and start over again. Section 8 shit. God damn. I bet you it won't even take 8 million, but it will. Now, they'll have to pay more money for security. Now, they'll have to be more careful and more paranoid than they already are with their mental health issues. Now, they're gonna ask for more accountability suddenly. Now, and then that turns into an American Revolution. I'm telling you, man. Shout out to Terry Lowe. So people are already getting tired of this shit. And in all your news, they trying to block it from your internet. All the revolutions all over the world. And that's how it was 300 years ago, by the way. That's how this happened to begin with. This destabilization you see everywhere is exactly how it was. As within, so without. The American Revolution was not the only revolution at the same time. It's the same people in multiple lands doing it at the same time. India, everything. Asia, everywhere. Europe, everywhere. America, everywhere. Remember the French Revolution? Same story. All at the same time. Same generations of people. Losing their damn mind. And open. What we got a problem with in this country? Opiates. You know where we get those from? Afghanistan, China, India. You know where we get Fenty from? China, India, not Venezuela. Who's leaving your country? In your financial system? China and India. You know who doesn't have a vaccine population crisis issue? China and India. They have a goldfish problem. They have too many goldfish in the same tank. They need to expand their kingdoms. Who's losing their population in their kingdom? We are. DR. Canada. So they took all their brain drain. They took all their talents back. The ones that were worth it. Now you're left with your own vices. With a bunch of people in charge who don't know how to do shit. No skill level. Just finances. And how to get it from you. The dummies, the working class, the guppies, the yuppies, the chattel, us, me, you, everybody. Who has an ID, who relies on this system to buy these. You can't get out of that. It's not something you get out of. It's a system. Yeah, that's like Michael King going back to acting like 92 was another 911 single last night. Rail said South Park did episode 2 weeks ago making fun of him. Then he got whacked. To be fair, he's easy to make fun of. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Shout to Gorilla Gospel. Gotta go. Gotta go. Oh no. Yeah, what a very strange timeline. Quite possibly the strangers. This is getting worse by the day, ain't it? I've never seen no shit like that before. Where the shit just keep getting out of hand. But they wrote about it. The Book of Kingdoms is about how Judah and Israel just kept fucking up. I started reading it yesterday. I was like, what's the point of this? Because, you know, I didn't get no metaphysics out of it. Every paragraph was like, the time of this king, he became a king at this age, he ruled for this many years, and he had God fucked up. Then he became a slave to Salmanassar. And that's what we see in the America's book. So if the America's book is making a reference to Salmanassar, and the Book of Kingdoms is talking about Salmanassar, then that means that didn't happen 2,000 years ago. Very easy deductive reasoning there for it to be in anyone's mind about us, because the book is about us. But we're here now under what they said, Assyria took over. Babylon, same story, bitch. So we're under Assyrian, Babylonian, symbolically captivity again. But this time, since I'm back and a few of my friends, we're at the end of that cycle. Jesus Christ. Quite literally. So, I'm not surprised by anything. If that Bible was just 3/5 right, with their modifications. Interesting. The calling for the freedom of Gaza and the end of Israel terrorism. And both of them mean the same thing. So they're doing it faster. Yes, they're multiplying their efforts through their word spell because they don't believe anything. Thank God. So reprobate mind, just like narcissism, does have, they're the same thing. So their narcissism of believing that they're these people and everyone else's narcissism that doesn't believe that we are has caused all of them to attack the shackles on our mind. Oh my God, won't he do it? Those weapons formed against you will cause them to commit itzagiri. Oh my God. He will use their own weapons against them. And it seems like that's what's happening. It seemed, I could have sworn something. I mean, if my grandpappy and them was right about anything, it sounds like they said, this is exactly what the fuck they said. And this is exactly what we're living through. So if that timeline is true, then you know what time it is almost. No one will know the time or day. But you will have the signs. Pay attention. And then the rest of Revelation is just signs and shit. Nah, we done checked them bitches off like at least 9 times in this bitch. So you know what time it is. It's exactly what John said it was. Prester John, my grandfather. So my grandfather was right about this. Didn't see that coming. Maybe that's why I can see it coming. Hey. What's next? What's going on in France? What's going on in France? I saw it early this morning, so it just started. What happened in France? Something happened in France, right? That's where Persia started. Persia. Parisians. Anything? Or is Charlie Kirk gonna? It's burning everywhere in Paris. Okay, cool story. Cool story. That's gonna cost some money. That's gonna cost some insurance policies that they don't have enough of. That's not an act of God, so they're gonna have to, shell out some of those ducats. They already had an issue with Parliament, right? Their prime minister stepped down, and then now they're calling for their president. That's interesting. They have a prime minister and a president. It must be a corporation. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so now the president of the corporation of France, Macron, they're threatening him. So these fires are targeting him, right? It's time for him to step down too, because that was what, the 6th or 7th prime minister under Macron that they voted out. Yeah, that means he picks bad picks. Oh, guess what? They're probably pro-Israel. Oh, I didn't see that coming. So you're telling me, just like my grandfather said, that this synagogue of people will be the course for all the damn... I guess these are wars. Yeah, they're wars. They're wars. This is wars. We're in a time of wars. This is all wars. Nepal, that's a war. France, that's a war. Qatar. Let's talk about it. I don't know enough about Qatar. I just know they have a lot of oil. And they're one of our allies, right? Dubai, Qatar, United Emirates, they're frenemies. And they homeboys over there on Is It Me, they said, you know what? We're going to have all these Hamas leaders there, about 3 to 6. And we're going to get them all at one time. So, fuck you, United States. We need to speed up this timeline. And they alleged that they got them all, and they didn't. And they didn't. And they didn't. It was a dummy meeting, the way they described it. So, they wanted to do diplomacy. Have representatives from Qatar, Hamas, Is It Me, United States embassies and things like that. And the Hamas troops were the only ones that showed up. So they strike that meeting. That never happened. So you got a few interesting variables on humans to think about. Hamas' relationship with Qatar. Muslim Brotherhood shit. It supersedes politics at all times, just like Catholics and Masons. Illuminati. Don't forget that. So now they got to go as a brotherhood, like, yo, Qatar, you cannot let that shit slide. They killed one of your brothers. And then Qatar has to go, hey, yo, United States, that was like your little or big brother. I don't know which one these days. You just fucked up our reputation trying to keep the peace and stockbrokering this shit so we can sell oil to the beast. You fucking that up. And we just sent you money in a jet. So we don't need you to pay that back so we can pay them to calm the fuck down. So that's a problem. So more of your tax dollars are going to go to Qatar, and then Qatar is going to give it to Hamas. Keep it. Then the other boys, Is It Me's, they're going to be like, but we had to do what we had to do to push the bigger, greater thing. Our timeline is running up. We got 5 years. They got 5 weeks at this rate. So they just destabilize any potential peace treaties they could have had with these people anyway. They're going to take more hostages. See, that's their power, is that they're not taking random innocent people. They're taking key figures. That's why Is It Me is losing their damn mind. These aren't regular hostages that they're getting. These are VIPs, MVPs. You played Rainbow Six before. You're not really rescuing the kids in the jungle. You played Metal Gear Solid. They had the DARPA chief. Those type of people. They're trying to free them. So, brain drain. And vice versa. They're doing the same thing. Same type of extortion in black books. They're just kidnapping the people if they can. So you got that problem. They ain't gonna be freeing no fucking hostages. I bet you they gonna go on a night raid and get more. Ain't got nothing to do with missiles or firepower. They're assassins, don't forget. Don't forget, they can do it by themselves if they wanted to. But they're doing this shit for diplomacy, money. Even the terror cells. They were trained by the same people. Hamas was funded by Izzy. Mm-hmm. All the other organizations in the Middle East was trained by us. Mm-hmm. That's like saying the same thing twice. So they created their own problem, reaction, solution, right? Because they created these problems to destabilize the local nationals' reaction, and then the solution is their puppets who then do the agenda as long as they're getting paid in USD. But then you know how niggas are, they get greedy. They try to run off on the plug or three. And they go, no, I can just use my Muslim Brotherhood card now that I'm in power and do it in fucking Arabic. Opium, heroin, and everything else. They're fucking pirates, remember? Alawite Dynasty? These are their kids. Them niggas don't look like us. Stop fucking playing with me. So, it's not us. So that's not their fucking story. This is a different story. Same map. So, they have that problem. They're waking up the Mohammedan beast, man. And unfortunately, my story is also in the Quran. So, those are not the people against me, theoretically. Those would be the people that win this war. Just a new color palette of them. Just like my grandfather Genghis Khan and his Mongolian hordes. 3 different levels of him. He took the golden horde to America. Interesting. What about the other hordes though? Were they all the same people? All the same tribes? Nope. Since those are all the freed slaves. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Genghis walked the streets of the lower class people. He healed the sick, the people who were oppressed by Rome. In real life, the story is a little bit different. There's different kings and people fighting over thrones. But they still had our people in captivity. And then freeing us, they freed the rest of them too. And then that became his army. It's an army of slaves. Took over the world with slaves. Not with slavery, but freed the slaves. An army of slaves. That's what that means. He didn't enslave nobody. He did the opposite. He freed the slaves, and they joined his army. So they're still an army of slaves. See, it's like saying the same thing, but it has a different meaning. Mm-hmm. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. They'll say something and don't give you context. No, he didn't need slaves. He freed slaves. Great Wall of China has a hole in it. No Jericho. No Salmanessar. Yeah. That was my grandfather that went against them then. 1200s to 1500s. So about more than 500 years ago, by the way. That's how old the Bible is. Those stories are in it. In American history, in English, you have to get an old version of it. Be better off trying to study this shit in Latin and Portuguese, by the way. But either way, just look him up. Genghis Khan. Genghizcham. Conquista, Portuguese. Chamguista. Similar to conquistador. Conquistador. Yeah, buddy. We're the real ones. So, then they turned against us. Didn't see that coming. Some people are ungrateful for freedom. Have you noticed this new system of slavery? Since we already beat it over 500 years ago. My people have already done this. This is a fucking deja vu for them. We already went through Revelations, and here we are doing it again because they activated that spell. That's how important this is. You can manifest anything. You just can't manifest everything at once. And they manifested this reality. They really wanted to Assassin's Creed relive through some shit for some fucking reason. I think they were trying to copy greatness by creating the circumstances. And then they failed because they died. Then they got greedy. Then they lied. And now everyone is starting to cull. People are dying due to lack of knowledge. What is lack of knowledge in a situation where everything you know is a lie? So what's the best way to guarantee that you will die? By lying to you. If all you have been fed is fucking filler narrative and history, then that's a whole bunch of people lying to you. And you perish because you lack knowledge. Well, knowing a bunch of lies don't help you. Wisdom in all you're doing, get understanding, context, clues. You ain't got that. You cannot naturally just figure this shit out because your parameters are not tuned. right? You would have to be like deep in the crates with every fucking other group that's existed since beyond the 90s. Thank God for YouTube. I knew which ones to look for. And a lot of people don't know where to start with that shit. So you have a whole society, if you will, who are trying to catch up at the last minute. Very convenient. AKA that little processor they got that creates all your problems inside of you. They never used it for that. They used it for getting what they wanted, aka benefits. And now the benefits are drying off. And now you see all the people on the timeline starting to feel frustrated in their speech.
Well, what's the point of doing this? Oh, there's another day. Oh, men and women, everything. The black people and the white people. And all this racism.
Like, y'all talking about everything. Y'all motherfuckers are Simon Says for real. You ever play Fortnite or a game like that? Like in the lobby? And you can hit the little cursor to do your emotes? That's how I see these people. I go, oh, that's your emote package. You haven't played for 10 seasons, I guess. Because you're doing the same fucking old dances. You're trying to galvanize attention and support in politics. Motherfucker, our world is not dying because we didn't vote properly. We're voting for bullshit either way. One more time. It wasn't Kamala Harris or Obama. They're the same motherfucking bank. The problem is the banks are insolvent. The problem isn't the politics around which bank captain you have. Matter of fact, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and some of them, they already shut down 70 branches. Now, that's not a lot for a state. But the fact that they're shutting them down, what does that tell you about the places that they're shutting them down in? They ain't making no money. So that's 72 places, local places, small businesses, taken over by Target and Walmart, since they bank with them. Most of them damn checks is Wells Fargo, Guitar Center. That means they're not making no money. So that means ain't no one getting hired. That means the fact that they're fucking fired. Hi, Ayushi. What does hi black mean? I'm not black. My t-shirt is black. I'm red. Look at my beard. That's black. Look at my skin. It's red. The gradient of red, you can see the difference. Am I closer to this color or am I closer to this one? You motherfuckers are colorblind. Cavemen must have been in the dark for 2,000 years. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm glad they learned how to talk English. So, okay. So France is very important in this story. I don't know why, recently, but I know historically why. The African French, Parisians, the Persinia, yeah. So that's full circle for her and their revolutions. So France is looping or deja vuing the French Revolution with white people. Okay, I see where they're going. So that's going to affect Canada, always. And Canada already had 100,000 people on record leaving, and probably just as many committing suicide with their assisted euthanizations. Their doctors are overbooked for that. So that's their older people and their poor people. Now the Indians and Asians are leaving a little bit. Probably the ones that need it most, because there's no money. And then Poland is interesting. There's all the white people are telling me, oh, you know, if Poland's happening, then it's officially World War III. All the people in Israel and Ukraine came from Poland to begin with 80 years ago. Stop fucking playing with me. All right, so they're cousins or something. I don't care. And then Germany has a power problem. Right now, Berlin's without power, right? In the dark and covered in poop is not an eye health combo. Jesus Christ. Two poor-ass people. Is the Christian a mythology? Is what a mythology? What are you talking about? I'm not a Christian. I'm a Judean. I wish people get that right. Christianity is after the Bible. My family is in the Bible. We wrote it one more time. It is King James Family Bible. That means the family of King James. These are the stories of his fathers before him. They're different books. They're never a compilation. And there's many more of those that are missing, withheld, or burned down to the fucking ground. We get it. We reserved as many as we could. That's why they had to go back to the Coptics who had copies. That's why they had to go over there to Ethiopia and get copies of the originals. And even those are not the original. Thank God. So, it is not a religion. It is a documentary. The Bible is not a religious book. It does not ask you to join anything, because it's not writing to anyone. It is for Judeans, by Judeans. It is a history of their kings. It's a history of why there's an Israel, the real one, and there's a history of why there's an emperor of Jerusalem. There's several of them. Solomon is a Christ too. Solomon wasn't a Christian though. Solomon didn't convert people to a Solomon religion. The magic schools and the Masons and all of that do that for him, because of his Christ-like consciousness that made him a genius, a jinn, a genie, just like Temujin, Genghis Khan, his grandson, Jesus. Then you go deeper. Pause. This first story is genetics, Genesis, the genes of Isis. Isis, Osiris, and Heru, my grandfather. Hello. So it's talking about a bloodline of people. It is not a religion. So you wouldn't call it Judaism. You wouldn't call it Christianity. You wouldn't call it those things. We call it today, colloquially, connotative linguistics. I understand what you mean. You converted to some shit. You joined a temple. You got a 501c3. You got social and federal benefits. You're allied to Dom Diversus and Unum Sanctum and Doctrine of Discovery. You got a pro-membership in colonization. That's what a religion is, since religions come from armies. All these people came in from armies. That's why it was a fucking sausage party at first. And then they sent all the sausages away to die in wars. Sound like women did it, Isabella. Not enough Isa in her for me. Anyway, Jew. So, get it? Isabella? It should be Elisa Beth, like Bethlehem. El, God, daughter of God, Isa, prophet, Jesus, justice, Beth, Bethlehem. Isabella. Probably a man, dressed like a faggot. You should go back to their paintings. Anyway, so you know how that shit go. I ain't even trying to get caught up in the eunuch Mameluke dialogue. But it's true. 1800s, all the way through the 1800s. Suave armies. Look them up, Google images. You know? French Suaves. You see that they're mixed people. But a lot of them have the fezzes and Moorish fezzes on. That ain't their shit. Are they Moors? Or are they Moorish? Interesting story. So they're mixed. Mm-hmm. And those are the ones they usually cast to the side for slavery. I know that's right. So they fought for their freedom. Civil War. Get it? It wasn't just one army. Ooh. Because remember, the United States didn't own all the states. So the DC slaves were not the Texas slaves. The Texas slaves were not the Louisiana slaves. The Louisiana slaves wasn't the North Carolina slaves. And none of them were Virginians. So those are different armies and religions. That's what united after it. Hence why they needed a central bank. Hence why they're in this fucked up position to begin with. These motherfuckers think they want to disenfranchise and keep the fucking slaves. Emancipare in reverse. So the slavery would have to go from the state tax back to the church. Which one? Understand something. American Pope Leo from Chicago, you better understand something. No thank you. They go fuck themselves. And that's what they're doing. They can't afford to keep you as a slave. It's too expensive. Back to my grandfather, 1751, Issues of Mankind, told you the same thing. As of 1751, slavery was too expensive and stupid. And they said they're fighting for it in 1868, 100 years later. Think about how fucking stupid those people are. If this nigga's supposed to be a genius. Oh my God, he put him on $100 bills, representation. That wasn't him, of course, naturally. So anyway, once you get past the whitewashing of faggotry, you'll see what the real story is. And you can just read the letters your damn self. He's a minister penitentiary. That cannot be a white boy, that's a slave, by the way. Way above his pay grade. We don't know what those words mean. And I barely do either, but thank God I read. So, hello from Rossi. How you doing, Rossi? In the dark and covered in poop. Yeah, I read an article about Canada. It's beginning. People aren't able to afford their mortgages or taxes now. And they can't pay, thus they're not paying. Yeah, a few places I've seen, what was that shit called? Foreclosure. There's another one before you get to foreclosure. Delinquency or something? Where people are just simply not paying. There you go. but there's a word they use. Yes, I saw a similar article, and that's popping up in other places, especially United States. All them rich white people neighborhoods, they're doing the same thing. I was walking down the street one night, and there's a nice, I guess they're condos. What do you call them? Townhouses or condos or whatever. There's some nice ones, right? And I could tell they're nice by whose cars they're repossessing. I saw a motherfucking a Ford Expedition type of car on 22s in 2025. And the repo man went there at 11 o'clock at night, got that shit real quick, and it was driving down the road, and that bitch was clean. Like, it looked like they got it washed that day. That bitch was clean. Those rims were shining, and I was surprised because I haven't seen a car like that in years. But, you know, they're repossessing their cars too. More and more. People are just letting shit go and see where it falls. Meaning they're not using this to think at all. Meanwhile, me and you, we're torturing ourselves about timelines that ain't true. Because no matter what the timeline is for me and you, and the timeline that we in when we stop thinking about ourselves, look outside of you. The whole thing falling down, Curtis. They ain't come here to see you, Otis. The whole thing. It's not your jig ain't up. The jig is up. The jig is older than you. The jig is, remember that. This jig is older than you. So, if the jig is up, boo-hoo. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck y'all worrying about? I want to worry about myself, like, you know what I'm saying? I want to turn that energy against myself. Peep game like sports. Treat it like football and NBA. Mm-hmm. We used to that. That's how I'm looking at it, and I don't even watch sports like that. I'd rather play. It's in the game. So yeah, man, they fucked around and found out. They caused those curses because they stole those blessings. They invoked the magic to get the things, and they did not keep up with it to keep it. They fucked around and played around. They played with godlike, magical type things. They used our sigils. They used a very magical, angelic language. They Tower of Babel this shit on Babylon, and they did all the gay shit again. No Sodom and Gomorrah. And they thought they was gonna get away with it. That's some dumb nigga shit right there, boy. If we didn't get away with it, we wouldn't be in this fucking position now if we were getting away with it. So who the fuck do you think they are? When you understand what the story's about. We didn't get away with it. And I'm their damn grandkid. I'm at the same mercy of stupid people. Ain't that a bitch? To some extent. Not completely though. Thank God for that. Inshallah and everything in between. Hello from Lucy. Tony Ann. That sounds like a girl name. Tony with an I is feminine, right? O-I. O-I-A. A-I-O. Hold on. Almost. They almost landed it with their name. You're missing an E. E. Yeah, female. Oh shit. We got a snitch amongst us. Draxter Villa. Free Palestine. Free Jerusalem. Free Israel. The real ones. If you free us, we free the world. You know the story. If you free us, you free the world. You know the story. If you free us, you free the world. You know the story. Y'all freeing the wrong people first. Y'all trying to save the best for last? When y'all gonna come and free us? We only been captive for 250 years. Jesus Christ. Y'all just now notice something? LOL says, where are you from? Europa. Genova. I'm from Deutschland, Germany. Here we become 2K every month without work from the government. Germany is the best country in the world and weed is legal. Sounds like it creates lazy people. Entitled. Y'all have a lot of narcissism, don't you? I'm at Palace. Yeah. Very narcissistic kid. It's not doing well for y'all. Y'all not even getting bitches. Draxter Villa. Free Israel from what? Captivity. You think those white people are Israel when Jesus is copper colored? So if that's not the real Israel, then where's the real Israel? Well, if someone else is using our name, that means we're in captivity. So if they're demonstrably not the real Israel, and there is a real Israel, who are we? I'm here to inform you. I am the sons of the real Israel. For I'm Dwayne Desson Smith, the son of Genghis Smith, the son of Prester John Smith, the son of Carlos V Smith. They're blacksmiths. They created weapons. They were warriors. Jesus was a carpenter. He's a blacksmith. I'm a blacksmith. That's my grandfather, quite literally. So, the real Israel is me, Jacob's ladder, my grandfather. So once you know who we are, Judeans, then you know who they're not. That means we're not free. If they get to take our name and our titles and our benefits, and they in the wrong land anyway, stupid as fuck. Niggas don't like that place. We over here anyway. So what I'm saying is, the problems that y'all have, the rest of the world who don't know this story, is the fact that you believe these punk ass bitch ass niggas, because they were cutting you checks from their central banks for over 100 years. Y'all didn't give a fuck about being righteous. Y'all give a fuck about benefits. And now the benefits are shrinking up and you have no option but to focus on them, because that's where the energy came from. No matter what they do, law of attraction, inverse law on them. Now you're starting to notice the heinous shit that they do to other people, but I'm here to notify you. They did to us first. This is why you don't know who the fuck I am. You'll call me a black person. You'll disrespect me and call me the color of a fucking crayon. Ain't nothing black about me. Hence, free to religion. And all these things will be added unto you. Like, the fuck? They don't read that book. But they steady using names from it. So stupid. They hire remote viewers to save Palestine and don't land on Americans. 401 false remote viewers every fucking time. They miss it every fucking time. Like, everyone has alluded to the fact that it's us. Like, in all of their leaders that they murder history, they all say the same thing. They left black and came back white. You can't fucking do that, bitch. That is not science. What they're saying is, you are not those niggas. And they've been saying that for the last 100 years. All their leaders. So much so Vladimir Putin shows you the black Jesus. That was Israel. He was telling you that Tartaria, where Russia is, by the way, St. Petersburg Jews, it was the black Jews that lived in Russia. Pushkin in them, his father was Hannibal. So Judeans and Israel tribes, leaders, captains, fighters, warriors, soldiers, whatever word you want to use, you're still doing the same algebra. Israel's an army. It's not a religion. Conquistadors. We're an army. We're warriors. We're khans. We're not kings sitting on thrones being fancy. That's all the other faggots that put us in captivity, wearing our shit. We actually earn it and build it. Smith. I'm a bloodline of warriors, not holy roly bitch ass niggas, raking in sand dollars. We free slaves. We enforce righteousness. We create prosperity. This is why this country and their people are colonizing us. It's in that damn book. They keep us in captivity for the blessings. So free us, bitch. Maybe you'll be blessed. Fuck. They'll say there's power in it, but then they'll deny the power thereof every fucking time. Every fucking time. They live in a world in which everything's going to war over our book. It's based in our book. It's not our book. They're not in our book. It's based on our book, though. They're role-playing Dungeons and Dragons with a rule book. That's all they're doing. It's magic. Language by angels. It would be. So people can't get past that. King David is a warrior. Solomon is a warrior. Jesus Christ, man. A warrior. Muhammad Khan. Heru Khan. Warriors. Genghis Khan. Warrior. Prester John. Warrior. Carlos V. Warrior. 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 Our bloodline of royals, though. Sorcerer. 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 This ain't about fucking Walmart and corporates. This is brand new white people shit. Why the fuck would we need that? We control technology and quantum environments. Like, you understand? Like, we lost our place in the science because we're in captivity. We got this stupid because of captivity, not because of us. In the sense that it's not, inherent. It's our environment, quite literally. These are very stupid people with very stupid handbooks. And I can prove it just by existing. As is. So imagine if I'm in my appropriate persona in my appropriate environment, how much more magical I could be. So anyway, nah, this ain't that though, part 3. But it can be. Golden arrows and everything else. I understand how to get there. But first you gotta take the trash out. First you gotta recycle and take the trash out. And then you sweep. And then you vacuum. And then you mop the floors. And then you rearrange the furniture and wipe it down. Or you take the furniture out and repaint it. Then you paint the walls while you're at it. Might as well change the blinds, they're dirty anyway, Captain. They don't understand how to rebuild shit. They never played Jenga with Jengison or Dwayne. I understand everything. It's in my fucking name. So, yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to accept the fact that it's niggas, Incas, angels, but they'll then know we're different. And for some reason, their people are programmed to treat us different by default. And then they haven't asked that question. What did they do today? They never did anything at all, actually. Well, I thought they were just all slaves from Africa. Well, they're all slaves from Africa. Where your empathy at? Ain't you trying to fucking free Palestinians for being like slaves in Gaza, you dumb bitch? But you treat black people the same. Shut your dumb ass up. You don't even know what fucking freedom is. Because you're not free. If you rhyme with slave, Slavic. Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's narrative versus reality. And their narrative is breaking. Thank God, man. Thank God. One day, someone's going to believe me when I tell them I am King James' grandson. And then what that means is, these are not Jewish, and these are not white people. So what are they doing together besides bullshitting about everything? No matter what it is. If the foundation of their language, their society, their location, and their political Zionist agenda is based on the fact that it's my ancestors, my book, and my people, the whole thing is wrong, right? That's what I'm saying. This math problem don't take that long for me. You're not my daddy. You're not my cousin. You're not my genetic equal. I ain't got no fucking monkey blood, so you're not related. And that's all it goes. We ain't gotta go further than that. So because we're not related, that's not you. Cool fucking story, part 2. And it's me. Cool fucking story, part 3. So you've been lying on your dick. Not only are they lying on your dick, they're pretending to have our dick. That's how fucking sick they are. They're trying to take accomplishments in stolen valor from us, pretending they're us by name. They don't act like us. They don't give a fuck about them for real. If it wasn't for benefits. And you're seeing it right now. People benefits are running out. Marjorie Green didn't get the price that she wanted. So thus. Trust me, they're not being moral all of a suddenly. They care about the money, y'all. They care about the money. All of them. None of them here to save you. They're here to save dollars somewhere. For their group, for their coven, for their school, for their brotherhood, for their sisterhood, for their family. They don't give a fuck about everybody else. They're just playing nice. Now it's a wholesale. Now it's a fire sale. Everyone knows the behind the scenes play, that the structure that held the power together is going away. So they're repositioning themselves in their conglomerate. And in doing that, they're betraying their other groups that they were aligned with. So it's very similar to, the Carolinas separating into North and South, or Korea. Yeah, same story. So they're civic warring in that sense. That's why they bring this, the socialists and Democrats are bringing this stupid ass narrative to the timeline. The farmers should have voted. Shut your dumb ass up. Kamala Harris wouldn't have no fucking money either to give you more benefits, you fucking dumbasses. Her saying shit and running on a platform established and giving away shit doesn't mean she could have afforded to. That is the same problem Trump inherited. It's not either one's economy stupid, it's your economy stupid. It's a measurement of you. Accountability, man. We live in a fucking world of accountability being lackluster as fuck across the board. And the thing that everyone is chasing and saying is so important, that's where they're the most unaccountable. Money. Follow the money, but no one ever followed it till its fucking beginning. They're stupid. They're fucking idiots. And they get the parade around as like authority. Who don't have to read because the system's in place for them to walk into. for them to exploit it. Everything else is social. They counted on you not knowing. They count on you not believing the shit that I'm saying and things similar in that same vein. They're counting on the fact that most people are too lazy to find out for themselves. You ain't gonna waste your prayers and channel and meditation, law of attraction on figuring out the truth. You have been using it to do what you do. And that's not a judgment, that's the truth. No one gave a fuck about my history. No one gave a fuck about getting the Indians right. No one gave a fuck about anything. They just gave a fuck about being on our land and getting their benefits package. We know. My people of all people would know. We've watched you for all hundreds of years. So genetic memories and everything. Ours is much different than most of these people. Since they weren't here the whole time, and we were. I'm a direct beeline descendant from these motherfuckers too, by the way. I'm not kind of their grandson. I'm directly their grandson. Understand something. I'm talking about father to daughter to son to mother. I'm talking about direct. I ain't talking about going left, going right, and then it ends up a third party that was married into these niggas. No. I'm the father and son on both sides of my family. I'm Carlos V on one side, and I'm John Smith, Prester John on the other side. And they're father and son. Almost like incest, but removed by 400 years. So yeah, no. I'm the same bloodline on both sides of my family. That's how much of a Jew that I am. I'm the same bloodline 2 times. I got the last name Smith from my father, and his mother's a Beasley. She's John Smith's granddaughter. So that means his father's a Smith too. And then on my mother's side, same story. Juan Carlo, JKV, Carlos V. That's her grandfather too. And then she's a Banks through her father. Banneker, Westmoreland, Virginia, Myersdale, Jew name, all of ours. That's our burial site, by the way. Somerset, all of that. With that plane crash, by the way. That's our shit, by the way. And we're black. So imagine that. Nah, they can go to hell. They lie too damn much for me. I'm talking about on the European side and on the Indian side. Both sides times 3. Nah, nigga. They ain't none of that. They ain't the kings of England. They ain't the kings of this map either. Both sides of my family united. 1611. So you got the Khans, you got the European Moors, or just the Moors. So the Moors settled in Pennsylvania. You got the Khans that filled in the west side. And then you got Pocahontas and the Mama Inga tribes from all the way to the bottom of South America to the top, bitch. All 3 of those are mine. I got every fucking holographic card in each of those bloodlines. I know all these motherfuckers are lying on this goddamn globe. Planet, plane, flat earth. Nah. All the kings are my ancestors. Tell them to go to hell. That's why they all speak fucking English. Tell them to go to hell. And the kings are descendants of angels. Tell them to go to hell. Mama Inga's a black woman. Tell them to go to hell. Jesus is a black guy. Tell them to go to hell. So everything they're doing is all LARP. Ain't nothing. They can't fix a fake problem with real solutions if they wanted to. It's too expensive. They would have to fucking think for the first time in their miserable existence. The words mean things. Jesus Christ. I'm a descendant of the Holy Roman Empire. I'm a descendant of Mama Inga's empire. I'm a descendant of the Khan dynasty. There's no room for these faggots anywhere in the last 500 years of history. They would be related to me, and they're not. Thus, somebody lied. Is that a surprise? The people who are lying right now about everything, job numbers included, where they come from, where their grandma say, oh my God, World War II Germany, bitch, you come from Poland. You know, they lie about everything. Half of them motherfuckers they fighting, they goddamn ugly ass cousins. I've seen a few of them. I know how to do the genetics thing with my eyelids. Tell them to stop fucking playing with me. The noses and the eyes and everything, and the goddamn eyebrows. Ours hasn't changed. So anyway. So yeah, man. You know, what a day to be a slave. Cherokee Smith. The Cherokees are the Chilikes. They're mixing with the Chaldeans. In that Bible again, you should read Kingdoms. Israel and Chaldeans were fighting each other. But you know they keep their women and have kids, so they end up mixed. Cherokee. Chalike is Arabic. Mohammedans. Carlos V. Sidi Muhammad. Montezuma. Mount Zion. Mansa Musa. All the same person. My grandfather. And then his father, Genghis, Jesus, Andrew. And then his son, John, Prester. Dwayne Deshaun Smith. All three of them in one. That's what they designed. My bloodline is all of them 3 times. All 3 columns. Yep. Yep. Father, son, and grandson. Ain't that a bitch? That's hard to do without incest, by the way. It took 400 years to make sure I wasn't retarded. But I'm all of their bloodlines. All they love to do is eat hot chips and get STDs, Mr. Now. Jesus Christ. What are you, Atlanta or Houston? King Will says, I just got through eating baked salmon and brown rice. 4:30, walk away. I'm gonna get some roses on the way back. Hey. The so-called royals in Britain from Germany, not England. I know. That's why I said I'm the Holy Roman Empire. We're German. Nuremberg is DC. It's a German word. Nuremberg UFOs, the first ones recorded. That was us. White, German does not mean white. The Holy Roman Empire is German. This is what the Third Reich is pretending to be. You get it? Whether they're the Jewish side or the German side, both of them motherfuckers are delusional. They're liars. They're none of us. I'm all of it. They're none of it. They just got here within the last 250 years. I'm telling you. They weren't here before that. We have all of their crests. We have all of their lore. And the best part is, all these faggots speak English. A language for angels. And all the angels are dark skinned. The only one that was pale in our Bible, like, apparently, was Noah. But then he had 3 kids. Allegedly. You know how seraphim like to slip into everything. But Shem, Semite. Smith is Semite. It's an anagram of Semite. Smith. And the only Semite that matters is the fucking emperor. Genghis. Genghis Smith. He's a blacksmith. He's a Semite. We built everything in captivity. So I'm a blacksmith from that timeline. The last time we was in captivity, and my grandfather freed us. That's why we're the blacksmiths. That's why we have all the horses. That's why we have all the technology. Blacksmiths build boats too. That's why we're navigators, Hebrews, or Moors, depending on what language you speak. It's not a fucking religion. It's a biography. We don't give a fuck about believing. We know who our fathers are. Get what I'm saying? Someone else who ain't us, who joined the team or something, they might have to commit it to memory if they're pledging fealty or allegiance. I get that. Hence, like joining an army. But when you're that, there is no, is it real, and all this bullshit you see. It makes no fucking sense. It makes less sense for them. None of them are royals. Benjamin Netanyahu is Polish. It's not about converting and believing in a church or a book they don't fucking read anyway. Who the fuck said we wrote a Talmud? They don't read the damn Bible anyway. Have you noticed something? They don't even like Jesus. So they're anti the thing they say they are. Ain't that fucking stupid? If Genghis is the greatest Judah there ever was, they're dumb. Genetically fucking useless. And it's proven by the sun. And ain't that in the Bible? For the sons, for the wings of righteousness will come. And you will trample on them like calf in a stable. For they will return to dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What did Genghis say? Dust your hands off, dust your feet off. Be done with them. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. If it's not yours, leave it alone. Starting in your throne. Freddy Krueger shit, Nightmare on Elm Street. Stop looking at them as if they're them niggas. They're powerless. They're useless. They use everyone else to do their shit. The difference is they have the fucking Chuck E. Cheese tokens to pay you to do it. You like fucking cheese sticks. That's what the problem is. The people. You ain't got that much leadership. 1% own most of everything. And so 99% of us are just fucking stupid. This ain't a fucking lottery. You're not in a fucking casino. This is your real life. They're stopping you from having children. They're making your life miserable. So you should change the fucking channel in your mind about how much authority they have. They're already doing it to each other. So it's a little too late for you, but maybe you should join in at the last minute. You understand where this is going? This shit's happening with or without you. That's how I know God is real. Because I cannot wait for it. They put on a suit, wings of an unalienable right, Zeusness. Yeah, you can't just join us. Your grandma had to be a bad bitch. Your grandma ain't a bad bitch and she ain't have one of our kids. Stop acting like this. It's not a fucking religion or belief system, bitch. Genghis Khan lives in his kids. Hi, bitch. We don't return, nigga. We just keep going. Bebe's kids. We don't die, we multiply. Forward. I'm 14 generations from. That's 400 years ago. I'm here. There is no fucking return, bitch. They're talking about me, stupid. Whatever grandkid it would live. But specifically me. All you gotta do is replenish the earth. AKA keep on fucking. Eat, drink, and be merry, bitch. Stop trying to control everybody else's destinies. So that's what we did. We got in where we fit in. All dimensions. And here I live. At 40 years old, Gabriel taught Muhammad his first revelation. Same story. Thank God the Quran's not a religion. It's a science book. Is belief for smart people? So why the fuck would the smartest people that ever existed that wrote these books and gave you language and math need a belief system? How did we do it without it? If we made it up? The fuck? It's a goddamn documentary. It's not a belief system. God does not require you to believe in shit. What the fuck would that mean to a God anyway? Like, who the fuck do you think you are if you're not one? Like, you gotta think about it logically. Why would any of those men require you to believe a goddamn thing about their father anyway? Who fucking asked them what they believed? That sounds like some new colonial shit. That's why so many religions have the same 12 ingredients. Auras, Horus. Oh, there it goes again, Egypt. Genes of Isis. There we go again, Egypt. Osiris and all the phalluses all over DC and shit. And everywhere else they go to parks at. Even their fucking keystones and their gateways are shaped like mushrooms and penises. They done turned that shit into a faggot fetish. You think that's my God that did that? You lost your damn mind. Then why is fucking Sodom and Gomorrah in Genesis? That's the first fucking book. For you to know we ain't with that shit. So why the fuck would all the people claiming to be us be the main motherfuckers in that shit? Then they're not us, dummy. Easy. This is easy. They're not living by the first fucking chapter of their damn book, if it's theirs. I'm the only one that still talk like that. Most of these men gave up because they're scared of what someone would think. Oh, you're a toxic masculine. You're a faggot. They'd rather be a faggot. Let them be a faggot. I mean, it is what it is. Right? Ultimately. There's a word for a reason. So, English. Tower of Babel was Babylon. They knocked them shits down, didn't they? World Trade Center shit, 9/11. You understand everything. 9/11 jobs loss. I know that's right. Oh, they're in a crisis. They're headlining it to communicate to each other above your eyelids. They love to do that. Remember, the Illuminati has to show you what their plans is. Accountability, trying to reduce the tension of universal law that they're bending. And they must have broke that rubber band. Thank God. Thank God we didn't need a whole bunch of believers. Because it's math, not feelings. Gabriel is algebra. It's mathematics, the prerequisite to English. You want to show yourself self-approved? Start becoming a mathematician. Laughing my ass off. If you stop believing in me, I would have never created you in your past. No. If you don't believe, then how we get here? Shut up. They are goofy. Should be let the brotherly love continue. Hebrews 13. And some of them can fight too. And they still pick the bow down to a superfruit. I know. There's a lot of strong men out there who hurt people for less, but then bow down to a faggot for benefits. Same story, man. It's a beneficiary paradise down here, man. I'm telling you, hypergamy is very feminine. Now you understand everything. You've been saying this for a minute about a lot of things, so beat Juggernaut's post on Instagram. You just sent me another confirmation. Oh, it must be that time again. Oh no, I be saying a lot of things. That's what we do. We just say things. And they tend to show up one way or another. For my word shall not come back to me void. Who was talking? Whoever it was, I'm related to him. Same story. In the same room as them with no cameras, and they haven't ended them yet. I'm telling you, that Stockholm syndrome is crazy. But they compromise those that are closest to them. That's what all the fucking scandals are about right now. Epstein list and Black Book. It's not about just inappropriate parties with minors. It's the fact that they tape it. They tape it. It's extortion. That's why Mossad is mentioned. They use extortion. That's why Russia's one of Vladimir Putin saying that Putin has a tape of Trump messing with minors. That story came out 2 days ago. It didn't make it to the White House. I guess it's not important. They have the tape, boss. They have the tape of what Trump was doing. The list is unimportant. One more time. If people are waiting for Trump to snitch on himself and all his best friends, Democrats or Republicans that are part of the bullshit, they already know they're on the list, right? The people on the list know they're on the list. And the people on that list that participated know who participated. That's why they participated. And they all know it comes with footage. That's why they can't say nothing. Chris Tucker included. Right? He was on that list. He used to hang out with Michael Jackson and everybody. Of course you know who Epstein is. He was like one of the people pandering for the Democrats. Of course you know Hillary Clinton. And thus he knows Bill Clinton. And thus they've been on the same jet. And yes, they went to the same Epstein Island. Can you imagine that? Smokey was close to all those people. And you think he got there by not doing nothing? Crazy fucking story. Then asking him to fucking speak up. Who did he see go there? Oh, ain't that crazy? That's what I'm saying. It's not a white people thing by itself. They're just the majority of the fuckery. Numbers, statistics. But there's plenty of us on that list. Tucker, Jay-Z, and a few other names that I didn't put a face to yet, but I bet they look like this. They would have to. And then they all had wives, don't they? The only ones that broke up with their husbands is what? Hillary Clinton, de facto, and then Melinda Gates, who's probably a boy now. Have you seen him lately? Nothing like the Melinda from 20 years ago. Weird fucking story with those people. But yeah, that divorce was over Bill Gates' fetish for going to Lolita Island. Real life, kid. He lost half of his billions of dollars, right? Allegedly. You know how that shit go. 70% of your money don't fucking exist. It's on computers. Can you imagine that? $1 trillion where? Let me see you fucking stack it up. Let me see him with that shit. Can't do it. It's all digital. Anyway, so we're not trying to crack the code on who they are. It's a requirement for them to be who they are. One more time. You're not trying to determine who was involved. You're learning that to be involved, you must do some shit like that. And that's just one level of it. There's little gates you have to go through before they even put you in that round. Before you even get invited to be around people like that, you would have to have been down a lower level. I know that's right. I know it's right. They do the same thing in gangs. I know that's right. They do the same thing in a cartel. I know that's right. Initiation, blood sacrifices, right? All of their victims are blood sacrifices. Don't forget that. It's not just going to the island and be a freaky frog. It's that you don't see most of those victims ever again. So what's on tape again? Is it a fetish for a 15-year-old Or is it including her satanic ritual ending? Remember who you're dealing with. Epstein Island is highly occultic, Egyptian. The disrespect I can't accept. We're not faggots. They should have made Greek next time. Anyway, curriculum prerequisite, video drummers. Yeah. They have the films of these people, guys. Everybody know it. I hope the CIA, FBI, NSA know it. Come on now. We've seen them leak. Fucking Hunter Biden's laptop had way more than him doing crack on it. He was fucking with little people. Don't forget that. Everyone let that shit slide and now they're interviewing him. These are faggots. Even the people interviewing them. They know what they do. They're doing that R. Kelly and Gayle type bullshit to try and make you focus on a different angle of it and not how sick it really is. That's why R. Kelly said that shit and no one heard him. Because you think he's being dramatic and he's not. He's saying, the crime that I'm going to jail for is for living with two grown-ass women who I pay for everything. Yeah, I'm fucking them. What am I supposed to do? Remember that. R. Kelly not in jail for no sex tapes. They let that shit slide. Now you understand why? He's in jail for some fucking reason, and they end up getting these two girls, and their parents was calling them. Remember, their parents was calling them, but they're in their 20s. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's why he's in prison in North Carolina, by the way, right down the street from where I used to live. So R. Kelly went to prison for two grown-ass women in a polyamorous relationship or whatever arrangement that was. He graduated to 20-year-olds. Say what the fuck you want to say. So when they interviewed him, when he's talking to Gayle, he said something very important, that he was around those people in that light, in that tax bracket, and he's seen girls taken away in chains. And he's trying to blow the lid on it. And he's trying to dry snitch on that. And what does Gayle do? She's so concerned about victims and shit. She ran the other way. We seen Barbara Walters do the same thing with Corey, the dude from Lost Boys. He was the one that came forward about Harvey Weinstein. And she knew who the fuck he was talking about. And she changed the subject. It's always the women. The women, when you deal with street level human trafficking, the people who are taking care of the kids are women. Not men. Men are not nurturers. Little girls wouldn't trust the men if the men are coming over there to fuck them. So they use women. Women are handling these kids. Y'all know that, right? Like, common fucking sense. And anyone who's busted up human trafficking rings know that. The guy in Alabama that had everybody in his basement locked up, his wife opened the damn door. She knew who the fuck in her basement. She pay her electric bill, don't she? Alright then. Stop fucking playing out here. They don't bring the women to justice. And if they do, you don't hear about it. They don't want to paint that picture. Why? So you don't start looking at people like, I don't know, AOC, Hillary Clinton's. Hillary knew Bill was going back and forth. So she knew, because she knew what's fucking going on in fucking Gaddafi's fucking cell phone, don't she? So she don't know where fucking Bill Clinton's at and what bitches he around? Are you stupid? Read her fucking email list. She know a lot of shit. She got a lot of contacts, but she can't figure out whether or not Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton can't figure out who the fuck her fucking father and husband was hanging out with and what the fuck they were doing when they weren't coming home. Are y'all fucking stupid? Oh yeah, that's right. That's the same bitch that hired all those orphanages in Haiti where all those kids went missing, right? That was Hillary Clinton funded shit, was it not? There's a whole fucking shit in the documentary on YouTube and Netflix about the shit. It's women, bro. It's the women who did all the human trafficking for the past 250 years. If you didn't know, Isabella. Are y'all done? Stop fucking playing with me. It's the women selling their pussy on OnlyFans. Stop fucking playing with me. It's women giving head in the strip clubs. Are you fucking playing with me? There is no human trafficking without women. So my question is, just in saying that, so I can wake it up in case you've never had that thought cross your mind before, what are the women doing about it? What are the women in Hollywood and politics saying about it? Free Palestine. A fucking OnlyFans model. That's human trafficking. The fuck? What is wrong with people, bro? Narcissism. They'll do it until they stop getting benefits. And then they'll act like, oh my God, I'm a victim of poverty. Now I want to speak. I know, bitch. You're programmed. Simon Says and shit. You'll never go to heaven. Thank God. New kind. Hunter, Trump, Einstein, Diddy. Now name all their mothers that protect them. And use all that dirty money to put shit in their name. Go. Blank. 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 That's what the problem is. If you want to know who's in control of their bastard little psychopathic son, it's always the fucking mother. Their mother's behind them. Diddy's mother is behind him. New kind said it. They're witches. Easy. Who you think sent Diddy during the pandemic that big ass amethyst crystal on his fucking living room table? Or some dude at a baby oil party? Nah, you can only get that with witches shop. Anyway, thus. Saw the tattoo on Diddy's back? Have y'all ever seen that? Have you ever seen Diddy's back tattoo? This will back it all up for you. Real quick, someone Google it. Google who is tattooed on Diddy's back real quick, so we can wake this shit up, as the girls like to say. I know, I'm cooking, boy. I be paying attention sometimes. Fortune cookies. Yep, he got a Mary or Hagar tattooed on his back. Full back cover tattoo of a woman. What are you trying to say as a Jew? Since he's a Cohen and I'm a Beasley. Diddy's a black Jew. He's just not the royals. Or he wouldn't act like that. Get it? That's funny. You'll be awarded great honor. The Honorable Dason. Get the fuck out of my face. I ain't no Mason. But I don't mind being rewarded for honor. Or with honor. With great honor, he said. I will be rewarded with great honors. Okay. I was already an honor roll student in honors classes. I don't know if I need that again, but I'll take it. It does not come with bitches. Contrary to popular belief, bitches do not like smart people. And anyone who they think they say they like, they're smart, he wasn't as smart as me. So she never dated a smart guy. Women do not like smart men. Or shall I say, a man smarter than them. Kryptonite. Kryptonite. If you turn her scheduled 2-hour argument into 5 minutes, she'll hate you. She don't know what to do in those extra hour and 55 minutes besides rumigate on all over the fucking facts that you made sense. Next time she's gonna make it worse for you, just to see if she can win. These bitches are spiteful when they're in that energy. Thank God they're not always in that energy. But it usually ends when they are. You familiar, fellas? They just start bickering about nothing. You're like, I know this is the answer. I did the fucking surface level internal simulation by myself. I used all the data from last time and the other times and those other girls. And then I kept it very simple and I kept myself calm and I did everything right. Shit, I even bought the bitch flowers. And she's still losing her goddamn mind. That's how you know time is up. Riding his back, yep. A black Madonna. It's probably Hagar though. Yeah, it's Hagar. Since Mary's in America. So anyway, Mary, Maryland, Virginia colonies. Oh my God, can you imagine? A Mary is in America. It's in the name. In the Y, an angel. Same story again. Jesus Christ. She was lit, so her baby's lit. Same story shit. And guess who his daddy is? An angel. Same story again. God damn. So, sons of God. I don't think Hagar was an angel. That's the key difference. But Ishmael's father is Abraham, one of the first creations. Otto, straight out the garden. Adam. Now we're starting to understand everything. His father's a giant. Give him great powers. But does not make him one of heaven's hosts. He's not a Lord of hosts, which is why we go to Israel. Jacob, Sarah, the Saracen, us. But I'm both, so you know how that shit. Now, back then, no, but now now I am a product of both. But back then, still segregated, I guess. Now you understand the Quran versus the Bible. Same story. They're both Abrahamic. My sons. Masonry. Then they become Shriners, Mohammedans. Ain't that a bitch? Won't they make up their mind? Oh yeah, that's right. Solomon's in the Quran too. Same family of Jews. But people in the Quran are Muslim. No, they're not. There was no fucking such thing back then. These are all new ideas. Christians and Muslims are brand fucking new. I would fucking know. Mohammedans are not Muslims. City Muhammad is not a Muslim. That word means Musulman. Before Islam, before Muslim, they're Musulman. You can look at Treaty of Tripoli, Article 13. Don't stop fucking playing with me. 13L, angels. All right, so Musulman, what are those? Souls wrapped in muscles. What are souls? Angels. Angels wrapped in muscles. Allah. Same story. Jesus. It's not a fucking religion. It's a pedigree. It's a biography. It's a documentary of a bloodline of people. They don't give a fuck about what you believe on Saturday and Sunday. The writers, they're not writing it for you. They're writing it for their people. Thank God. They found it appropriate to remix it and butcher it and make it 20 more religions. That's why we couldn't fucking miss. And then we'll know how lackluster it is. Sharia law, what are you, a sheriff? I thought those were in America. No, we're gonna copy it over there. I thought we didn't go over there. Oh, the white man brought it to us. I thought there was no Quran in his book. How are we gonna bring you that? We're lying. I know. You gotta stop going to school with these faggots. That's all. They don't teach you anything but lies. Or you would have cured everything already, like we used to. Anyway, so, yeah, man. Yeah, all of our riches is in gold, and all their riches is in fucking cotton. Your dollar bill is what, 70% cotton? Yeah, you wonder if you're still slavery. You still picking cotton, ain't you? Your dollar is mostly cotton. You still picking cotton, ain't you? Oh, you got a big barrel of cotton. Ooh. You don't get a tent all by yourself. Oh, you got a lot of cotton today. What, you trying to get a horse? Slavery is so bad, you can have a horse and go to the next town by yourself. Can you imagine that shit? And then you can quit your plantation and go work for another one. Benjamin Franklin. Read about it, bitch. Issues of Mankind, 1751, before the Civil War. So our idea of slavery is even wrong. It would look like your employment for people who don't own land since they're immigrated or captured. Go fucking figure. The slave masters was your church. That's the Emancipati. Then they changed you to the state. Now your slave master's a bank. Your chattel. Your strawman. So theoretically, you're only a slavery in the metaphysical. But you're definitely still working for cotton. No gin. Arabian Nights. Jiro Yokim. Oh man. Jiro done block. Aru done cut a regular. Hold on. Let me unhide the user at least. No, Jiro's regular. Jiro, you should be able to type again, so. But yeah. We're at a time where whoever the fuck they're pretending to be fall even faster, man. And it falls faster once you realize what they lied about. They didn't just lie to you. They lied about everything. Like, this wasn't personal to y'all. It was personal to us, though. That's why I'm so happy to say fuck them. Vengeance is mine, saith the law. L. Lords. Electorate. Piggy. You can kick Piggy Hill. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? The hell is that gonna help us do? We already know. We talked about it already. He got chopped in the fucking neck by a silver bullet. It'll be the first of many. That's what time it is. It don't even fucking matter why no more. If that can happen, oh my God. It's gonna be bad for them. They can't go nowhere. They done pissed off the whole world. In the fucking summer. And they're trying to keep the narrative. Oh yeah, this is the Illuminati trying to keep control and this is the plan and agenda. No, it's not. Their plan is not to get their fucking head shot off with $1 billion. So no, this is not their plan. This is a result of their plans. Yes. This is the effect of their cause. Yes. But this is not the direction they were trying to go with it. I promise you. They're losing control of their mind. Thus the image. Do not corrupt your image. Imagination. Imagination. Zoroaster. Aaron. Same story here. They lost control of that. Remember, like all the rituals of Molech and Baal and all that stuff, that shit's our idols. But it works because you get so many people involved to channel it. And then their collective mana creates the reaps or the benefits. So all of us were raised this way. You couldn't get around it. If you watched Nickelodeon or Disney or CBS, you would have caught their programming, right? Since they paid for it. Harvey Weinstein. All New Line Cinema is him, right? So all those hood movies you loved, most of those boys had to suck Harvey's dick or vice versa. One more time. All of your hood movie classics, New Line Cinemas, Friday included, that was connected to Harvey Weinstein's dick. Ask Terry Crews. One more time. I know you're not going to like this. You wonder why all the directors and John Singletons are gay dudes and they get away with that shit. Lee Daniels and those types and Tyler Perry's just a little bit. You start to see why that pattern is there. Because at the top of their funding ladder, at the top of their studio and their camera budget, is a gay-ass white man talking about he Jewish. Tell me I'm lying. And in a lot of cases with BET people, it was Diddy. But before him, Andre Harrell, Clive Davis. Tell me I'm lying. Those are all homosexuals. You don't find that to be a strange pattern? You think straight, toxic black guys don't have good ideas? The devil's a damn liar. I can run that shit better than them without trying. It would actually fucking work. We would actually have fucking talent and not people willing to bend over and do weird shits and backflips. That's the system that's coming undone, by the way. Thank God, by the way. Thank God, by the way, that its funding, its corruption is going away. So when we rebuild it, we remember, oh, okay, no Freaky Frog parties with these niggas. I mean, we ain't even got to talk about the politics and all the hidden things and things within here. It is what the fuck it is. That's Babylon, dog. That's what Babylon did, dog. It's in that book, bro. They covered all the fucking bases. A lot of the sick shit is implied. Some shit you just ain't got to say. You know what it is. If they're describing faggots. That's why they're so drastic against that. Then the sons of God show up and they destroy everything. That's a reoccurring theme in our book. And the sons of God show up as men. They walk around and shit. They have Ark of the Covenants and weapons and technology. Yeah, they'll shut down some shit. Touch not my anointed. That's not a threat. That's a fucking promise. They touched us. A lot of us. All right. God's timing or something. There's a time and a season for everything. How about we just get rid of them all at once? Karma's up. Time's up. We had to take accountability for our bullshit, though. How did we end up in the same fucking situation that Jesus got us out of? Wake up. Wake up. Wake all the way the fuck up. Hence, generational curse breaking, taking accountability, turning our heads back to God. However you know how to. That's the illest shit about it. Better than a 401k. You can't match God anyway. He'll bring you the rest of the way if you're trying. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Ask anyone who's been at a tower moment and they turn to God and watch how that bitch turned around. They don't even fucking remember how. They remember that little internal processor figuring it out and not figuring it out and then running out of steam and energy and then finally giving up and then finally surrendering and then things turning around. You familiar with the pattern? Interesting. It's fucking unanimous. Thus, the most important thing for you to take care of is your imagination. Do not waste it with vain imaginations. And a lot of the headlines and politics and he say, she say, and whoever gets paid the benefits to be a certain way. It's all vanity. And it's vain imaginations. Oh, I would look good on that. Oh, I can't wait to go on that vacation and post that picture. You know, these are all vain imaginations. I can't wait to go on vacation to get these people to fuck up out my face. I can't wait to go to one of those islands. I'll tell you about it when I'm fucking done. Unless I'm streaming at 3 a.m. at midnight. Other than that, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks. I'm doing that for the sanity of my mind. Imagination. That is the Illuminati. Those who learn how to use their imagination. It comes with a fringe benefit of telepathy. We know that's right. You just gotta get evolved so you can control it. Some people are born with it. Others is Maybelline. But it's real. The CIA said the remote viewing project. Oh my God, nigga. Before there's a CIA remote viewing project, bitch, there's a Bible. We're already doing it, nigga. 401 of these people working for a king of Israel. We are already doing that. This is not new. The thing that we keep fucking up as a people with tarot and witchcraft and all that dumb shit is that you keep working for the devil, you dumb bitch. That's the difference. That's why it's ineffective. You're worshiping false idols. It had nothing to do with your gifts and talents. It's who you are offering to. So you're invoking all these spirits and Kalimas and all these other fucking people and Hindus and Hindus. Bitch, I'm the Hindu. Why are you calling on someone that's Hindu? You got a Hindu grandmother? What the fuck you talking about, man? False idol to you. What does your bloodline say, bitch? AKA, what angel you come from, bitch? You don't come from angels? Then why are you in our shit? It solves itself. Some people just like marketing shit and selling little half-ass versions of it. And I guess enough people sucked and fucked and mixed for most people to have a pine cone. Some people have crystalline. Everyone don't have pine. It's like not Roblox. Yeah, Roblox maybe. But the other one, Minecraft. You can make a sword, but there's different materials. Diamond. That's the difference in genetic design. It's what the main thing is made out of. Another way to tell how much heart they got. That's how you know who you come from. You didn't get there by yourself. People are fucking. And that's why it's so important for your little daughter not to go on the street and get fucked by little hoodlums. Because you bring that into your bloodline. You gotta take care of it. And you gotta work on their generational curse that they brought to you. You gotta overcompensate because you know they're not gonna help. Get it? This is very practical if you look at it genetically. Those problems are the side effects of genetics. That's why it's the opposite for hypergamy. They go to NBA and NFL and say, at least my kid will be tall. They're not looking for him to be smart enough for me. I guess they try to make everyone go to college first. Understand something? This is marketing for sex trade, human trafficking, even if it's a contract and they call it the NBA. Wake your dumb ass up. It's different levels of human trafficking, such as Venezuela bringing boats of drugs. Well, what about JP Morgan? Why the fuck would you blow up a fisherman boat with 11 people, but you didn't blow up the billions of dollars of cocaine on a JP Morgan? One more time, look it up. JP Morgan Coke boat. There's 3 of them that I know about. One that's allegedly to a boxer, then they found another one in Philadelphia. JP Morgan brings drugs into this country. You heard what the fuck I said? Your banking institution brings drugs into this country with their boats. So why are we going to Venezuela for again, Maga? Go to JB Morgan's house first. They're the reason why your auntie doing the stinky leg. Because even if you do not have a drug cartel, JP Morgan has plenty of boats. And they always filled up with coke. Have you noticed something? Google it. How the fuck does a drug cartel or some street nigga get a JP Morgan boat? That motherfucker can't get a JP Morgan $10,000 loan. So wake the fuck up. The Vatican gets caught for drugs. The White House had cocaine in it. And they don't know who had it and how it got there. Let's stop fucking making shit up in our head about how this ain't that. You know what I'm talking about? Not you. I'm just saying the narrative. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? JP Morgan got drugs. The White House got drugs. The Vatican got drugs. The Opium Wars. The pirates that took over the United States. It's the same fucking story, ain't it? The fuck are we talking about? Silk Road was a drug trade, baby. Mayan God M sells coke. What are we talking about? They made paperwork to block out competition in drug trade. Big Pharma, Israel. That's where most of America gets its money from right now. From drug trade. Pharmaceuticals are drugs. Quite literally. They don't cure nothing. You get addicted to them. They have wild ass side effects. Motherfuckers want to gospel me about weed and fucking mushrooms. What about the shit you pick up from CVS every fucking 2 weeks? Have you read the side effects to that shit? How come ain't no one preaching about the side effects of Adderall, Vyvanse, or Klonopin? Or Dilaudid? How come they ain't talking about those side effects? The shit that you take when you're sad, but it make you feel suicidal. Oh, but too many black and miles, you start coughing. Bitch, you'll drop dead soon. Stop fucking playing with me. Since they're lacing it with fentanyl. Same country. Same pirate ship. Same corporation. Same company. Same stock. Same colony. That's the whole game. It's piracy. Everything else is playing cordial with other pirates. How you doing? Blackbeard. Apparently Charlie Kirk got shot. Yeah, we saw it a little bit earlier. We got the real-time alert from the homies. A little neck and a big head. Bad ingredient to get shot in the neck. Mark King, the earth is flat, my G. It's domed, like a snow globe. So it's both. 4 corners with a dome. So you can perceive it if you're looking up at the dome, round. But if you're on the ground, it's flat because water finds level. Same story. MRI says the Vatican putting on a show called Grace for the World with Pharrell and John Legend. So it would take 2 bisexuals to talk about the God in the Vatican. See, they can't do this correctly. They can't do it. They don't know how to pick the right people for some shit like that. They're just gonna go to talent. Talent they don't have access to anymore. Weird movie. Newcon says the Rothschild black and white movie showed them doing blow back in the Napoleon Wars. Yeah, it was opium too. Big time opium. Big time opium. Opium Wars 1, Opium Wars 2, and right now, technically, we'll be in Opium Wars 3 or 4. Like I said, the crack era was kind of like the in-betweener, but we're in Opium Wars 4, IV, everything. This 4th generation Mark IV, everything. Just in 250 years. Damn. Greta didn't get droned. It was just a firework. That's saying the same thing, though. Why are they still attacking that little girl? Like, that's a warning shot, I guess, right? That's what they're trying to say. Oh, no, it wasn't a drone, but we did shoot a firework at her and catch fire on their boat. Enough for them to live. But then the flotilla was attacked again, anyway. And that's with China on the way, by the way. So they keep fucking sending warning shots. I want to see if they got that same fucking energy for China. They'll be there today or tomorrow. I want to see if you get any fucking drone reports or firework reports from the motherfuckers that brought you fireworks, Tartaria. I want to see if they throw fucking fireworks at China's boats. I would love to see this shit. I want to see if Israel got balls or not, since they're picking on little retarded girls who just want to save the fucking world. It's fucking weird out here, boy. Fucking weird out here. Who cares though? Vatican used to be a brothel during certain popes. Fucking Europe used to be a brothel when we left. Fucking Berlin Wall was a brothel for children. There are fucking kids in that part of Germany in recent history. Not a long time ago. Look up Berlin brothels, kids. These are these people right now. These are the kids from those brothels and their children. Right now. Right fucking now. Go ahead. Go ahead and look it up. Look up Berlin brothel children. Look it up. They weren't about if you're talking about the Holocaust. Nah, what about your granddad fucking all them children and paying for it? Faggot. Bitch ass niggas. Yeah. They ain't enough Nazi for me. Mr. Now says the first program those girls do to activism, they want to shoot them for doing what they were made to do. They're 1 times 1 ass people. Yeah, they divide against themselves every time. Harut says, yep, and before too, 1930s cross-dressing and everything. Huh? The same thing with FBI leadership. A bunch of fucking Shriners and cross-dressers. The one that was persecuting my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali, he's a fucking cross-dresser. What's that faggot name again? He's a fucking mulatto. Fucking sellout. What's his fucking name? Hoover? I think it was Hoover who was a cross-dresser. Go ahead and Google it. You'll see him in a dress. He was a faggot that led Napoleon's FBI, by the way. The FBI is from Napoleon Bonaparte, the black one, African, French. Just like Point du Sable in Chicago, same people. They're Africans, French Africans. French Morocco is in the name. And that wasn't a long time ago. That was during the Civil War, by the way. Napoleon lived during the Civil War. Don't forget that bitch. Haiti, Dominican Republic, Florida, all that shit. Where everything got like a French name to it, like chattel slavery, like Zouave army. You wonder why they're mixed with Africans? Yeah. Same story, bitch. That's why they're so short. Anyway, can't be us. Stop saying all black people. New Orleans. So yeah, man, this shit easy. Once you understand what they lying about, the rest of it is just movies. This shit is easy. Like, you ain't the nigga you say you is. The end. Nothing else to think about. No other books to read. Nothing else to dig up. They ain't write none of that shit. They ain't none of them people. That's what our problem is. Fuck who we are. Who the fuck are they? What are those? It's so bad these days. Most of them don't know. But the handful of faggots left who won't pass it down to no kids. Then they'll forget. Then they'll think you're going to go into their things and read their books and all their notes. You ain't got time for that. They won't even upload that shit to ChatGPT for real. They can't wait to sell the fucking house it's in. As predicted by my grandfather. They're that damn used to luxury that they don't give a fuck about reality. And their next generation cannot be compatible with it if they have to work again. No farmer bureau. The farmers haven't even, you took all those millions and billions of dollars they got and created their own union in case this happens. They even invest in websites and things in which they can offload this type of harvest to the regular American people. But then it's probably in the dotted line they signed for their federal benefits not to do that. So they shot themselves in the foot. J. Edgar Hoover, yep. J. Edgar Hoover was a crossdresser and a homosexual. And he had a hard on for all the black people because he hated his fucking black grandmother, I bet. Bitch ass nigga. All of them. Repeated through history. They celebrate bitch ass niggas, including Christopher Columbus. His name is Colonus. He likes it in the ass. It's not a last name. He's not English. Christopher Colonus. Colonists, homosexuals, eunuchs, Mamelukes. Yeah, that's why they use those root words for anal sex. That's what they are. Colonizers. Gay sex pirates. Booty, treasures. Pirate ships full of boys. Captain Hook, Peter Pan. Pan, goats, Baphomets. We know. They're mocking Muhammad, Michael. Minute. 15-minute city Muhammad. We're not faggots though. They should read our Bibles. They're cosplaying Murmurs Parade. Look it up. Go to the city of brotherly love, Hebrews 13, and look up Murmurs Parade, Philadelphia. And you see all those cross-dresser white men out there, grown-ass men, dressing like faggots, dressing like Moors, bitch-ass niggas all around you on Moore Street and 6. Think about it. 9. They expose themselves. That's why they women hate them. Because it's not a bunch of little girls. That's how I know women are full of shit when it comes to this topic in Epstein's list. They don't forget that all these faggots are doing this to little boys. And they don't even talk about that, by the way. They get the little girls pregnant, so they have a bunch of little dumbass clones all over the place. But their fetish is for the boys. Most of them are dark-skinned. Haiti, Virginia, Maryland. Wake your dumb ass up. That's why no one gives a fuck for real. That's how I know they all frauds. No bleeding heart, anything. They want all that damn attention for a fucking non-for-profit so they can buy another house again. What is this, Black Lives Matter again? Fucking weirdos. Damn liars. Damn demons. The synagogue of Satan just called the fucking United States people. Even in the show Billions, his right-hand man was all about the cross-dressing society shit. Narcissists cross-dressing gay lives. Well, narcissism is a feminine behavior, so most narcissistic men are closeted homosexuals. Down low. Narcissists, yeah. Duh. Rewired by all types of trauma. And for most men, it's sexual. Duh. So they have a sexual perversion. They'll run out of shit. What is fucking Charlie, what's that man's name? The highest paid TV dude, Charlie Sheen. His new documentary talks about him trying the other side of the menu. Now there's no more Harvey Weinstein. Same thing with Eddie Murphy. Same thing with Brian McKnight. Same thing with Chingy. Same thing with Young Buck. All those men can get women on their own accord, but then they get bored with the bitches. And then they start trying out men and trannies and Star and all them bitches that'll be dating them. You've seen the stories already. You don't need Warhol Star Hip Hop or Breakfast Club for this shit. This is the pattern of narcissism. Sexual trauma leads them to bisexuality. And then boredom and power control over people, including boys, leads them to that shit. It's about the power, not the orgasm, if you haven't figured it out yet, with a narcissist that needs to farm aura from others. Just like their grandfathers who were pirates. Booty warriors. Body man. Same story, Jamaica, Yamaka, Judah. That's why they hate that shit. Because they came to those islands to rape them, by the way. It isn't about sociology and meanness and equality. It's about fucking ancestor memories, you dumbasses. The same shit you keep defending is the damn problem, stupid. Fucking idiots. A fucking toxic waste. I hope all these motherfuckers go to hell for real. Y'all don't deserve to see heaven. The way you fucking pacify the dumbest shit in the first fucking book in the damn Bible that you're talking about God on, speaking his damn language. No accountability in this bitch. Using the goddamn language of angels. You don't have a fucking excuse. It's not hidden from you. You can't go to heaven. You can't go to no archangel and say you didn't fucking have a clue. All your thoughts is baked in our fucking algebra. You know what's right and wrong, bitch. We built it based on the language, polarity of the words you use, tell you when you out of pocket. You can feel that shit, but your perverted ass do it anyway. That's why you keep it secret, and that's step one to becoming a fucking narcissist. Acting like you ain't fucking sick by projecting on everybody else in this bitch and getting away with it. Then it becomes a fetish. And then you meet others more powerful and you have that secret with each other. And oh my God, you too, you're a faggot just like me. Shh, let's go grind together and get more booty. Tell me I'm fucking lying. I'm not even in they fucking secret societies and I know fucking common sense with this shit on King James English. They tell on themselves about how they talk about this shit. You don't need to believe that they're sick. How many of them keep going to jail for the same shit, nigga? How many people that you see right now, always in litigations and trials, all fucking know each other? They go all to the same fucking Met Gala. They all at the same fucking basketball game. They all at the same fucking white party. And you go, about 50% of these faggots are being accused of the same thing. I wonder if it's true again. Wake your dumb ass up. It's the only thing that's been true for them. They don't do nothing else. They don't cure nothing. They don't fix nothing. They don't help nobody. They're narcissists. That is the root issue of the humanity that is ruining humanity. That sickness right there. And it's the gift that keeps giving. Because then hurt people, and then boom, a new vampire is born. You seen the fucking movie Lost Boy. Weinstein. Come on now. Wake your ass up, boy. Casting couches and everything. What about all the boys that want to be actors? Why do you think they're wearing dresses for? Secret society of homos. That's it. That's their secret. They don't really like women. And now women interface with them niggas. Why? Because they got the most money. They're power hungry. They're oral farming the bad bitches. And then they go talk to me like I'm one of them. Fuck you. You didn't know that nigga was a faggot? Oh, you couldn't see through his fucking diamond made out of plastic. I get it. You gave a fuck about his credit cards. And you wonder why other niggas ain't chasing you, bending over backwards to give you the same thing. You faggot farming. You're not looking for a fucking man. You're looking for a fucking sponsor that don't like bitches. Because a lot of you bitches is down low gay. That's why you got all the plastics and USB chargers. You don't need a man. We know, bitch. You'll never see us say some stupid shit like that. Don't need a woman. What the fuck am I here for? To be a fucking faggot, fucking a fucking Chinese doll out of Japan or something? That's what these bitches sound like, don't they? But we're the fucking losers because we're gonna get the fucking silicone dolls. But this whole time they fucking bananas and cucumbers. Shut up, bitch. You're a herbivore. Tell me I'm lying. Even Faith Evans says she's fucked so many niggas in her timeline that is not even inspiring. On fucking Drink Champs. They fuck so many people from 13 to 23 that men ain't even fun no more. Ask them. So, miss me with the bullshit. Don't call them hoes, though, because that's like the worst word ever, I guess. But not the shit they do. Not the fact that they recruit kids. And not the fact that little girls like Foxy Brown are hanging around Queen Latifahs and the brats, and they ain't protect them either. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They gonna say little lesbian parties in New York together. Shut the fuck up. Corrupting Jay-Z. Ew. What about them grown-ass women that was with him? Yeah, shut the fuck up. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all just don't want to be guilty. Narcissism. It's easier to blame men, because men are dogs, and women are whores. Have you checked marriages and divorces lately? Have you checked your dating sites lately? Do you want to compare numbers? I can prove it. All right, then. I've seen it firsthand. I'm a witness. Tell me I'm lying. But all that to say, everything is exactly the way the Bible said it would be. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying. Some people don't have big brothers and fathers, so I just have to say with my chest a little bit. Let you know it's serious. But it's not. But it's too late to change it. This is what we're going through as a punishment already. You come to Jesus so you don't do it again and curse your kids. Totally different story. It's too late for us. A lot of these bitches got mental health issues because they fuck too much. A bunch of different strangers. Carrying STDs and sexually transmitted demons. Thoughts, patterns. Takes you about 6 weeks to get through him, sis. Some people says if you got pregnant by him, 7 years. You ain't got your own mind no more. Now imagine all the men you fucked in the summertime to get the fucking parachute in. Finally. The first 10 one-night stands that 1 year wasn't enough for you. You did it again in your 40s. Tell me I'm lying, man. Please someone tell me I'm lying. Please someone tell me I'm lying. Because I can't make this shit up. Or I wouldn't have went through it. Hove did that. Hopefully you ain't got to go through that. I was raised in the projects, roaches and rats, hoes out back, selling all they pussy. Shout out to TBFB New Kind, Fantasy Fields. What up? The title of the video. What's up with you? Mr. Now says in the extreme plays, they turn traffic girls and boys into blind, deaf, no arms, no legs, no sex dolls. But we got to get together and economically plan for the future. That is the ironic part. They've been fucking, they stopped fucking, and now they got to pay attention. We get it. Now we should come together. Shut up, bitch. Get your fucking Temu card together. It'll be your last fucking one. Vincent, so what you up to? Doing a live stream? Smash Rooney, the gods in the building. Fuck the cosplaying ones. Come on up. We try and represent for our district, boy. I gotta worry about catching smoke from Genghis Khan. I don't give a fuck about nobody else. That's like saying Jesus if you're a white Christian. The only difference is my grandfather, not my savior. Like a last meal before electric chair on Zeus. Yeah. Electrocuted in some ricks. On the bottom of the list, they put having kids above getting married. Yeah. Because of the benefits, socially. Victimhood. Programs. Assistance. Democratic policies. It's all around them. Law of attraction, that's all they see. Well, the difference between her and me is that she has kids and they can eat. That's not even really true no more for the majority. It's still there, but it's less and less and less. It's closing the window for the abuse of that system. Go figure who's abusing it, though. Women. Nah, saying statistical fact, sister, is not hating on women. It's a fact that most of the privileges afforded to women are abused by women since it's afforded to them. Who's abusing the system? aka wasting your tax dollars. Women. Stop fucking playing with me. They're having all these bastard kids. We know they don't have to because y'all are leading the world in 40 million abortions. Y'all keep enough just for the groceries, I guess. What a population in the future. Eamon Ross says, my parents was adamant about that shit. They told us and warned us early about the freaky frogs in society, even among my family. And listen, I know firsthand, it's in my family too. A family of Jews, but I wonder what happened to us. Maybe they'll write that book one day. Women will vote for their own demise and not get it, Vincent. We will too. We vote to play the stupid ass game to chase them. Those who are in that polarity. And then we're told, like, well, if you just settle for a fat, ugly bitch, then you won't have to worry about it. It's like, the fat, ugly bitches be fucking the most. You didn't grow up in my side of society. I say some of the fat bitches fuck more than the pretty bitches do. They have more kids. Someone's fucking. Whew. Smoking. Tell me I'm lying. Big girls be throwing that ass. They don't feel like being married. Verbal RT says, you ain't lying. When I was in high school, I took 2 girls' virginity. I trained them how to do a lot. I saw their husbands on FB years later. The men were watered down versions of your boy. That's crazy. You a wild boy, Verbal Ortiz. You a wild boy to be married for so long, too. I just want to let you know that. You was busy. Thank God you got married and slowed down. They had to sit you in timeout. You was acting up. Cheese Smith, I ain't saying nothing about myself. It's in my eyes already. Mr. Now says that's what they're flat like. That's why they're fat like that. They're telling the truth. They don't eat food. Somebody stop me. LOL. The Mask, best movie ever. You haven't seen enough movies. Good movie though. Shout out to Jim Carrey. He's like our Eminem. In living color. He killed that shit. That was a talented white boy. But he's an inverso. You see it in his hair color. You see it in his compassion. Drug induced, but hey, make the world a better place either way. So yeah, what we're describing is all the elements of a Babylonian society, by the way. You can call it Roman. When we're the Holy Roma Empire. It's the Holy Empire of Love. Roma, Aroma, Amora, Love, Moors. They made it Roman. They read everything backwards. It's like their eyes are inverted. They weren't Roman. They're Moorish. Alexander and Aristotle. Black people. King James the Yamaha. Black people. I see black people and it's scary. You killed enough of us off and ate enough of us. You still scared? We ought to be. They weren't white. The fuck are you talking about? I can prove it to you now. You're looking at one. Then I take you a step further. Go to Webster's Dictionary 1828.com and type in American. What color are they? This is before the Civil War, by the way. This is before the federal census. This is before Lincoln was killed. The depictions and busts made of them was made by white people, whitewashing. It's called whitewashing. What year is that? When did iconoclasm begin? Look at what year it is. And then look at where the iconoclast moved to. Yeah, they whitewashed history. They are not the history. If they were the history, there would be nothing to whitewash. But the kings I mentioned are my grandfathers. I'm not the descendant of a white boy. I would look like Steph Curry. All right. What do you mean people weren't concerned with that? There was only black people back then. All those kings are black. It's a black planet. Look up their actual crest of arms. Look up Moors. It'll uncover the history for you. Do Moorish arms or Moorish coats of arms. Montezuma, Moorish. Annexation of Texas. Who does America belong to? The Moors and Indian associates. So we were concerned with that. Pedigree is everything. Dum diversus unum sanctum is against Saracens. Those are black people. They're very concerned with it. Everything you live through now, unum sanctum, United States operations, is based on skin color. But not because of the color of the skin, because of the blood inside of them. The bloodline of angels. It's much worse than racism. It's against heaven itself. Kingdom of Hades versus everyone else. That's what the story is. You have your father, the devil. That's what Jesus is telling to other people who said they're the king of Jews. He's a Jew, talking to Jews. And he said that their father is the devil. So they didn't look the same. But he's the copper one. Don't forget that. They're not the same. They have a different father. You become both of everything. But he's saying, I'm not that. This ain't that. So the half part of you is overridden by your father. Remember, they're getting raped in captivity. Same story. Same story as America. Nothing changed. That two-tier justice system has existed ever since they've been here. You believe in God against Satan? Jupiter versus Saturn? Father versus Son? That war is already won. That's why they gave us this moon. Atlas won. I guess Granddad was getting old. And that's why we worship Zeus and not his father. Wake up. Archangel Michael came down. The Emperor of Heaven came down. Mercury. The son of Zeus, Jupiter, Hercules. He came down to join the party. The story ain't what you think it is. That's the romantic alliteration of things. I get it. They don't really expand on it because it's not them. They wouldn't understand it. All they have is dogmas and indoctrination that started with a military operation to steal our shit. So they stole our shit and sold it back to us. Lo-fi hip-hop. Tell me I'm lying. That's why I was mad when I was teaching lo-fi hip-hop. I was like, that's how I'm gonna do it. Fuck them. My dad was outside when fucking hip-hop started. In the same park it started in. He from Queens. He a DJ from Queens. That's why he's a DJ from Queens. Day one kid. Same block as LL Cool J. He was there. His cousins was in the music industry. All the ladies. Everyone that mixed your Tyler the Creator records. Neil Pogue, my uncle. We was there, kid. They steal everything and sell it back to us. And so many more. Tasha Smith from Tyler Perry Films, another one. That's us. We've been here since before Rome. Before the conquest, before the Persians, before the Cali Wars. We was always here. This is day one. Egypt. It don't go further than that, do it? He said, why am I on the moon? Oh, he doesn't know it's a moon yet. A lot of people don't. They listen to NASA, Nazis from Poland. Why the fuck would they know anything? They can't keep their own fucking country. Have you noticed something? They're gonna tell you about space, but they can't tell you where their grandmother come from. And why they using my fucking grandfather's names and flags and languages and banks and buildings. They ain't build no Victorian era shit. They can't build Victorian here. Have you seen how cheap this shit is? Them Victorian buildings are still there. Guess who made them? Blacksmiths. Guess what my last name is? The first family here. King James. Genghis. Jameson. Genghis Khan. Through his son Hakata Khan. AKA Prester John Smith. My grandfather. He is not a white man. John Smith and Pocahontas. Those are two black people. So look him up, Prester John. Go to Google Images. You see a white man? Real quick, check it out. Open up a new tab, type in Prester John and go to Google Images. Do you see a white man? Prester John Smith, my grandfather. Is that a white man? He's the reason why you have a Bible, and there's the reason why you speak English. It's the reason why these motherfuckers in this damn country. John Smith, my grandfather, Prester John. Look at his picture, real quick. Holding a cross, ain't he? Then look at my other grandfather, his son, Carlos V. He holding a cross, ain't he? What the fuck is Christianity to Judeans, the sons of Jesus? America wasn't colonized. It was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, New Jersey, New England, New Angel Land, New Jerusalem. Colonized what? God is a colonizer? That's a weird story for them. They wish. We be getting bitches, boy. Solomon and David, 700, 300, however many you need. These niggas is magical and tall and handsome. It's almost like they're NBA players. Pergamy be damned in every country. But then God created the rest of these bitches. And then they had grandfathers. Imagine. This is just 600 years ago, or less. Now imagine 6,000 years ago, at best. Oh, we're in the Gnostic Bible. Oh, we're in the Quran. It's older than the Bible. So they say. Same story, same people. Probably has older scrolls. But it mentions Isa. I'm Disa. Say my name with the bloodline of Jesus in real life. Jesus is my grandfather. That's how I know everyone's a fucking liar. Hello from Kenya. Hello, New Delhi. Same story every day, times five. And we'll get tired of it eventually. The more we talk, speak truth to power, the more the fake powers go away. It must be magic. I need to get me a New Testament. But let's see something. Bell the Dragon. That's an interesting one. The Epistle of Jeremiah. The Lamentations of Jeremiah. Oh, he has some extra books. Baruch. Moab. Esther. Black women. Moab. Utah. Judah. Right here in America, ain't it? Where the Mormons are. Moon men? Okay. Why are they white? With a Joseph Smith. Oh my God, they lie about anything if you let them. Judith. There's a lot of stories about Nebuchadnezzar's bitch ass. He was one of the people that had us in captivity. You saw it, Matrix, Nebuchadnezzar, ex-Morpheus, I'm flyer than Nebuchadnezzar. And there's a Nebuchadnezzar trying to go to Zion. Then you see the little Jewish spin. They always hypothecating something and they get a variable wrong every fucking time. Because they don't want us to trace back our history. They don't have any. That's what I'm saying. If they stole and usurped our history, what is theirs? If they don't know it. There'd be no reason for a grown-ass man to act like he's the child of a grown-ass man he hates. That's some bitch-ass nigga shit. Oh, Daniel's in the time of fucking Nebuchadnezzar too. Nebuchadnezzar was an asshole. Let's see what they're talking about with all these black names on Judah. Daniel, alternate text. Daniel's years off. In the 3rd year reign of Jehoiakim. Now see if any of you Jewish people read you the Bible, by the way. King of Judah. So Jehoiakim is the king of Judah at the time. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. He came to Jerusalem and he besieged it. The Lord gave into his power Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in portions the implements from the house of God, and he carried them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his God. So Malachi 3:8. All of the valuables that they store in the storehouse, like a bank. They went ahead and they took it to a new place after Jerusalem was besieged by Nebuchadnezzar's army. The king told Alphanez, his chief of the eunuchs. Eunuchs are boys with their no-no parts cut off, so they can't fuck on the princesses while they guard them. And have bastard kids, this is why they do that. But they sign up for it, by the way. They get a lot of rewards. That's how a lot of them ended up gay. Booty sex, you understand everything. All that weird stuff that you hear about in Atlanta. Okay, same story. To bring in some of the descendants of the captives of Israel, from the offspring of the kingdom and from the princes. So he's looking for royals. Youths who had no infirmity in them, who were handsome in appearance. So you see, if you didn't know that the eunuchs were faggots, then you'd miss the fact that these faggots are looking for little boys to rape who are royals. So I'm running back for you. Nebuchadnezzar's. The king told Ashpenaz, his chief of eunuchs, the faggots, Alawite dynasty, to bring in some of the descendants of the captives, for they just besieged Israel, where we were living at the time. And this is Nebuchadnezzar and Shalmaneser time, so this is Tartaria, Russia, China, Mongolia. From the offspring of the kingdom, from the princes, youths who had no infirmity in them, were handsome in appearance, had understanding in all wisdom, were knowers of knowledge, and were disposed to having common sense, who had strength in them and stand in the place of the king to teach them the literature and language of the Chaldeans. Here we go, Chalike, Cherokee people, Phoenix people, those who reincarnate, angels. The king appointed the daily portion for them every day from the king's table and from the wine that he drank, and made arrangements to rear them for 3 years. So it's a 3-year training program. After these years, they came here to stand before the king, and there was 3 of them. Daniel was one of them. Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and 4th one, Azariah. And Azariah is Archangel Raphael. Were among them from the sons of Judah. Okay, so Raphael reincarnates through the bloodline of Judah, Jerusalem. The chief of the eunuchs gave them the names. To Daniel, Belshazzar, to Hananiah, Shadrach, to Mishael, Meshach, and to Azariah, Abednego. So now when we said 3 were in the midst of the fire and the 4th one showed up, that means they put 3 angels in the fire. And that's why the 4th, probably Michael, showed up. Oh my God, so easy to see once you know what they're talking about. But Daniel decided in his heart how he would never be defiled by the table of the king or by the wine that he drank. So he didn't want to get drunk at the diddy party. He entreated the chief of the eunuchs how he would never be defiled. God gave Daniel mercy and compassion in the presence of the chief of the eunuchs. So this is an unseen happening, because usually the eunuch will probably put him in his place. And the chief of the eunuchs said to Daniel, I fear my master the king, who appointed your meat and your drink, the one that's feeding you, in case he sees your faces more sullen than your friends, and you condemn my head to the king. He was saying, listen, they're going to notice something. If you do not participate, you will snitch on me. Then Daniel said to Almosad, whom the chief of the eunuchs appointed over the 4, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Remember, Azariah is definitely Raphael. I don't know which one Daniel is just yet. Now test your servants 10 days, and give us from the seeds, and we'll eat them, and we will drink water. So Daniel was like, well, let's try this. Let our outward appearance be seen before you, and the appearance of the young slaves who are eating at the table of the king, and do as you see fit with your servants. So he listened in them, and he tested it for 10 days. After the 10 days was over, their appearance was observed to be better and stronger regarding their bodies than the young slaves who were eating at the table of the king. So you know how this is. These are smart guys. They're like, bro, this is even the wrong fucking diet. So why would I eat the wrong fucking diet to convince you so I can do some faggot shit when I'm drunk? No thanks. I'm a Jew. Sodom and Gomorrah, part 2. Boom. So Amasad took away their meal and the wine from their drink and gave them seeds instead. God gave these same 4 young slaves understanding and prudence and all learning and wisdom. This is similar to Solomon. But Daniel had understanding into every vision and dreams. So Daniel, direct descendant of Judeans, these are descendants of princes, Chaldeans. Those are the ones that gave you astrology. So he has dreams of dreams. He's a prophet. After the completion of the days which he said, the king said to bring them in, and the chief of the eunuchs brought them before Nebuchadnezzar. Happy mid-Jason. Oh, you talking about July, August, September, October, November. How you doing? Fantasy feels. Yeah, we heard a little bit earlier, Chief. New Angel says Vince doing mental gymnastics for Bill Gates. It's a sad story. They'll never learn. And it's not meant for them to fucking learn shit. Because what the fuck they gonna do with this information? It ain't them. That's why I'm not even concerned with convincing a faggot. Like, you're not gonna read this shit anyway. You're not gonna understand it. You're not gonna implement it. And you don't give a fuck about God anyway. If you're gonna deny his children being black. Know that. Anyway. God gave these same 4 young slaves understanding and prudence and all learning and wisdom. But Daniel had understanding into every vision and dreams. After the completion of the days which he had said, the king said, bring them. And the chief of the eunuchs brought them to Nebuchadnezzar. So this is Nebuchadnezzar doing the diddy party. But these 4 Jew boys who were descendants of Chaldean royalty in captivity said, no fucking thank you. We'll fast. Then the king chatted with them. And none like Daniel and Hananiah and Mishael and Azariah were found among any of them. And they were made to stand in the presence of the king. So the king is trying to figure out which ones are valuable. In every word of wisdom and knowledge that the king sought from them, he found them 10 times greater in all the enchanters and the magicians who were in his whole dominion. Hold that. Hold that to all my holy roly half-ass Christians who don't read shit. Why is it then that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, your favorite Baptist story, is the fact that these 4 boys are smarter than magicians. You know what the fuck that means? He's comparing them to enchanters and magicians. They're 10 times greater than those. These are Chaldeans, Chalike, Cherokees. Hi, Mom. Did I tell you that ancient Egypt is America? That's where you get Indians from? So this book is about who? If Quetzalcoatl is wrestling Indians, and that's the same thing that Jacob is doing, and you got more pyramids in America per capita than anywhere in the fucking world. So who built the fucking pyramids here if there's nothing but Indians? All right then. And we know that Moors are pyramid builders. Okay then. 1868, Cowboys and Indians. Texas, annexation. To the river and Nueces Bravos. To the Moorish people and Indian associates in which it properly belongs. Descendants of Egyptians. Hi. We're always here. You don't get to rename it and redraw your fucking map and say we're something else. That's some faggot shit. Anyway. He found them 10 times greater than all the enchanters and the magicians who were in his whole dominion. So he went to multiple places and took slaves. And he said out of all the slaves, these Judean kids, oh my God, they're like sorcerers. They're the descendants of princes and kings of Israel. I wonder fucking why, bitch, on Aaron and Moses. You get it? It's a bloodline team. In the 2nd year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed a dream, and this is the story that most people teach. In his spirit, but they didn't say that this motherfucker Daniel was better than the other 3. So that means he's like Aaron again, the sorcerer of sorcerers. Remember that. Then the king said to summon the enchanters and the magicians and the sorcerers and the Chaldeans in order to report his dreams to the king. So he wants to know what this dream means. So he's gonna get the best of the best to do it. Very similar to Ahab, who had 401 people saying, hey, am I gonna win this war with my cousin? And they're like, yeah, you're gonna win. And then that one prophet from the same bloodline goes, no, nigga, don't do it. And they smacked him, locked him up, fed him bread, and everyone fucking died that put their hands on him. Touch not my anointed ones. Same story, right? Okay, cool. So they came and stood before the king. The king said to them, I dreamed, and my spirit was anxious to understand the dream. So in his case, he's using spirit as thoughts and moods. This is the beginning of this video and the last video I did. Same thing. How you don't let those things fuck up your spirit or your mentality or your loop or your pattern. Who the hell is Charlie Kirk? One of those pseudo white supremacists on AIPAC who used to do all the debates. He's like the Tim Pools, the Jordan Petersons, that class of people. A millennial or a late Gen Xer who got that payroll to do the academic debates and stuff, and he's in politics rubbing elbows with all his favorite Zionists. He got shot in the fucking neck. Crazy story. By a white guy, apparently. So white on white violence strikes again. Anyway, let's run it back. The Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic. That's an anagram for American. O king, may you live for eternity. Tell the dream to your servants and we'll report the interpretation. Didn't Jesus speak this language? So he sounded like a sorceress then, right? Since Jesus would be the greater sorcerer in the whole damn book. The king answered to the Chaldeans, the message has left me. Unless you explain the dream to me in the interpretation, you shall be sentenced to destruction and your houses will be plundered. Well, at least the slaves had houses. But if you explain the dream and its interpretation to me, you will receive gifts and presents and great honor from me. So this is a do or die. Only report the dream and its interpretation to me. They answered a second time and said, the king should tell the dream to his servants and we will report its decision. And the king answered and said, I know for certain that you are buying time because you see the word has left me. Meaning, why are you asking me to explain it? I just said I forgot it. He's trying to see if he can read their mind. Their telepathy. How we be knowing shit. I know that's wrong. I told this faggot, get fucking realistic. If you forgot it already, why you need the fucking interpretation? Because you can't handle your fucking emotions, you bitch ass nigga. Anyway, that's just me though. They answered a second time. The king should tell the dream to the servants and will report the decision. The king said, I know for certain you're buying time because you see that the word has left me. So then if you cannot report the dream to me, I know that you have agreed to speak a false and corrupt word before me until some time passes. So he's doing his narcissistic backflip. He's so fucking paranoid because of his fucking dream that he thinks that these Chaldeans that he wrongly took from the kings of gods angels, that they're trying to, get a fast one on him because his fucking short-term memory, little faggot party dude. So then, if you cannot report a dream to me, I know that you agree to fix false. So tell me my dream, and I will know that you can report its interpretation to me. So he's asking them to do two things that are damn near impossible. A, tell me the dream that I forgot, and then interpret it accurately. Jesus Christ, this dickhead. He looking for a reason to kill niggas, ain't he? The Chaldeans answered in the presence of the king and said, remember, Abraham's a Chaldean. There is no human on earth who can explain the word of the king, because no great king or ruler has sought a word such as this from an enchanter, a magician, or even a Chaldean. And out of all those, Chaldeans are capitalized. So it's not an adjective. It's a pedigree. Because the word which the king has sought is a burden. There is no other who can report it before the king but the gods, whose habitation is not with any flesh. Then in anger and rage, the king said to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. So everybody that he captive that's in that position, he said, fuck it. My narcissistic ass is melting down. I'm worried. I'm scared. I don't know why. I can't control my emotions and feelings. It's your fault now. I'll feel better if I kill you. He's a fucking narcissist, isn't he? So we're always in captivity by narcissists. What year is this again? So the decree went out, and the wise men were being slain, and they sought to kill Daniel and his friends. Then Daniel answered with a plan and counsel to Arioch. He is the chief steward of the king who went out to kill the wise men of Babylon. Commander of the king, concerning the occurrence, has the shameless decision gone out from the presence of the king, he asked. And Arioch explained the word to Daniel. Then Daniel entreated the king that he might give him some time, and he will report his decision to the king. So Daniel has to now do the impossible to save his brothers, because he's working his way up to the Chaldeans. So he's talking to the guy that's, carrying out the sacrifices. Like, yo, bro, we know each other. We know this shit's some bullshit. I want to try to do a Hail Mary real quick. Can you buy us some time? Then Arioch explained the word to Daniel. Then Daniel entreated the king that he might give him time, and he report his decision to the king. So Daniel entered into his house, and he explained the word to his friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, who's Raphael. Then they began seeking compassion from the God of heaven. So mind you, there's multiple gods. Now they're going to the Almighty. The other God earlier was in lowercase g. The God of heaven about his secret, so that, and this is a capital G, the secret so that Daniel and his friends would not be slain with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. So like today. Then the secret was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night. And Daniel praised the God of heaven. He's a Chaldean. And he said, may the name of God be praised for eternity to eternity. I think it's Adonai or Adonai. Because wisdom and understanding are his. He changes the seasons and times. He appoints and deposes kings. I guess we're in a deposal time period. He gives wisdom to wise men and prudence to those who know understanding. He reveals deep and obscure things. He perceives the things in the darkness, and the light is with him. I acknowledge and glorify you, O God of my fathers, because you gave me wisdom and power. Wisdom and power. And he's a slave, talking about power. So we're not talking about control of finances and people's destinies. Have made me what we requested from you clear to me, and you have made the vision of the king clear to me. Real quick, so if you look at the math or the function of what he's saying, he's doing the affirmational denial thing that dynamic thought Henry Thomas Hamlin teaches you to do in the postgraduate lesson, the last chapter of it, sacredtext.com, you'll find it, which is where you do the thou art, or the things that you're trying to affirm for yourself. So instead of you making it about you or your ego or the thing that's in front of you, you pray or you manifest or you affirm things in the thou art phrase. So it's his roundabout way in the 1920s of giving credit to God who provides everything. But when he started his course with these people back then, he didn't start on that page. So they call it his postgraduate lesson. So like people who get through all 13 or 7 or 9, however many lessons it was, if they keep going, they'll get back to the foundation of where it comes from. Henry Thomas Hamilton is interesting because he had to use that ability for his son. His son was born without his ears being fully developed. So he believed that his son would be able to hear one day. So what he would do is he would put his lips to his son's head and speak to him, like use the vibration on his skull, so that he can communicate to his son. And I forgot how old he was. I think you'll find it if you research him. I know I saw it years ago that his son was able to hear one day. He just never gave up on him, but he was using this type of power. Anyway, same thing that Abraham Hicks tries to do, but not give the glory to God. She wants to give it to some fucking stupid ass alien idea. All the extra shit. Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king appointed to kill the wise men of Babylon. He said to him, "Do not kill the wise men of Babylon. Instead, take me in the presence of the king, and I will report the interpretation to the king." Then Arioch quickly brought Daniel before the king and said to him, I have found a man among the sons of the captives of Judah, so Judah's Chaldean, there we go, who can report the judgment of the king. Judges. The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar? Oh, so he's going to call him his Babylonian name. So Daniel is Belshazzar to him. Can you report oh yeah, because it's Daniel in Aramaic, American, English. Imagine that shit. Can you report the dream that I saw and his decision to me? Daniel answered before the king and said, the secret that the king inquired is not of wise men, magicians, enchanters, and Gazarin, meaning soothsayer, to report to the king. But it is God in heaven who reveals mysteries, and he has made what is necessary to happen at the final days known to King Nebuchadnezzar. Your dream and the visions of your head on your bed are this. O king, your reasonings went up to your bed about what must happen after these things. And the one who reveals mysteries has made it what must happen clear to you. But even for me, the secret was not revealed by wisdom that is in me, more than all the living. He's saying, I don't know this because I'm smarter than everybody. But to make decisions known to the king so you'll realize the thought of your heart. You, O king, were looking, and look, there was one great image. That image in its appearance was amazing. It stood before your face, and its appearance was terrifying. The image whose head was fine gold. So this is like when people, like Hebrew Israelites and stuff, try to break down each of these elements into the different people in World War III or something. Like they try to connect this to Revelations. But motherfucker, this is about Nebuchadnezzar. This is about Babylon 1, not Babylon 2, but you get it. Anyway, his head was gold, his hands and chest were silver, his belly and thighs were brass, the legs were made of iron, and the feet were made partly of iron and partly of clay. So two different ingredients that are not stable, almost like rebar. You were watching until a stone was split, without hands, out of a mountain, and it struck the image of the feet of iron and clay, the weakest part. And it was totally ground to dust. Then the clay, the iron, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were ground together, so the remaining of the armies joined up. And it became like dust from a threshing floor in summer. The gales of the wind lifted, and no place was found for them. So like, you know how it is when you're dust, so the scattered army is blown by the wind. The stone that beat the image became a great mountain, and it filled the whole earth. So the stone is a different ingredient. So the stone that raised up against these armies ends up taking over the earth. Hold on. Then there will be a fourth dominion, strong like iron. The iron grinds and subdues everything. So this iron army comes back. So it will grind and subdue everything. Because you saw the feet and the toes part clay, but partly of iron. So whatever that faction is grows again. It will be a divided dominion. And some of the root of the iron will be in it. And the way you saw the iron mixed together with the earthen vessel, the toes of the feet, partly of iron, but partly of clay. Part of the rain will be strong, and some of it will be shattered. Because you saw the iron mixed together with the clay, they will be commingled with the seed of humans. They, iron, will be commingled with the seed of humans. So iron is not a human army, Hebrew Israelite. Wake your dumb ass up. And they will not remain together, this one with this one, just as the iron did not mix together well with the clay. In the days of those kings, The God of the heavens will raise up. Oh, that's why they think it's a prophecy for today. They always love being in the middle of the goddamn book they themselves. You are in the book, stupid. You don't gotta force yourself in it. The heavens will raise up a dominion. Oh, this is something. This is right before James. In the days of those kings, the gods of heavens will raise up a dominion that will not be destroyed for eternity. Remember, I don't know how long eternity is, because they talk about eternities of eternities functions. So probably 2,000 years, so we'll say. And this dominion will not be left to another people. So when these hybrids come together and they finally subdue everything, mind you, they're coming from the bottom. The meek shall inherit the earth. Once they take over, it will endure for eternities. Oh, snap. It says that. So it will not be destroyed for eternity, and its dominion will not be left to another people, aka they will no longer be in captivity. It will grind and winnow all the kingdoms, and it will endure for eternities, plural. As you saw that a stone was cut without hands from a mountain, and it was used to ground the clay, iron, bronze, silver, gold into dust. So how they were broken the first time. The great God has made what must happen after these things known to the king. The dream is true, and its decision is reliable. What do you say? Exactly. Micaiah was that prophet. Name my first born the same. Yeah, there are four of them. Let me see if I can find their names again. They're Chaldeans. They're Judeans. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And Micaiah was the prophet from the story of Ahab, right? So it's Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah in this story, and Micaiah in that story. And then it's quite a few. Jeremiah, I think. And then who else? Technically, Jonah, John, and then who else? All of them. What that is, though, is the bloodline of angels. Star people, Chaldeans. The ones who gave us astrology, astrotheosophy, which is what the Biblio says. Genghis Khan, Star Trek. Same thing as a Mayan calendar, by the way. They just keep changing our prefixes. We're the same fucking people. The great God has made what must happen after these things known to the king. The dream is true, and his decision is reliable. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face and bowed before Daniel. And he said, pour mana, M-A-N-N-A, hey, Final Fantasy, pour mana and sweet fragrances out for him. And the king's answer said to Daniel, truly your God is God of gods. So God is capital, is God capital, of gods, plural, which is lowercase. And that's important, for I'm a jealous God, and master of the kings, and revealer of secrets, because you are able to reveal this secret. So the king exalted Daniel and gave him many great gifts. He appointed him over the whole land of Babylon, and commander of the satraps over all the wise men of Babylon. So he was able to free the other ones. Daniel requested it from the king, and he appointed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the land of Babylon. So he took his three brothers, or cousins, because they're all princes, and he made them the chiefs. And mind you, they're smart enough to handle that. That's what they were bred for. But Daniel was in the court of the king, so he became the king's left hand and right hand man. 3. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, the king made a golden image. So this is the same bullshit we see later with Moses and Aaron. Its height was 60 cubits, its width was 6 cubits. He erected it as the plain of Dera in the region of Babylon. And he sent together the highest officials and the generals and the governors, leaders and depots, or despots, and those with authority, and all the rulers of the regions together to come to the dedication of the image that was erected. And mind you, this is a golden image connected to his dream, right? And the governors, highest officials, generals, leaders, great despots. Why do you say that word? D-E-S-P-O-T-S. Despots. Those with authority, and all the rulers and regions gathered for the consecration of that image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had erected. And they stood before the image. Then the herald shouted with might, it is said to you people, tribes, languages, whenever you hear the sound of the trumpet, and pipe, and lyre, small harp, and the harp, and all kinds of musical instruments, right, Judeans? Psalms 137. You are to bow down by falling before the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar king erected. So now you see real quick. This is Israel in Babylonian captivity. And the Baal, or the bullshit that they took with them, was this. Just keep that in mind for like in other stories. Whoever does not bow down, that same hour he will be thrown into the burning furnace of fire. So this is Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego time to shine, quite literally. This is the 18th. This is the 18th year, though. So it's a little bit later after they're already golden. So they're invited to the same thing. They're invited to bow down to it, and they kind of have to now since they're made men. The child, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Why y'all coming to my chat to tell me some shit like that? Like, who the fuck are you? Did you like the video? I'm still alive, bitch. Then Chaldean men approached and discredited the Judeans before King Nebuchadnezzar. O king, may you live for eternity. You, O king, set forth a decree. Any person who hears the sound of the trumpet, both pipe and lyre, small harp and stringed harp, and all kinds of musical instruments, he does not bow by falling before the golden image, will be thrown into the burning furnace of fire. There are Judean men whom you appointed over the affairs of the land of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, oh, they snitching, who have not listened to your decree, O king. So keep this in mind. This is just like Jesus' time. They're being snitched on by their own people. Ain't that a bitch? The three princes, who are still royals, are now over territory and looking out for their people. Am I my brother's keeper? And their own people can't wait to get in their position, so they're throwing them into the furnace. No Nazi Germany. I mean Poland. O king, they did not serve your gods, and they do not bow before the golden image that you erected. Duh. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in anger, in rage, there goes that spirit again, of narcissism, he's triggered, he ordered to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they were presented before the king. And Nebuchadnezzar answered and said to them, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. These are the three angels that are incarnated as men, by the way, minus Daniel. Do you not truly serve my gods, lowercase, and not bow before the golden image that I erected? He was like, nigga, I'm looking out for you. You can't do this fucking stupid ass ritual? That's on. You said whiteboard. Boom. What does that mean? You said whiteboard check? What do you mean? Hold on. Clarify. Claro. Is it here? Is that what you're saying? Has it arrived? Is it here? Is it arrived? Oh, I can break some shit down. Hold on now. Hold on tighter to love. Where I was. Hold on. Let me finish that paragraph and let me go get it before you know how this shit go where I live. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hold on now. So you ungrateful niggas, you ain't bowing down during my ceremony. Now then, if y'all ready, so he's gonna give them one more shot. Because they good people. So that when you hear the sound of this trumpet, so AKA when we hit this little Pavlo dog bell and you're in front of me, let's see you bow down to it. You should bow down by falling before the image that I made. But if you do not bow down before it, in this hour you'll be thrown into the burning furnace of fire. And what God, lowercase, is there who will deliver you from my hand? Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered the king Nebuchadnezzar, saying, we do not need to answer you about this matter, because the God, capital, we serve is able to deliver us out of the burning furnace of fire. Mind you, they're prophets too. He will rescue us from your hands, O king. And if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we will not serve your gods, and we will not bow before the image that you erected. Okay, so even if that doesn't happen, we're willing to die instead of bow down to faggot shit. Remember, this is a faggot army. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with anger, so it triggered his narcissism again. And the appearance of his face changed before Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and he ordered to heat up the furnace sevenfold until it was fully heated. Oh no, he about to make some barbecue niggas. What is he, a white settler? Then he told strong men with the strength to tie Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and cast them into the burning furnace of fire. Then those men were tied together with their trousers and headdress and leg coverings. Mind you, these are Judeans with their heads wrapped. Get it? God damn. And they were cast into the midst of the burning furnace of fire. After the word of the king prevailed, the furnace was heated to excess, and the three, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell, tied into the midst of the burning furnace. I'll be back. So that's like a very big reference point for like T.D. Jakes and Southern Baptists and all the denominations, because they're saying that even in something so critical, that God will show up to you in the last hour. Mind you, they're already in the flame. So a lot of people are like, God, it's about the fucking roller coaster is about to go over the cliff. And like God will be like, give it a minute. God wait for you to hit the dip. In a lot of cases that are that extreme. But they're trying to show you like how strong their faith was. It wasn't the fact that God would show up. It's the fact that they're going to listen to God no matter what, even if he didn't. Don't miss that. That's why he shows up. You're not scared to die for it. The niggas won't die for you. Exodus. That's what they were worshiping, the bull. Same story. Pusha T knew something. He must have been a Southern Baptist in Virginia. No malice. Oh shit. Whiteboards. Got it. I can do algebra and science. Noel says, hell yeah, did you include markers? Yes. Noel says that's where they get it from. Yes. But they only tell that part of the story. They leave out an important part. That no matter what, even if God don't show up, even if God don't answer your prayer, that's still their God. But look at what they were opposing though. Babylon. In our case, since we are in captivity today, 400, 500, 600 years later, same fucking story, bitch. Stop selling yourself short. So my Babylon moment with King Nebuchadnezzar was the pandemic. It was do yourself a service in all of humanity and get this shot to save you and your neighbors. And I'm like, this bitch, they haven't even said herd immunity since they started. So that wouldn't happen anyway. Matter of fact, mRNA is technology. How's that gonna cure something that's a bacteria? I don't understand nothing about anything, but I know I had to fucking make sure I didn't get my ass whooped in chemistry. So, nah, bitch, I'm good on that. And then every day on TV, on every station, was about how I was the bad guy. I was the idiot. I deserved to die. Comorbidities and everything. I was pre-diabetic. And I had to go through that shit, no matter what the fuck Nebuchadnezzar, Fauci, Trump, or Biden said. Not even the women. I was like, if I'm gonna die, then it's time for me to die then, bitch. But one more thing. One thing I ain't gonna fucking do on King Nebuchadnezzar is take another Tuskegee experiment as a Jew. I seen what happened last time, bitch. And then the time before that. And then the time before that. And don't forget, my grandfather Noble Drew died of tuberculosis. I bet you it was a vaccine back then. 1920s, all over again. Why the fuck would I do that? And then, slowly but surely, 7 of my ascendants all died from that shit. Turbo cancers and turbo Lyme disease. What type of bastard would I be? Probably wouldn't fucking be here talking about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So, it didn't kill everybody, but it killed my family. Hence, I follow God on that one. Same story. Less gory, I guess. Yeah, that's what people's attitude problem be. They be treating God like it's a lottery number. Like God has to show up the way they expect it. It's like, we're talking about God, nigga, not a paycheck. I don't understand anything. What kind of God bends to your will anyway? It doesn't make any sense. In hierarchy of your mind, I mean. Like in the hierarchy of how people think about God and stuff, and whether it's real or not, religion and all these things that they distract themselves from correcting themselves. Because that's all it really is as a human anyway, right? Like, you get these suggestions and you get these feelings and you read books and you hear crazy people like me talk about it. But the only thing that is really challenging to do as a person with your mind and body is to get yourself back in alignment with what's right anyway. Because nothing that is suggested or said by these people or my ancestors puts you on a wrong path anyway. So like, even if we're wrong about everything, at least you won't be dying of AIDS. It'll be quantumly impossible unless your girl stepped out on you. That's why it's important for her to be a child of God part 2. So you can hedge your bets on, it's probably not really likely. You need Esther or something, or Ruth. I understand everything. So, hard to come by. We're such a small part of the population, no matter what color we are. So anyway, people who choose righteousness over selfishness, it's very hard to do. Because most of the things that I ask you or challenge you not to do are the things that you typically want to do based on the patterning of your environment and your society. Well, if they could do it and get away with it, if Diddy got away with it until he didn't, and if the president hasn't got justice yet, then why the fuck am I trying to do the little shit that I'm doing and saying no to it? Huh, I feel empty if I don't. Ain't that a bitch? You feel more fulfilled in your life if you sin. Who the fucking asshole? God and the people who wrote the Bible? Or your weak ass mind? As a man, I have to think about it like that. That little semi-emotional bitch shit they talk about in churches for the women ain't enough for me. I need something a little bit more potent. Red Bull, it gives you wings. So the Red Bull degree of it is like, nah, these are warriors, by the way, who are willing to fast and just eat seeds, hummus and types of things. You understand it? And they rather, even while in captivity, they're favored. Even in captivity, they're one of the brightest amongst them. Even in captivity, they're still being bossed around and told what to do, but they have their portion. And their greatest portion is their connection to God, as you're seeing. The king needs them, not the other way around. So now the king, who got narc rage twice, is willing to throw 3 of his 4 prophets into a furnace. He's willing to sacrifice his favorite with the Most High, who he just acknowledged a paragraph earlier, that your God must be the God of gods and the cedars of kings. But because you won't bow down to this golden thing, one of my greatest gayest ideas, I should kill you. To make an example to everybody else in your tribe, Judeans, who snitched on you, just like Jesus did. Remember when they came to a vote between Jesus and Jesus Barbarous? The little Jesus, Barbarous. Jesus is a Moor, so he's taller. Come on now, wake it up. So he's the king of Tartars. So understand something. So they got rid of the little guy. He must have been DMX or something. But he already killed Jews in his own neighborhood. He must be from O Block or Chicago. And then the women voted him to be freed. No Young Thug. Same degree though. Remember? They don't tell you that part. They don't highlight that part. They said, well, the Jews killed Jesus. No. The Jews, democracy did. Ooh, but it's not these bitch ass niggas. It's us. Not us, because I'm his grandson, but, our family members. He cannot perform miracles in Galilee. Yeah, surrounded by Judeans who are indoctrinated under the captivity of Babylon, and they enjoyed the party and bullshit. That's why Moses never made it to the promised land. He was the one closest to Pharaoh, wasn't he? So the closer you are to these people, the harder it is for you to walk away. That's why it says it's almost damn near impossible for a rich man to get into heaven. Because Moses never made it to the promised land. Do the same story again. Whereas Aaron, aka Zoroaster, was the Daniel of Moses. Now we cooking. Aaron / Zoroaster made it to the promised land, the Americas. Wake your ass up. Why are they locking this door?
That's good enough for now.
Jonathan said 3. Jonathan 1000. New Cashapp. Smash Runner 3. No Monsanto. I understand the creator and that, but what about me though? What about my benefits? How is this going to pay my bills tomorrow? Ain't that the default that everyone says to discipline and fucking what's that shit called? Commandments. Think about it. That if there's no benefit to follow it, there's no reason to follow it. That is how everyone feels about it. So now you gotta think about what that story is saying. It's saying that no matter what the benefit is, even if you die for it, is it worth living if you don't stand for it? That's the Chaldeans. They're in captivity anyway. How's that going to pay the main banker's bills? Oh, now we up to the Federal Reserve. So boom, I'm glad you said that though. That is the attitude of our world. That the bankers and the so-called self-appointed kings and the presidents and the prime ministers and the boardroom members and the investors and the tech bros and the oligarchy and the technocracy, they all had said to themselves, because there's so many numbers on our computer screens and phones, we're kind of like gods. And their interpretation of that false reality is the fact that this money can make just about anybody do anything they want. So they feel like they're in control. So now they created a system to stay in that control. And these dumbasses who are chasing the carrots and the cotton, thinking it's religion that controls them. No, bitch. It's your IMF that controls you. You go to work for money. You buy food with money. You pay your rent with money. You're a slave to money, and it's fake. Just like that golden calf. Is that a religion? Money's my religion. Yeah. Yeah, it is. In God we trust. Did you ever ask them which God is it? It's gold, oil, and drugs. All right, we getting somewhere. But what does that mean, then? So if you know that's a false God, what real God do you believe in? The trash takes itself out. If you know this shit fake, if you know they're a colonizer, if you know they're a pretender, if you know they don't stand on business, if you know it's a two-tier justice system, then what God do they serve anyway? Ah, now don't you start crying when they start to lose everything. They had a time limit. Nebuchadnezzar was about to find his time limit, just like Ahab did. See, unfortunately, God will let you fall into the furnace. It's very hot out here. The pressure is rising. A lot of things, even if you get money, it's not that inspiring. What the fuck are you gonna do with it? It costs too much to get your food. We don't even enjoy going to Chick-fil-A as much as we used to do. Shit, when DoorDash first came out, I probably ordered it 2 times a day on certain days. I barely get it once a week. So what does that mean? We're switching the seeds. We went from a forest of bullshit to just a couple of seeds left. You got your few vices left, don't you? And you ain't even gotta do nothing. You ain't even gotta try. You don't even need to go to church on Sunday. You don't even want to do half of this bullshit. And you definitely ain't chasing these fucking stupid women. So it's almost like it's cleaning itself up by default. Hyper novelty. In other words, it ain't even that fun to sin no more. There's no benefit. There's no golden calf or promises. There's no whole bunch of high fives from the masses when you look at the other dumbasses who believe in a real God and decided to sacrifice themselves, and you're still here. Now you're still here, going through this. Another collapse of Babel. Now, on the timeline, you go to Threads or Twitter. I recommend Threads if you have Instagram. You see a whole bunch of towers babbling. A bunch of avatars uninspiring. Everybody showing up to support Cardi B, but I ain't seen nobody holding up her album there. Not even Amory. Let's talk about it. So, do the science again. The party, the function, the kickback is all they got left. And it's not that inspiring. Tell me I'm lying. Shout out to Smyth-EL Westall. You got a very powerful name there. One of the kings. Respect from London, England. I hope y'all doing good out there, man. I hope y'all hold on to it. You know London Bridge is crumbling down. That don't mean that you have to. And look, they better not tell you to rebuild it without paying you. Let's talk about it. Since they love money so much and they got plenty of it. Ask Paris. What the fuck they do with all them billions they stole from Africa? How the fuck are they having an economic situation? Oh, they must be a satellite colony for something else that won all their money back. Oh yeah, the Vatican, 2021. We're back. Bigger and browner than ever. Before this desert, I used to be light skinned. Ha! Ha! We must be shapeshifters. Alright, so let's see. Let's see. Oh, I'm still reading Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I'll get to the whiteboard in a second. We're about to see what's about to happen when God said what God said again. Oh my God. Mind you, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, he was one of them. He took over a lot of territories. Whoever his real name is in history, I don't know. I think he's after Shalmaneser. This is about 600 years ago. No more than 800. Cali Wars and all that shit. Anyway, Persia brought his ass to America back then. That's why there's so many artifacts from different cultures here. They kept crossing over. I guess the Bering Straits kept bothering us in Khalifa territory. Our sisters finally got a hold of it though. Maybe they'll do it again. Maybe there's enough angels amongst them. I just haven't seen them yet. Doesn't mean they're not there though. So these are the three magicians. 10 times wiser than all magicians. Maybe they got an Ogun spell on them, if you're familiar with the science. They were walking in the midst of the flames, singing to God and praising the Lord. All right, so now use this as a metaphor. In the midst of flames, you still praise him. So you may not be in an actual furnace, but you may feel like it. And this is the same thing I said with journaling, by writing down gratitudes. It's a similar science. We're talking about algebra here. So if you find yourself in the flames of a tower moment, instead of worrying, giving up, giving in, and then dooming yourself tomorrow, if you still have breath in your lungs, if you still have a fucking pen in your hand, start to recount all the times you've been saved before. That's a better place to land than anything else at a time like that. And keep in mind, all things are temporary. This too shall pass. Even the worst feelings, even your worst storms and torrents of your mind. If you could just remind yourself, there was a time where I wasn't plagued by this. There was a time where I wasn't worried about this. There was a time when everything was fine. And bring that to your mind. This is just an extra step, but God. Then presenting himself, Azariah prayed in this way, and opened his mouth in the midst of the fire and said, Blessed, O you, O Lord, God of our ancestors. That's important. And your name is praiseworthy and glorified for eternity. For you are righteous in everything that you have done, and all your works are genuine. And your ways are straightforward, no guessing. And all your decisions are true. You have performed judgments of truth according to everything that you have brought on us, and on the sacred city of our ancestors, Jerusalem. Remember, New Jersey's New Jerusalem. Because you have brought all these things in truth and judgment of account of our sins. For we have failed, and we have acted lawlessly by rebelling against you. And we have sinned in everything. Accountability. There's something about that part right there. When you're in affirmations and denials, like an Esther Hicks version, a lot of those people, if you've seen them on Instagram making content, and maybe you haven't noticed it yet, but I do because I'm looking for it. A lot of those people who speak about manifesting and saying positive, it comes across quite narcissistic. And the only thing that they're really missing in all the bullshit that they're trying to create and speak into existence is the accountability of why they don't have it yet. So a lot of people say, well, if you don't have it yet, you're not working hard enough. You know, in the older polarity, neck down shit. But neck up shit, they'll go, in divine timing, it'll happen one day. Well, what the fuck is divine timing? Who is your divine God anyway? So if it's divine timing, you're talking about God, aren't you? And they never say. But they keep on telling you the fucking formulas. Well, what is the issue of you showing me a technology, but you deny its power source? So he knew that he wasn't really fucked up in the game. Or maybe he did. He said we, all of us. He's talking about Jerusalem, their descendants, their princes, by the way. So there's a lot more of them that are not. He's saying that we have lost our way, no exodus. So what he's saying is, no matter what happens from this place, I must have earned it. I'm taking accountability for I failed too. We have failed and we acted lawless by rebelling against you and your commandments, which is why they're so easy to go into this furnace. Maybe they felt like they deserved it. And that's the same thing in your mind. Worship of your mind, the workshop of your mind. The workshop of your mind is like, you may feel like you're going through stuff, and especially if you're under witchcraft, that's a whole different degree and level. But some people, if you find yourself tormented mentally by certain thought forms, and you can find a connection to a certain person, whether it's an ex, a family member, or someone at your job or something, and for whatever fucking reason that keeps bothering you, not always, but maybe 3/5 of the time, you're a target of witchcraft, which is people talking about you, ears ringing, neck getting hot, which is someone doing even worse if they're foreigners and they kept those type of sciences. They got your picture next to a fucking something. You know, people go out their way to fuck with people who are unfuckwittable. And that's why you have to understand that a lot of those thoughts, if you don't take control of them, you won't recognize that they're not yours. Once you start understanding that your thoughts do this, and you could turn them on and off, it'd be so much clearer for you to go, well, I'm already turning these thoughts off, but these type of thoughts keep persisting. And I said off, and I said no, and I countered it, but it still persists. That's typically a side effect of witchcraft. And then if it's witchcraft, it could be technology. It could be 5G. It could be what you're looking at on your phone. You should try to wake up and not look at your timeline for a few hours and see how you feel. And then go look and then see if it changes how you feel. That's how I started figuring it out. I was like, oh, this is a power suggestion somewhere. But at least I know where it is. I haven't figured out what poster is doing it, but I know if I don't look at the phone first and I just get up and handle my business, I'll feel fine for a little bit. Then I start doom scrolling. Something triggers this uneasiness. You start isolating it. But know it's a trigger, meaning it's outside of you. So it's not you. Same story. Oh, he keeps going. And we did not listen to your commandments. We have not kept them or done as you commanded us, so that it will be well for us. Basically saying accountability. I guess we deserve it. Everything you have brought on us, aka all the punishments, and everything you have done to us, you did by a true judgment. Accountability. You're saying, hey, ain't no way about it. We earned this. You have delivered us into the power of the lawless enemies and hated rebels, into a king that is unrighteous, and the most evil in all the world. So right now, me right here, as King James' grandson in captivity, same story. And now it is not a disgrace for us to open our mouth. It has become reproach to your slaves and those who worship you. Surely you have not delivered us completely on account of your name, and do not reject your covenant. Do not remove your mercy from us on account of Abraham, who was loved by you, and on account of Isaac, your servant, and Israel, your holy one, to whom you spoke to multiply their seed, like the stars of the heavens and like the sands at the lip of the sea. So we're supposed to grow. Hence, what's the first commandment? For master, we have become smaller than all the nations. Same story right now, ain't it? Okay. And we are humble in all the earth today on the account of our sins. So what we're saying, or what the ancestors are saying, is that we lose ground when we disobey. And the reason why it's worse for us and it doesn't seem worse for everyone else is because we're the ones in covenant. So it's not just accountability, it's responsibility. So if we are not responsible and accountable, we shrink. And unfortunately, the more we shrink, the more unrighteous the people around us become. So it's an ill game of ratios. If we shrink too much, the world goes dumb. Look at us. For master, we have become smaller than all the nations, and we're humble in all the earth today on account of our sins. At this time, there's no ruler or prophet or leader or burnt offering or gift or incense, no place to bear fruit before you and to find mercy. So they don't even have their own they don't have their own storehouses, they don't have their own altars, they don't have their own church, if you will. So by default, they're in sin because they have to do what they're told by their Nebuchadnezzars and all his captains. However, with a shattered life, I want to raise my hand and start praising something. In a spirit of humility, we may be accepted as with the burnt offering of rams and bulls, and with myriads of fat lambs. So he is accepting his faith. He said, since I'm in the perfect time and place, hopefully you accept us three, the princes of Judah. as a burnt offering. So let our offerings be before you today and accomplished behind you, because there shall be no disgrace for those who trust in you. Remember that. What he's saying is, this moment I am, if any other man was going through it, it would be disgraceful. They'll be in torment. And mind you, this is metaphorical. It's not necessarily a real furnace. When you're reading a story about something a long time ago, your furnace can be wherever you are. But if you stand on business, there's no disgrace in that, if it's in truth. So it doesn't matter what a fucking faggot say, what a narcissist say, or what their flying monkey say. This ain't about them. It's about you and God. So let our offerings be before you today, God, and accomplished behind you, because there shall be no disgrace for those who trust in you. Now, we follow with our whole heart, and we fear you, and we seek your face. For the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all understanding. Do not disgrace us, but treat us according to your goodness, and according to the bounty of your compassion. Rescue us according to your marvels, and give glory to your name. O Lord, may all those who show evil to your servants feel shame. So now he's doing a reversal. And may they be disgraced by every dominion, and may their strength be shattered. Let them learn that you are the Lord, God alone, and esteemed above all the world. So his little formula was acknowledgement of the inevitable, taking accountability for his role in it, and then going back to the covenant of his ancestors saying, but something else. Let's use this moment and reactivate some shit. Show up for us and shatter them. And then as you see the pattern in this book, why God lets you get thrown into a furnace is not to burn you up. It's to embarrass King Nebuchadnezzar. See, you're a little pawn, if you will, but a willing one. You don't have to do shit. But if you do, you get to the end of the board, you might become a king. So understand, there's one thing to be a pawn in this society. You're a pawn forever. But if you're a pawn in God's army, King David, he was a little boy fighting giants. Daniel, he's one of these Chaldeans and Judeans lost in captivity. Everybody knows his name. Forever and ever. Now those servants of the king who were throwing them in did not stop firing the furnace with naphtha and pitch and flax and brushwood. Oh, so they cooking. They throwing extra ingredients in this bitch. The flame spread about above the furnace for about 49 cubits in height and shot out and set on fire those Chaldeans had found near the furnace. So even the people who sold them out, their own brothers and kindred, who was trying to get a front row seat of this shit, they started catching fire, how hot it was. But the angel of the Lord came down into the furnace, together with those around Azariah, who's Raphael, and shook the flame of the fire from the furnace, and made the midst of the furnace as if a moist breeze were whistling inside. Generally, the fire did not touch them, and did not distress them, or cause them annoyance. Generally. So it was still hot, but they were safe. Then the three began to sing, as if from one mouth, glorifying, praise to God in the furnace, saying, so in chorus, unison. Oh man, that's a lot. They had a long time to sing this shit, but I'll go through it. This is what they're saying. These are their affirmations of glory, by the way. This is like, if they did a journal entry, this is their list of gratitudes, as an example. Blessed are you, O Lord, God of our ancestors, and praiseworthy and highly exalted for eternities. Blessed is your glorious, holy name, and to be highly praised and highly exceedingly awe for eternities. Blessed are you in the temple of your holy glory, and highly extolled and highly glorious for eternities. Blessed are you who look upon the abyss, sitting upon cherubim, and praiseworthy, and being greatly exalted for eternities. UFOs, by the way. Blessed are you upon the throne of your dominion, the skies, anew, and highly extolled and being greatly exalted for eternities. Blessed are you in the foundation of heaven, and praised and glorified for eternities. Bless the Lord, all the labors of the Lord. Sing and high exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, O heavens. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, O angels of the Lord. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, O waters, even all those above the heavens. Psalms 19:1. And sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Praise the Lord of all powers. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Praise the Lord, O sun and moon. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, O stars of the sky. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Praise the Lord, every thunderstorm and dew. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, all spirits. Sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, fire and burning heat. Bless the Lord, cold weather and heat. Bless the Lord, hoarfrost and snow. Bless the Lord, night and days. Bless the Lord, light and darkness. Bless the Lord, lightning and clouds. Let the earth praise the Lord. Let it sing and highly exalt him for eternities. Bless the Lord, mountains and hills. Bless the Lord, all the things produced in the earth. Bless the Lord, the springtime. Bless the Lord, seas and rivers. Bless the Lord's huge fish and everything that moves in the water. Bless the Lord, everything that flies in the sky. Come on now. Bless the Lord, all wild beasts and herds. Bless the Lord, O sons of humanity. Bless the Lord, O Israel. Bless the Lord, O priests. Bless the Lord, O slaves. Bless the Lord, O spirits and righteous souls. Bless, O hallowed and humbled in heart. Bless the Lord, Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael. Sing praise and highly exalt him for eternities, because he has taken us out from Hades and saved us from the hand of death. And he rescued us from the midst of the furnace of burning flame. And he rescued us from the midst of fire. Acknowledge the Lord for kindness, because his mercy is for eternity. That's deep. That's a whole list of things they're gratitude for. But they reverse it. Instead of them being gratuitous for the things, they're saying all the things be gratuitous for God. And then they save themselves for less. Bless the Lord, Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael, the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, because he has taken us from out of Hades and saved us from the hand of death. Similar to Jesus did, right? Boop. Bless the God of gods. All those who worship the Lord, sing and acknowledge that his mercy is for eternity. There we go. So it's the God of gods. There's others. Then Nebuchadnezzar heard their singing, and he was marveled. So he stood up quickly and said to his nobles, "Did we not cast 3 men into the midst of fire tied up?" And they answered the king, "It is true, O king. Here, I see 4 men loose and walking around in the midst of the fire, and there is no destruction among them." Mind you, they only threw in 3. And the sight of the 4th resembles a son of God, an angel, in a man's body. There's a 4th man down there, and he resembles the Son of God. Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain, because you might be entertaining angels. I wonder how they know he resembled the Son of God, since all of these are Judeans and Chaldeans. You'll understand eventually. Here, I see 4 men loose and walking around in the midst of the fire, and there's no destruction amongst them. And the sight of the 4th resembles the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar approached the door of the burning furnace of fire and said, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here." Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out from the midst of the fire. The satraps and the generals and the governors and the mighty ones of the king gathered together and kept looking at the men, because the fire had no power over their body, and the hair of their head was not burned up. Their trousers were not affected, and there was no smell of fire on them. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said, "Blessed is the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his angel and delivered his servants because they believed in him." They changed the word of the king and gave over their bodies to the fire to ensure they would not serve or worship any god but their God, lowercase to capital G. I post this decree. Any people, tribe, or language that speaks blasphemy against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego will be sentenced to the destruction and their homes taken for booty. Pause. Because there is no other God who can rescue like this one. Then the king directed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego into the region of Babylon and requested them to lead all the Judeans who were in his dominion. So ain't that a bitch? The Judeans are the ones who snitched on him. So you gotta understand like the level of this problem, reaction, solution shit. that God knows that these motherfuckers betrayed you. That God knows that these motherfuckers are speaking witchcraft on you. That God knows that you're going through the fire. But if you hold on and remember where your power and their power come from, He will take those weapons formed against you and turn it back on them. They'll shoot their damn self. You understand something? What do you have to do? Remember where the fuck you come from. And more importantly, who you come from. So it switched the whole. So even went higher than that. See, these people were about to get away with voting for killing these 3 men. Now they in charge of this shit. So what does that mean for Judeans? You go ahead and talk your shit and back talk and do all the bad mouthing about them if you fucking want to. You fuck around and die and lose your house. See what I'm saying? Before it wasn't like that. Before they can snitch and get them thrown into the furnace. Now they can't no more. So now they're locked out. They lost their authority. And it's a shame because they're all fucking related. Here's a cooler way of saying it. These are all niggas. Just like in the time of Jesus. Under Rome 2.0, Babylon. Same fucking story. Same fucking story. Same fucking story. You notice this the Old Testament. See how much of this shit is genetic, I guess? Nebuchadnezzar, the king of all the tribes, peoples, and languages who inhabit the whole land, may be peace increased to you. I am pleased to report to you the signs and marvels that the Most High God did with me, and how great powerful they are. His reign is an eternal reign, his authority for generation and generation. I don't know who said that. That was weird. There's no quotation parts. I just picked up that. Whatever. So that's a small paragraph. So number 4, quote, I, Nebuchadnezzar, was prospering in my palace and I was thriving. I saw a dream and it terrified me. I was troubled on my bed and the visions of my head confounded me, like how you're battling at nighttime if you're dealing with thoughts or depression or things like that. A decree was established by me to bring all the wise men of Babylon in before me, so that they can explain the decision of the dream to me. The enchanters, the magicians, the soothsayers, and the Chaldeans entered, and I recounted the dream before them. But they could not explain its decision to me until Daniel came, whose name was Belshazzar, according to the name of my God, but has a Holy Spirit of God in him, to whom I spoke. O Belshazzar, commander of the enchanters. Ooh, so Daniel was in charge of motherfuckers who could really do fucking magic. Oh no, magic is evil and demonic, the occult stuff is witchcraft. And why are you talking about Daniel in the lion's den for, faggot? Your damn pastors don't make sense. Anyway, Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, according to the name of my God. Ain't that a bitch? He named him after his homies. Authority, even in another God's territory. Imagine that shit. Commander of the enchanters of my kingdom and dominions. I know that a Holy Spirit of God is within you. Holy breath, holy thoughts, holy existence. For the kingdom of heaven is within. And no mystery is impossible for you. Listen to the vision of the dream which I saw and tell me its decision. I was looking while on my bed, and behold, there was a tree in the middle of the earth, and its height was great, no Kabbalah. The tree had grown tall, and it was strong, and its height proceeded up to heaven, and its hollow place into the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were in bloom, and its fruit was plentiful. So you know we're talking about bloodlines. And there was nourishment for all on it. The wild beasts lived beneath it, and the birds of the heavens nested in its branches, and all flesh was nurtured from it. I was looking at a vision of the night while on my bed, and behold, an IR, which means a watcher or an angel, and a holy one. So a watcher and a holy one descended from the heavens. He called out in strength and he said like this, chop down the tree, no avatar, pluck out its branches, shake off its leaves, and scatter its fruit. Jesus Christ, Jerusalem. Let's see if our kingdom or his. There's an angel and a watcher saying, chop down a tree, pluck out its branches, shake off its leaves, scatter its fruit. Let the wild animals underneath it be stirred and the birds from its branches. However, leave the growth of its roots in the earth, and in a bond of iron and bronze in the grass of outdoors, and he will sleep on the dew of the heavens, rain. And his portion will be the wild animals by feeding of the land. All right, Cain, His heart will be changed from that of humans, and the heart of a wild animal will be given to him. Sounds like narcissism will take place. 7 times will be changed over him. 7 times. I don't know what times are those, eternities? I don't know. The message is by the judgment of the watcher and the word of the holy ones. The sanction is so that those who live may know that the Lord is the Most High, the dominion of humanity. So the Lord, which may not be God, because I'll say God when it's God, but let me say it. We'll figure it out. The Lord is the Most High of the dominion of humanity. Okay. What else is there? And he will give it to whomever he thinks is best. Or no, whomever he thinks best suited. And he will make the contemptible ones of humanity rise upon it. This is the dream that I, Nebuchadnezzar, saw. Isn't that interesting that Nebuchadnezzar, whatever bloodline he is, he has dreams and visions. He just doesn't understand them. Now, Belshazzar, Daniel, tell the comparison, because no wise men of my kingdom can none of the wise men of my kingdom can clarify its comparison to me. But you, Daniel, you can because the Holy Spirit of God is in you. End quote. Damn IRs, yeah. Those they're known as watchers or angels. But then there's an IR and a holy one descended from heaven. So it's a watcher or angel and a holy one from heaven. So those are 2 different type of angels or sky people. Watchers are probably hybrids. There's angels, there's archangels, there's cherubim, there's the ones that are inside of us, and then there's the ones that are that don't take our form at all. I don't want no smoke with those guys. Think that's old Kalo? What do you mean by old? You think that's old Kalo? Which one? Who? It would be within the last 600 to 800 years, right? The wealth is shared amongst those around you. A life of truth is expensive. The wealth is shared amongst those around you. Notification ratios. You need to sow a seed. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Archangels, the watchers, and then so it's an archangel and then one that he could talk to. Oh, Carlos V as an old man. Which one? Which one do you think is him? Kalo Kalamis, Haberston, Ashkenaz, in the last name of Jesus. Andrew. Kalaman. Very interesting story. Which one do you think is Carlos V? These are the descendants of Abraham. They are Chaldeans amongst Judeans. The difference is royal bloodline. Ben, Chan, Esser, Bel, Shah, Zar. Yeah, buddy. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah. It's his name in their language. Kalo the Fifth. You know a better name for him? Montezuma. Mount Zion. The king of kings in terms of this witchcraft shit. You better say, well, you better stop fucking with my granddad. Anyway, then Daniel, whose name was Ben Chan Esar, there was the Esar. I saw it. I almost slept on that. You're right, Azar. Like Azuli. It's Esar, like a prophet, and he is. Yeah, it's a bloodline of prophets, Chaldeans. Yep, same story. Same fucking story. So it could be any one of his fathers, even if it's not him. Absolutely. But it would be the same thing like him. Absolutely. Part 10. The Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, became mute for about 1 hour, and his thoughts troubled him. Ben Khan Azur, Neb Khan Ezer, or Neb Khan Essa. Yup. There we go. And then Bel the dragon, Naga, Naki. We're right there. So we know that black people. Anyway, so Belshazzar answered and said, O Lord, may the dream be for those who hate you, and its comparison is for your enemies. The tree that you saw became great and powerful, whose height reached the heavens and expanse the whole earth. So it's an empire. Its leaves are flourishing, its fruit is plentiful, and food for all in it. So they're making a lot of money. Beneath it dwelled wild animals living in the fields, and the birds of heaven nested in its branches, meaning they had everything they needed. You are the one, O king, because you have become great and strong. Your greatness has been exalted and reached out to the heavens, and your dominion to the ends of the earth. He's talking about Nebuchadnezzar right now, a foreigner. And because the king saw an ear, or a watcher or angel, and the Holy One descended from heaven, and it said, Remove the tree and utterly destroy it. However, leave the growth of its roots in the earth in a bond of iron and in bronze. So this is similar to going into captivity or slavery. And on the grass outdoors, he will sleep with the animals and living in the fields and endued of the heavens. Definitely slavery. His portion will be until 7 times change over him. Damn, you lose 7 goes. Monopoly. This is its comparison, O king, in the judgment of the Most High, which pertains to my master, the king. He's talking to Nebuchadnezzar. They will chase you away from humans, and your inhabitants will be with the animals living in the fields. Oh, Nebuchadnezzar might be a descendant of a giant. No wonder. They will feed you fodder like a bull, and you will sleep by the dew of the heavens. 7 times will be changed over you until you acknowledge that the Most High has sovereignty over the dominion of humanity, and he will give it to whomever he desires. Meaning you the king today, but if God changes his mind, you will not be the king tomorrow. Message, I wonder why I'm a citizen. Moreover, because they said, leave the growth of the roots of the tree alone, your reign will remain for you from the time when you acknowledge the heavenly authority. On account of this, O king, may my advice please you. Make redemption for your sins by giving alms and injustices by acts of compassion for the poor. All right, socialists. Perhaps in a like manner, God will have patience for your transgressions. Moat Spec saying, if you meet God halfway, he'll take you to 110. But if you don't, yeah, you'll have your little kingdom, but it'll start to die, branch by branch, leaf by leaf. And before you know it, your sons and your kids, for 7 generations, will be taken into captivity your damn self. Don't shoot the fucking messenger. Holla at your boy, Daniel. Belshazzar. Carlos V. All these things came upon Nebuchadnezzar the king. After the 12 months, on the roof of the temple of his kingdom in Babylon, which is one of those domed roofs that you see, he was walking. And the king answered and said, is this not Babylon, the magnificent, that I built into a house that reigns by the strength of my power for the honor of my glory? So there goes the narcissism. And mind you, he had 3 narc rages earlier. This whole video earlier and the one before was about narcissism. And it's right in the Bible. Ain't that a bitch, part 20. While the word was still in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven. So he heard that voice in his ear. They are saying to you, King Nebuchadnezzar, the dominion has passed from you, saying your time is up. They are chasing you away from the humans. So that means he's a Nephilim. And your habitation will be with the animals living in the fields. He had to run into the wild. They will feed you fodder like a bull. And 7 times will be changed over you until you acknowledge that the Most High has sovereignty over the reign of humans. This is very specific. And he will give it to whomever he desires. Same thing Daniel said. And he heard it in his head like a loop. At that same hour, the word was accomplished upon Nebuchadnezzar. He was banished from humanity, and he began eating fodder like a bull. His body was washed by the dews of heaven until his hair was lengthened like that of a lion's, and his nails like those of birds, so very unkempt and very unkingly. After the end of days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes into the heavens, and my senses were restored to me. So he was in a bit of a derangement, right? This is a narcissist crashing out, having a tower moment, and now he's coming to his senses. I praised the Most High, and I glorified and honored the ones who live for eternity, because his authority is an eternal authority, and his reign is from generation to generation. All those who dwell on the earth were considered as nothing, and he does according to his will with the force of the heavens, and with the habitation of the earth. There is no one who can resist his hand and can say, what have you done? At the same time, my senses were restored to me, and I came into the honor of my reign. My senses returned to me, and my despots and my nobles began seeking me. I gained strength over my dominion, and extraordinary majesty was given to me. Now then, I, Nebuchadnezzar, glorify and extol and praise the King of the heavens. You know, we got spaceships. Because all his work is true, and his ways bring judgment, and he is able to humble all those who walk in arrogance. Same story. So I guess there is redemption for a narcissist by realizing what it is and what it isn't. It ain't all for your glory. Fucking impossible. This is one of the greatest kings in history, bowing down to something he can't see. And it restored his senses. Belshazzar, the king, made a great banquet for his thousands of nobles, and the wine was there for the thousands. Belshazzar the king. Ain't that Daniel? So after Nebuchadnezzar lost his fucking mind, Belshazzar, Daniel, Carlos V, the king, made a great banquet for his thousands of nobles. That's a bloodline thing. And the wine was before the thousands. Similar to Jesus turning water into wine. You remember something? Water is something that's not sweet. Bitterness, slavery, captivity. Into wine, that something is sweet. Enjoyment, merriment, on Solomon. And upon drinking, Belshazzar said during the tasting of his wine to bring the gold and the silver cups that Nebuchadnezzar, his father, hold on. Guess that was a public service announcement. Anyway, so, oh, this is tape. I ain't gonna tape it nowhere. It's two-sided. I can't tape it. That'd be foolishness. Alright. School shooter shit. Shout to Jonathan again. Amazon for the win. May blessings be returned to you. Times 13 or 10. Whatever is higher. Sometimes 13 is 4. Alright, so. Once more. Oh, we got the little magnets in this bitch. Nah, I ain't gonna stay here this long to put it into a wall. But I'll take it with me. Quite likely, quite literally. My other one that I left behind was Ashy anyway. I didn't want to drag it on a plane. That'd be kind of weird. Come on, you son of a marker box. Ah, we got an eraser. You know how I am. I use my goddamn hands if I have to. Alright. Oh, these are stuck because they're rectangular. Yeah, buddy. Oh, it's about to get really weird in here, verbal artists. We got a semblance of a whiteboard back. Now I can demonstrate some of these things. Lord willing. Alright. We'll get to that in a second. Oh, they got magnets too. We winning. Oh, that's what I can do. You can hang it. But usually that breaks. It broke in my last apartment. Okay, well, whatever. So we left that Nebuchadnezzar changing his fucking mind after living outside without his kingdom for a while. And I guess in his absence, Daniel's a Chaldean. He was part of Jerusalem and Judeans. You know how it is. People be fucking. And upon drinking, Belshazzar said during the tasting of his wine to bring the gold cups and silver cups that Nebuchadnezzar, his father, had removed from the temple in Jerusalem and let them drink. Wait, hold on. That just blew my mind. Nebuchadnezzar is Daniel's father? Oh, that's a crazy plot twist. Or was he talking about Nebuchadnezzar's father? He said, bring the gold and silver cups that Nebuchadnezzar, his father, had removed. Wow. It said Belshazzar said during the tasting of his wine to bring the gold and silver cups that Nebuchadnezzar, his father, had removed from the temple in Jerusalem and let them drink. That is crazy. Oh, they said shout out to Jonathan. Hey. In the vowel order fully reused as Ben, Khan, Osiris, which is Osiris. And that's why his son is Heru. Same story. 7 is 3. Bobalian break. Thank you. TBFB3. Hey, Jonathan with the whiteboard clutch. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to him, man. Verbo Artis. There it is. Jonathan on Mama. They flip the roles. They do. Just right there, they did it. So that means that Daniel's father, so Daniel's an illegitimate son of Nebuchadnezzar, because Nebuchadnezzar was fucking all the Judean women. I get it. Hence why his son had that gift in him. So that is interesting. So who was the father of Carlos? And how did Nebuchadnezzar lose his way? Why is he talking about his grandfathers or grandmothers and a third party when he's in his reign? Why is he worshiping? Oh, because that's right. This ain't the first time they've been in captivity. And they're mixing and mixing every time they're, so bloodline-wise, he's the same. Because he's not a human. He's one of the fallen. And that's why that kid asked me that on Threads. He was like, which side are you? This one or Jeremiah? And I said, no, King John Smith. He says, no, Prester John is the righteous priest. But I told him I'm also Carlos V. And he said, oh, damn, twin, you're part of the fallen. That's on my Threads right now. And I did not understand where his background came from. I don't know why he said that. But he did not know that John Smith is Prester John. So no. I'm not one or the other. I'm the angels and the demons. Like, I gotta let these motherfuckers know what's going on in America. This is a long time ago. We mixed again already. That's what the damn vision is. We're going to keep the roots of Nebuchadnezzar's bloodline. And then, roots means it can still grow. So yeah, Carlos V and, yeah, that makes sense. Because Carlos V will be Montezuma, Mansa Musa, Azamori, Little Stephen. And then John Smith will be Prester John, which is a Jesus grandson or similar. But the weird shit is Prester John and Carlos V are related. If they're not father and son, they're fucking brothers. Different mothers. Oh, that's how you get it. That's how that would happen. Of course. See, his mother could be a foreigner, Solomon. You know how they were doing. And then you have a son with that foreign mother, which is different than your mother. His grandmother through you and his grandmother through her. I get it. Okay, so it's like a quarter and a half. I get it. Okay. They're just following the men when it came to the, in these stories, kings, for the bloodline of kings. But it's not following their queens at all. They didn't even mention their mothers. So you want to know what their backgrounds are. Same story at Esther. Alrighty, we're getting somewhere finally. I'm white, bro. Is that okay to sub? My grandmother's white. How are you doing? Yep, Carlos V got his staff from Mama Inga, not from his father. Yeah. The tall angels. Yeah. The fallen. They think fallen means evil or something. No, fallen means they came from a spaceship. And they fall down to Europa, the moon, Earth, Mars, wherever it is. And they're kind of stuck down here for a little while until Michael comes back with his mothership and saves them. Same story, kind of, sort of. Well, they had that show on Netflix, 1100 or the 100 or something like that. Same story. That's the story Scientology tried to hijack. Same thing with the Mormons. That's why they're so connected at the top of their pyramid. They know a spaceship came here and people came off of it. They're just pretending it's them. Different story, I guess. So yeah, Peter the Great, aka King David, the Grand Zeus Caesar, Pharaoh, King of Kings, Emperor, all the same story. So it's Prester John, but then it was Emperor Carlo. Yeah. But they're father and son, I think, or brothers. We'll figure it out. They're in the same bloodline, though, either way it goes. And I'm both of them, unfortunately. Angels and demons. Scary story. Those who love to be downstairs and those who love to be upstairs. That is it. Zeno, Zeus, Jupiter. You got it. Essene, fallen. Isa, fallen. Yeah. Those who came from heaven and took bodies. Different than the holy ones who still want to fly in the spacecraft. Yep. That makes sense. Those who live downstairs and those who live upstairs. I think that's what all the pictures show. All those different dimensions. And then sometimes you'll see some of those characters come down here into our reality. So yeah. And if you are born into these bodies, the tree and the roots, you reincarnate into these bodies. So it's like you're stuck here. But as I said, for 7 generations. And that's the same thing Blavatsky was trying to prove. The 5 to 7 root races. I understand something. Either way, shout to the crazy ass ancestors. Oh, that's probably why he didn't throw his son in the damn pit. That's crazy. Anyway, then the gold and silver cups that he removed from the temple of God in Jerusalem were brought. And the king and his leaders and his concubines, and his mistresses, began drinking with them. So even Belshazzar had some hoes, bro. Yo, everybody got hoes but me. What is going on? I'm supposed to have hoes? Oh, they shouldn't have told me anything. They kept drinking wine, and they praised the golden and silver and bronze and iron and wooden and stone gods. So here they go with that bullshit again. Here we go with the bullshit again. They about to do the idol worship part 5. In the same hour, the fingers of the human hand came out and began writing, opposing the torch on the plaster of the wall on the palace of the king. The king was looking at the knuckles of the hand that was writing. Then the appearance of the king was altered, and his thoughts troubled him. And the joints of his loins began loosening, and his knees started knocking, so he's getting anxious, nervous. The king shouted with might to bring in the magicians, the Chaldeans, the soothsayers, and said to the wise men of Babylon, whoever reads the writing and explains the decision to me will wear purple clothes, the same ones that Christopher Columbus found on those islands of Hispaniola, and golden necklace on his neck. All right, Panama. And he will rule the 3rd highest ruler in my dominion. All the wise men of the king came in, but they could not decipher the writing or explain the comparison to the king. So King Belshazzar was troubled. So it went from Nebuchadnezzar and his bullshit, and now Belshazzar, like father, like son, Jesus Christ. Can't give niggas money. They start acting up and forgetting. Hold on, let me run it back. That shit threw me off. Then Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar. And this is King Belshazzar, Nebuchadnezzar's son, doing the same thing his father did. Oh my God, they're dumb. Nah, they fucked up something. Because then Daniel's son. What? There's 2 Belshazzars? Hold on. Yeah, this is weird. Why they do that? Because Daniel's back, but hold on. Did he name him after his son or something? Hold on. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and Belshazzar. And then there's a King Belshazzar after fucking Nebuchadnezzar came back. Hold on. But it's later, it's years later. So of course you have a new king by now. So it's not Daniel. But this is the alternate text though. Maybe they're fucking up the translation. Or they're confused by the fact that it is him. We're about to find out in a second. Then Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar. Then King Belshazzar. Hold on. I'm gonna run with it. I won't land this shit. We're gonna find out what the fucking message is. So King Belshazzar was troubled, and his appearance was altered, and his nobles became upset. They got worried too. Then the queen entered the drinking house and said, so she went to the bar where the boys were hanging out in the boys' lounge. O king, may you live for an eternity. Don't let your reasonings trouble you, and don't let your form be altered. Same thing that I be saying. Don't let your own thoughts worry you. There is a man in your dominion in whom there is a divine spirit, and in the days of your father, vigilance and understanding were found in him. So he's talking about Nebuchadnezzar, Belshazzar's father. King Nebuchadnezzar, your father, King Belshazzar, appointed him commander of the enchanters, magicians, Chaldeans, and the soothsayers, because an extraordinary spirit is in him. The thoughtfulness and understanding, who interpreted dreams, reported powerful things, and unbound bonds, this Daniel. And the king gave him the name Belshazzar. Now let him be summoned, and he will report a comparison to you. Okay. So Daniel's probably older. So Daniel was named Belshazzar first. Probably, because he's older now. Because this is Nebuchadnezzar's son. So maybe, maybe Nebuchadnezzar named this son after Belshazzar again because of what Daniel did. Makes sense. Okay, so they're not the same allegedly. You know how this shit gonna twist. Then Daniel was led before the king, and his namesake, Belshazzar. And the king said to Daniel, are you Daniel? So yeah, he's younger. He doesn't know him. He wasn't there when he was helping his dad out. So King Belshazzar is younger than Daniel now. Got it. His dad just loved the name and loved what he did for him. And then The one from the sons of the captives of Judah, whom my father the king brought here. I have heard about you, that there's a divine spirit in you, and vigilance and extraordinary wisdom was found in you. Now the wise men, magicians, and garrison came in before me to read this writing and explain its comparison to me, but they could not report it to me. So mind you, this time they all saw the writing on the wall. I have heard about you, that you can compare a judgment. Now then, if you're able to decipher the writing and explain its comparison to me, you'll wear clothes of purple. All right, more. And the golden necklace will be put in your neck. All right, calls the fifth. And you will rule as the third highest ruler in my dominion. Okay. And Daniel said before the king, let your gifts be for you, and give the present to another from your household. But I will read the writing and explain its comparison to you. Oh, he said, I don't need nothing for this. Hold the change. O king, the Most High God gave your father Nebuchadnezzar the dominion and majesty and honor and glory. And based on the majesty that the God gave him, all the peoples, tribes, and language trembled and were afraid before him. He killed whom he wished, he beat who he wished, and he raised up who he wished, and he humbled who he wished. But when his heart was exalted, and his spirit prevailed to behave arrogantly, he was brought down from the kingdom's throne, and the honor was taken from him. He was banished from humanity, and his heart was given over with the animals. His habitation was with the wild asses, and they fed him fodder like a bull. His body was washed by the dews of heaven, until he perceived that the Most High God has sovereignty over the dominion of humanity, and he will give it to whomever he desires. So then you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart before God in all these things that you knew. You have raised yourself against the Lord God of heaven, and they brought the cups of his sanctuary before you, because they were from Jerusalem. You and your nobles, your concubines and your mistresses, damn it, we ain't got hoes, were drinking wine with them. You have praised the golden, silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone gods. Again, these are heads of different tribes or nationalities or nations, bloodlines, that cannot see that, neither hear nor know, but the God in whose your hand and breath and all your ways, you have not honored him. On this account, the knuckle of a hand was sent from his face. I've seen people dream of hands touching them and things. See? Loop. And inserted this in writing. This is posted writing saying this. Main, Thekel, Phares. This is a comparison of the word main, like Gucci Mane. God has measured your reign and completely filled it. Thekel, it has been put on a balance and found lacking. Okay, Libra. Phares, your reign has been divided up and given to Media and Persia. Jesus Christ, Persinia. That's how they get into power. After Nebuchadnezzar's son falls off. Belshazzar ordered, and they clothed Daniel in clothes of purple, and they placed a gold necklace around his neck. Diamonds on my diamonds on my necklace. He announced about him that he was the third ruler in the dominion. And that's after Daniel said he don't need nothing. On that same night, Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, was killed. So he's the king of Chaldeans. The fuck? Or doesn't mean Chaldean though. They're still in captivity. Hold on, this is confusing. They're talking about these two niggas like they're the same person, degree-wise, but they're not unless they are. That's like saying Moses was Pharaoh's son because the Pharaoh was fucking all the Hebrew women. Same story. Oh my God. But they call it alternate text for a reason. So this is another possibility, I guess, for the people who are trying to translate this shit. But either way, Daniel's alive, but Nebuchadnezzar's sons Belshazzar of the same name in their language is dead now. Darius the Mede, all right, King Darius shows up, received the reign when he was 62 years old. Damn. And it goes on again. How much further does this go? I'll save some for later. Oh, it keeps going. Cyrus, king of Persia, shows up. Well, that brings us to America, California. Yeah, this is the 1200s to 1500s. Oh, it goes on quite a while. So I stopped at Daniel, the alternate text, chapter 6. It starts with Darius. So I'll get there eventually, I guess. I don't fucking know. I got so many bookmarks in this shit. Who's that other bookmark I just saw? Because the formula is the same. It's just showing me that Daniel, or Shalmanzar, or Belshazzar, number one, is that nigga from? Oh, the end of Susanna bookmark. Oh, that was a short story. He said, under the mastic tree, and Daniel's in Sudan. Rightly you have lied against your own head, for the angel of God has already received the statement from God. He will split you in half. After he had removed him, he ordered to bring the other and said to him, seed of Canaan, and not of Judah, beauty has deceived you, and lust has distorted your heart. You used it to act this way to the daughters of Israel, and those women, since they were frightened, would have sexual intercourse with you. But a daughter of Judah did not tolerate your lawlessness. Oh, that was a story about the gardener people. Now therefore tell me, under the tree did you seize them talking to one another? And he said, under the evergreen oak. And Daniel said to him, surely you have also lied against your own head. For the angel of God is waiting, holding a sword to cut you in half to destroy you. Raphael is busy. And all the assembly cried out with a loud voice and praised God who delivered those hope in him. And they stood against the two old men because Daniel had shown them with their own mouths that they were false witnesses. That's that good cop, bad cop where you know, Fish 48, they put the fucking culprits in different rooms and ask them the same question, you get different answers. Daniel was shown them from their own mouths that they were false witnesses, no young thug, and they did to them just as they maliciously attended against their neighbor, by acting according to the law of Moses, and they killed him. An innocent lived by the sword, died by the sword. An innocent blood was saved on that day. Hilkiah and his wife praised for their daughter, with Joachim her husband and all their kindred, because no unseemly action was found in her. Daniel became great before the people from that day and beyond. And then Bell the dragon is Daniel too. So a lot of this is Daniel. Carlos. I guess right before he gets to America. Again, it's time in Perusal. After Mama Inga and the angels left, or as soon as they get back, or something like that. Timeline's going in both directions, I think. So, for us. So, I don't know. Angels move backwards. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I only know one thing about all these people. They keep saying the same fucking thing, man. That's why this book, to me, is so important. It's because I see so many people talk about the Bible and they ascribe narrative, or they ascribe history, or they ascribe our circumstances today to this. And then they look outside, and I'm like, where the fuck did we miss? Like, no one's living by this. That people invoke the problems of, oh, the white man brought the Bible. How the white man bring the Bible? John Smith is Pressure John. He darker than me. Stop playing with me. But a lot of people ascribe that, unfortunately, for the white man today, that has been the social conditioning that even my own people forgot who the fuck they are and lost their goddamn mind. Because how the fuck can the people of that book in this fucking land ascribe the writings of their ancestors to anybody by color? Anyway, like to begin with. And then to ascribe that revelation of Aramaic, Hebrew, Phoenician script, Chaldeans to a foreigner. Anyway, like they don't go far enough to Egypt for me. They still trying to get to West Africa, but Egypt, that they know, is in East Africa. Which one is it, bitch? We should ask the Nigerians. How long did they live there? Not very long, I guess. So like, you just keep stacking that shit, because then they should have known what happened to the wider kingdom. That's Judah with a W, by the way. What happened to their walled cities? Benin? I don't know. There was Benin, Judah again. That ain't everybody. That's some of them. But they're right there in West Africa. And those are the same Jews they put into slavery. So it wasn't black people and West Africans in slavery. It was the Judeans put into captivity and then brought to South America. Stop fucking playing with me. But they brought them back to their home. Mama Inga, Jerusalem. There's way more people here. To this day, Israel been here. So, I say all that to say, however they got here, they're here with us. The people in this goddamn book. No one brought us our fucking book back. I guess we left one behind and they started living by it in our absence. And obviously they got that shit fucked up. And then they brought back their new interpretation of the same shit. But no one asked, motherfucker, instead of quoting everything, how about you fucking read it? I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen one of these motherfuckers read from this Bible yet. But they always talk about being God's people and all that dumb shit. Prove it. Be like Daniel then. Read it and tell people what the fuck it means then. I'm talking about just trying to. They won't dare read that shit. It will convict them in their own fucking mind's eye. That's why. They're scared. Because they're going to see all their sins, all their shortcomings, all of their arrogance on the wrong side of those stories. I'm telling you something. I've seen this story before. 150,000 times. I mean, at least that many people. Essene, falling. Calo Essenes, Chaldeans. Colosseum, there you go. Didn't cut the sample right, yeah. Alternate text. It's a backup just fine. Maybe one is pre-fall and the other is fall. King, post-fall due to mating, yes. Little Kang, what's up, gang? Big Stacks, what's up, brother? Remember, David pretended to be retarded and he lived in the field. Yes. Dabiel, Daniel, Aldoui, Dwayne, part 2. Full name of Sidi Muhammad is also Sidi Muhammad El Aoui without the D. Same story. My grandfather. That's why all their names is in my name. His name is my name too. Smith. Yeah, Smiths. We fell off. We fell off before anyone else. I would love to know when. This time or next one. Man, shit, I gotta bring the vibe back. They got me fucked up, boy. They don't pay me enough for this shit. I'm talking about the bloodline and the ancestors. But at least I'm not surprised of all the betrayals and all the backbiting and all the niggas behind my back my whole fucking life. Oh, this happens to the bloodline of the kings every fucking time. You almost got me in the first half. I ain't gonna lie. They almost had me in the first half. I was like, oh, they trying to make me cry. Boo-hoo. Too bad I'm not a faggot and I don't give a fuck about what a nigga think about me. How would that get me bitches? Anyway, like Vanity Con, Ivan Con, Ia, IV4 for a reason. We like this for a reason, boy. It's almost like a compass for us. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. If it doesn't make bad bitches, stop playing with me. You're wasting my time down here multiplying. I don't want to multiply with dumb bitches and ugly bitches and just bitches that are available. That's against my religion. That shit against my religion. It should be against yours. Shit. We wouldn't be in this fucking position, or at least this bad. We would have had 5 more BET channels if we did what we supposed to do. But they said they're gonna knock down all of our branches and keep our roots. That's why the bloodline of kings is still amongst us. Come on now. We still here, boy. We still here, man. We live in effect. My brothers, my cousins, and everything in between us. We still down here. We got different mamas and shit, but we still down here. They couldn't have this party without us. They fucking know it. That's why they don't even say nothing to me. That's why they don't really block my channel for real. You know I got every fucking agency in and out of this bitch. They know fucking better. It's like Daniel, but better. My name's Dwayne, by the way. Very similar. It means drawing. Prophets draw. That's why I got whiteboard. Design. Design. The drawing that Drew Ali drew. Remember, Tim drew me out of his blood by procreating with a princess of the Indians. You know how that shit go. We don't have the big fortresses no more. White boys done took it all. But they still are the bloodline of those people. So Princess Santoki of the Saponi Indians of the Valley, Virginia colonies, King James. Same story. Just 400 years later. They had a traveling circus. You would think they were gypsies. And whatever happened to them, Noble Drew Ali ended up north. He ended up in a new relationship with Ham, a.k.a. What's her name? Pearl. And I don't know if they had kids. Maybe that's why they didn't know he had a grandson. But then they say Beasley took over the the Moorish Temple Science America of Chicago. Funny fucking story. That's my grandfather. So my grandfather Beasley, Manly Beasley, S.T. Beasley, his father, took over the more simple science of America at that time, which is like, what, the 1930s? And married and had a child with Noble Drew Ali's daughter, which is probably why the proximity chat of, well, if he could take over the more simple science of America, he was a member. Was it Mary or Emma? One of them. Then our bloodline goes from Smith to Beasley. There it is. I think Noble Drew Ali and them were Alfords. That's their white name on paper. And Al Ford, like Ali. And yeah, here I am. So my bloodline story keeps doing that too. The same types of people will mix every once in a while. So noble, and the empress, a princess, a royal. And it's the bloodline of those. Judeans, Hindus, all kind of shit. We even got Persians in us. Yeah. We're all those people in that book. Like not just the main characters, but the people they lived amongst. Everyone was kung fu fucking man. It's just depending on who was in charge of the party, that's all. They're crossbreeding. Some didn't want to. Alfred's is in Motherland. Even if you cut the branches, the roots are still there. Come on, God. Come on now. Come on. They cut them so much they stole my hairline B40. I know. I'm working with it, Tomahawk Indians. And then they say they were scalping us. Oh, epigenetics and trauma in your bloodline. Imagine something. We have it exactly where they scalp us at. They didn't like our long hair. And Noble Drew Ali was a barber. Can you imagine it? Them white Jewish boys and those bankers do not like us in our hair and our beards. It intimidates them by default. It reminds them of something scary, I guess, like the sons of God and angels. I know that's right. Versus Alice in Wonderland. And Mr. Now said, Alfred's in Motherland versus Alice in Wonderland. Come on now. Alfred. Oh, Alfred Hitchcock was one of the three Trismegistus. That makes sense. Maybe they were all Alfords and Alfreds. Because they are Rosicrucians. Ain't that a bitch? I wonder if Noble Drew Ali's grandfather... North Carolina is pretty close to fucking Pennsylvania. That's quite possible. That the three amigos, P.B. Randolph, Abraham Lincoln, and Alfred. Or Alfred. Wow. He's the only one I don't have a picture of, actually. Ain't that a bitch? We don't have a picture of Lincoln either. The real one, I mean. The one that had black friends. I don't know who that guy is, that tall white guy is. But they made sure to put him on a copper penny to let you know that he's at least part American. So he could be a Melangian, I guess. I don't know. I get mixed reports about the Civil War, since they lie about all the other wars too, including Poland. But it doesn't matter. Mandela effects aside, God will still put it back together for us. I just had to ask, what did God want me to do? No answer yet. So I'm just freestyling. He hasn't stopped me quite yet. Thank God. I'm tired. Some people get tired of figuring out. I'm getting tired of it not being figured out. I'm still missing a couple more pieces though. I know how far I got. I know where I started, I should say. I got a point of reference. So I can kind of deduce how much further this shit can really go if we had more accurate resources. That's because they raised us in AP classes doing book reports, so I know. But fundamentally, most of my answers came from prayers anyway. It had nothing to do with reading books. So I have great faith that irregardless of what we have access to, we will know what to do. All that other shit's for nerds anyway. This ain't a fucking debate. Either it's in you or it ain't. Answered prayers or proof. You see who they kept coming to the answers to. Now, mind you, everyone that has had problem with me in their covens and secret societies, they found my channel because they were looking for answers from dude. I guess they didn't like my answers or something. Touch not my anointed ones. I wish they'd come back and tell me. Do they believe me now? That at the very least, I'm one of the anointed ones. That just means prophets. It's a warning to fuck around and find out. They always choose the same button. They never take our word for it. They act like we benefit from saying crazy shit in this fucking world with a bunch of crazy people. Like I'm winning money and bitches by doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I'm not. I don't get off of it. I don't give a fuck that much. The problem is I can't do nothing else. My mind don't work a different way. I cannot compartmentalize it, in fact. Whether I'm on or off the screen, I will probably be figuring this thing out. When I was at work, I had a little, you know those little memo pads like investigators have? I used to take that shit to work and write in it while I was taking orders in the drive-thru. I was always doing the science on something. Bills, dreams, thoughts, affirmations, situations, journal entries. I was always keeping track of my thoughts. I think that assisted me in developing a long-term memory. And then you don't have to do it as much. And then you forget and you're like, I wish I wrote it down and stuff. Then we start getting iPhones and iPads, and I thought the pictures would replace that. Nah, it's not the same. But at least with the pictures, I could put myself back into the aura of the picture and go, what was I feeling? And then tell the story backwards. But I would say documenting is like the best thing for you to do. Especially what you're going through. When you're going through shit, that'd be the best time to write it down, man. So that when you finally overcome some shit and you feel yourself going down again, you can remind yourself exactly how far you came just by reading your own words. That's what I'm saying. The Bible ain't required for you to believe in God or yourself. It's the people journaling their journey to where they are. There's like 66 different versions of it. Like, this is what happens every time I had God fucked up. This is what happens every time they had God fucked up. This is how every time where things were good. And this is, but you notice the tone of the Bible though. Mind you, that ain't every book we wrote. This is journal entries based on getting back into alignment. Like fundamentally, they compiled the best summaries of how we ended up in captivity, in what we kept doing, and then the stars of the show on how they got up from under different snares and setbacks and collapses and armies and wars. And trust me, Israel was fighting itself a lot. Same story, Old Block, Harlem, Atlanta. So that don't really go away for real. It's just that why does that keep happening? It's because we keep chasing something else, whether it's silver, whether it's gold, whether it's women, whether it's like weird powers and divination. There's a lot of that, a lot of sorcerers, a lot of soothsayers. You know, you've seen tarot videos. So some people just feel like that shit is more instantly gratifiable than the patience that God requires. But a lot of times when you're dealing with that stuff, trust me, you don't want to rush none of that. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, a lot of people commit to a lifestyle they made up when they were 12 years old. That's why they seem so childish when they finally get it, right? Now think about B. Simone. Like, she wanted to be a bad bitch since middle school. So she carries herself on like fucking a middle schooler when shit ain't right no more. You see that with everybody else. All the celebrities losing their light right now. It seems like they regressed socially. Yeah. Taking them back to before they started all their fuckery. That gave it to them. Come on now. Cardi B at that party last night. Cool looking party, I guess. But I could read the fucking room. Everybody looked uncomfortable in that bitch. And it was dark as hell. What the fuck going on with them? Yeah, they had some pretty girls there. But you know why I didn't feel? The presence of God, inspiration, excitement, laughter. I seen a lot of people forcing beautiful smiles for a camera. Did you see that shit? Anyway, same story, I guess. This ain't that. Randolph, Olfran, Alfred, yeah. Old English names too. They're Kentish. Ah, Kent, Trent. You see the trick. Kenton, Trenton. You see the trick. England, New England. You see the trick. Same story. With a different consonant, I guess. Thank God for the vowels. E-I-E-I. Uh-oh. Let me think. Oh, I didn't see that party, but yep, the severance at everybody. I think, whose timeline was it? It wasn't Hit Boys. It's probably A. Marie's stories. She was at the Cardi B party. And all the girls were there. And I just looked at their faces, their eyes, their gateways to their souls. And remember, these are like Atlantic Records artists. Mind you, they already cut their staff 90%. So you know, I guess they're trying to sell out all the publishing. But we started this journey this year with Atlantic Records and strange tattoo makers and Troy Taylor and everything. I remember everything. They said marijuana makes you lose your memory. They don't smoke enough for me. Anyway. Spelled Elf Raid. Ooh, elves. Alvin. I know that's right. Elvin. Elder Scrolls. Elden Rings. 11. Evelyn. Yep, we're gonna get there eventually. Back to angels again. Watchers and descendants of thereof. Specialize in rebirth as tattoos artists. Yeah, they always had some type of occultic mysticism attached to it. That's how I knew they were crooked. But they weren't talking about human trafficking, so I pressed the issue about it. Since all the girls who are human trafficked get their tattoos from them. Who's paying for it? Anyway, I don't even know what to draw on this board yet. I didn't do anything mathematical. I don't know. I don't know what to draw about. We'll start with Atlantic Records, since they are the star of this show, for some reason. Remember, a lot of the original Atlantic artists, records, people were Jews. Little Richard will tell you. The little Jew boy from the South. You seen what he looked like, right? Sammy Davis. See what they look like, right? So records, recordings, scrolls, survival scrolls of the Atlantic Ocean, right? Akasha, same story. Waters, information. Psalms, songs, surahs, dance. This is a word cloud. And if you're gifted or you practice this type of mysticism, you'll start to see things dance. It's a light. Atlantis. There's a light. Atlas. Atlanteans. Yep. The light people. Akasha Records. The light within your pineal gland. Same story. That's how you access it at least. Walk through a door of light. I know that's wrong. Candle. Kindle. Like a Kindle. Same story. Condell. Same story. The cons. And if you keep this game going on and you have like Dell 18, that's me. I'll let you see this in 3D. How you break this down, part 3. Del Norte of the North, Northern Israel, by the way. The bees, beekeepers, Beasleys. Northern Israel, North America, New England. South America was Jerusalem. Southern Israel. I guess Egypt was in between us. And then everyone else. Alright, and then got down. So let me show you right now why I got it. So I started doing this myself. I'm learning how to perfect it because I don't always do it like this, but now I do the word cloud first. So I want to know why is there so much emphasis on Atlantic Records right now? From headlines to all of our favorite entertainers and their parties, publishing, something's happening. This is a double hit because this is exactly how our year started. We're just trying to figure out what's going on and why we're getting signals and messages from the artists. And then you just run through it. You got Atlantic Records, Cashapp, Psalms, and Surahs. Since it's Judeans. Then you got Atlas, he's the one that's holding up the firmament, if you will. Okay, if he's holding it up, that means he's in charge. Then you got the Atlanteans with Lantern or Lantia in the middle. Why is that shit backwards? I hate when it does that. Then you got Light. Remember, I'm a Beasley and a Whitey. Then you got Condell of the North, Northern Israel. Well, I'm Del 18. You bend that consonant with that bone and you get a C. So it's December 9th. That's my birthday. And that is the Etruscan Etruscan. So I'll show you. So let's just focus on that real quick because it's connected. I realized that and that at the same time. In fact, this is around February 20th, I think. All right, so or February 22nd to be more precise. 2229 666 or 99999. Let's write that down. So February 22nd. I know by my camera roll. So February 2, 22nd, 22, and then 2025. And then we're going to simplify it at first just to go through the 222s to a 9. And then you can simplify again. You can do 6 on one side and you get 6-9. And of course, there's no particular angle you can read it from. They're both 9s. So then they're folding out. It's the same time. Foley, 9. So it look like this. So that's a divine day. In general. What does that mean? I don't know. Like, in general, when you come across divine days like 999 that we just experienced yesterday, portals, eclipses, but it happened again in February. We had a 9 day. 6-9 is also 15. Cool. Let's break that down. If you add it together and not foley it up, you get another degree, which is 15, which turns out to be the same thing again, right? It becomes 6, and then 6 becomes 9 again. So you start to see a loop. And it's important for you to notice that. See, 6 plus 9 is 15, 15 is 6, 6 is 9. Remember, you can control all 360 degrees of your view of it. Hence, we're not assuming a value. We're not trying to do banking here. You're trying to get divinity out of it. But here's an interesting thing about 15. This came up a lot this year. This is how we know we're in the 4th generation, or like Mark 4 or Mach 4, or the 4th cycle. It's because that's what 15 is. When you look at it in Greek, which is Hebrew. You see the IV, 1-5? Now 1-5 in that rule system that they use means 4. But if you're just reading it like 1-5, it's 15. In this case, you'll put XV. Even that might be wrong because we're in a 9-base system. They're in a deci-base system. You know how that should go. But XV is for kings. See, so IV is technically 4, but if you want it to be 15, it would be XV. Angels writing slashes though. That means nothing to us. It's literally 4 slashes to get an X. So I'll show you. And then it's 2 slashes for X and then 2 slashes for V. So let me show it to you so you understand what we mean by quantum algebra. You see how XV still is 4, no matter what. It's 4 different lines. Angels use slashes. So it's 4 no matter what. But it's IV. It's 4 no matter what. But it's XV. It's 4 no matter what. And then you start to understand how our language really is. It's math first. Now, to derivative of meanings from it and consensus and how we use it to construct things, that's a whole different science. We're trying to get to the pre-algebra of it. See, my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali, was algebra 1, but angels move backwards. I'm pre-algebra. Technically, we're climbing the ladder. So then pre-algebra would be higher than algebra 4, if you understand where we're going with it. We even changed vowels on the way up. So he's noble Lee, or noble algebra 1, but I'm royal Smyth-EL. His mixing and that mixing went from A to E for me. And you see that a lot, right? AE. So that's the genes. All of it's from angel blood, by the way. The degree doesn't make sense. He was great, as he was. But he drew me. The design, the drawing. So then you understand everything. Well, if he was noble Drew, I'm royal Dessen. So he's the noble painter or the noble artist. And I am his royal canvas. I'm his royal drawing. Drawing on our bloodline. So he's trying to bring back a king. He's a Hindu magician, just like those boys in that book was. They believe in reincarnation by default. And he even invoked that he's the bloodline of Jesus in some of his talks, being Cuban claimers, with niggas who used to go to church. Keep that in mind. So you got noble to a royal. Well, he married a princess, or what happened anyway. But then that was on my dad's side. The same thing happened on my mother's side, Carlos V. So it's a royal times 2. That just speaks to our genetics. To make sure that whatever Ashkenaz and whatever they raped out and whatever I lost, like our ancestors lost on the way down, they brought it back in. Clyde Earl Smith, New Jerusalem. He came back in on my dad's side, and then I also have Alfreds from Pennsylvania on my mother's father's side. Matter of fact, my mother's father and my dad's father both grew up in Pennsylvania, about 40 minutes apart. We're the only niggas in town in the 1800s, by the way. They're all Jews. But they're not all royals, and they're not all nobles. And some of them are fucking, fucked up individuals. We're not talking about morality here. We're talking about at the end of the fucking day. The roots and its branches, fig trees. A lot of our trees are fruitless. Understand something. So now that I'm here, drawing, ain't that a bitch? Royal drawing. So what does it mean to me? Well, Noble Drew Ali is Sidi Muhammad III. So that's why it's IV generation. I am Sidi Muhammad IV. Title. That only means something to those people. This ain't for the whole world. They'll talk about it like that. And that's why they miss all of our connections and equals. So I would be Sidi Muhammad IV. IV. And it keeps proving itself. My birthday itself led to this. Keep that in mind. They're astrologers. Don't forget it. Birth charts come from us. So Sidi Muhammad IV. Interesting. Let's write it a different way. So right before I left Charlotte, I had a very interesting interview where I was talking about chords, which, our kingdom came up with music. And I finally was able to reach out to one of the people who chords impacted me in high school. What was his name? Mike Sidi. Sidi Muhammad. Mike Sidi is Sidi Muhammad backwards. Right? So in all likelihood, Mike Sidi, who was in North Carolina to go to college, Sunshine Anderson and all that shit, and all the records he did, right down the street from me. I didn't even know him. Chances are we're related. But Sidi Mike 4, Mike Sidi 4, Sidi Muhammad 4, Mehmet, Muhammad. That's why they switched that M to a B to get you Baphomet. But it's Muhammad, Mehmet, Michael, Archangel Michael. Same story. So these are the city, or the bloodline, if you will, of Archangel Michael. That is why those descendants are emperors. Jerusalem. That's the only difference between that bloodline and the others. It's the angel that seeded them For Archangel Michael is the emperor of heaven's army. And he came down here. He took his wings off and became a bear. You'll see it on the Vatican's thing. They have a woman, I think it's a woman, or a boy dressed like a woman, or a woman that looks like a boy. Saint Maurice or something. That's Mulan. Then Persinia does the same thing in Paris, France, the African guy. So bloodline Jerusalem. So you'll see it again and again and again. So when Carlos V Alzamori comes here, let's write down all his names so far. They got plenty of them. They're telling the stories from different time periods and different places and different ages, and they don't want to give credit and glory to the people they're stealing it from. You know how they fucking do. But Carlos V is all these motherfuckers. So you got Montezuma. Remember, he disappears and he ends up somewhere. Yeah, he ends up Montezuma. He's back where his ancestors are. They recognize him. He's gifted. He's wearing red, yellow, and green feathers in his headdress on Hebrew-Khan type shit. And they'll say it's a Moorish headdress in their museums. Montezuma, by the way. Azamori the Moor, by the way. Same fucking story. This is the richest man in the world because his father's the richest man in the world. This is Genghis Khan's kids. So Mansa Musa would be richer, but he wasn't richer than his father. Less territory. What's his other name? They call him Little Steven. I'm gonna show you all of them. They called me Little Dwayne when I was a kid. They called him Little Steven. Ain't nothing little about me. I'm 6'3". Ain't that a bitch? I bet you the same story for me. But this is the one, the name that lets you know it's Carlos V, although it's on the Inca Empress list. Is that once he takes off the fancy European style clothes, he starts dressing up in feathers and shit. But when he's Montezuma, you see him as a boy. That's cool. They said he brought him here as a slave. Okay. He had a job, I guess. He learned how to drive boats as a blacksmith. Can you imagine it? Like the rest of his fathers did. Alrighty. Go through the fucking... Esta. Van or Bon, Cinco. They drop the N on it to throw you off, like Cico, like Francisco instead of Francisco. They stupid. I ain't stupid though. That's the Van Cinco. Tell him stop fucking playing with us. So these are all his names so far. If you want to research my grandfather's history. Carlos V. Montezuma. Mount Zion. Mansa Musa. Little Steven, and Eston von Cinco. Why is that important, the last one? It's the 5th of Venus. So Carlos V is also Edith, Venus the 5th. Eve the 5th. Yes, he is. That's his greatest grandmother. The Garden of Edith. She's the one holding a blank page in the book, by the way. Sitting next to Carlos I, Otto. Otto the 1st, Otto the 5th. He's Eston von Cinco. He's the 5th of Venus. So he's a Venetian. His mother's the Venetian. What was his father then? Michael, Mercury. Mercurial Venetians. Yes. Jerusalem. Judah. Chaldeans. Chaldeans that are now Judeans. Abraham and Sarah. Otto and Edith. Don't forget Hagar. There's another branch off of Otto's side. So there's a mercurial branch with something else. Probably Mars or Saturn. You know how that shit go. So the Chaldeans are the star people, sky people, Anunnaki, same story. The people who come from those who have spaceships. Those are always your emperors, which is why your emperors always have to wrestle with archangels. In this case, Gabrielle picked me. So if Gabrielle is dealing with me, how do I know? Because she's teaching me algebra, and that's her name. So I'm not wrestling with flesh and blood. I'm wrestling with principalities in high places. In the highest places with your crown chakra, right? That's where your awakening begins, right? When the light beams down. But you have to be able to access it through your heart, right? I understand everything. A little bit of nothing at all. The thing about Gabrielle is she's a Venetian degree. So it's going back to my greatest grandmother, I guess, Edith. So something in that bloodline on her side, matriarch or mitochondria, is being passed down through me. Well, that's interesting because I'm Carlos V specifically through my mother. But that don't make no difference because John Smith is still related to them. I'll figure out that mystery soon. We're on it. We got them in the same time period at least. They're father and son or brothers or something, but they're in the same story. But there's only one emperor of this moon shorty. So it can't be both of them at the same time, you understand? We'll get to it eventually. Venetian degree, vision degrees, like you got it. That's how you know you're going through a spiritual awakening, an enlightenment of your pineal gland. So it's the same thing. Gabrielle the Venetian, she has to be from Venus, Edith. And then Chaldeans led to the tribe of Judah, which gives you star people. Chaldeans, star people. But in the degrees of the 12 tribes, the star people is Judah. Then you have Ben, then you have Dan, then you have Zebulun, and quite a few others. It's the same thing that happens on Attack on Titan. You have the Ackermans. Those are the ones who are immune to the actual coordinate, to white memories. They remember everything, but everybody doesn't. So they're kind of like the Levites. Those are the priests. That Thanos gauntlet with those jewels, that's King James' hand, by the way. They said they cut it off. I don't know about that. But anyway, he's a Levite breastplate as a glove with all the time stones and all that type of stuff, right? We're talking about some Ark of the Covenant type shit. Now, who's the main character of the Ackermans on Attack on Titan? Levi. Mm-hmm. So the Ackermans, as Jews or tribes, are the Levites. Mikasa, Kenny, their mother, which is Kenny's sister, and then Levi. And Levi's the fucking Cashapp. Yeah, same story, bitch. So, these dastardly bastards, they're bringing evidence of the ancestry from all around the world to one place. And they're rewriting this book. This is a rewrite. This is them with multiple sources trying to get the story right. XXL, by the way. You see they did it again. But you probably have to -1 some of those. It might be 9, 9, 10. Which would be what? Like 9, 11 almost. But in inversion, 199. 18, 19 again. Same story. But then you foley it out again. You just be left with 9 for the L instead of 10. So it just depends on what does that mean. Well, you don't know until you start to spin it, and then you apply it to what you're looking at. So I ended up getting this far in my ancestry. So I have my ancestry already. I did not know their code names. I was like, oh, cool. I'm Columnus Hamburgaston, Holy Roman Empire, Germany, blah, 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 blah. I'm the son of the king, 16th generation. Which king is it? I don't know quite yet, but it's a cool fucking story. But I see a menorah within the so-called Star of David, 2 triangles, right? Then John Smith, that's the one I know the longest. Way before Pocahontas, but now I have a face to it. We ain't gonna fucking white boy. We'll find real pictures eventually. So I had that. And then I was able to trace it with Ancestry.com. Israeli shit. But someone had already found them for me. One more time. When I found out Kahlo, the way they named him, and the way they named John Smith, the explorer, the sire, the knight, the L, the immigrant, Pocahontas, that's somebody else's handiwork. That's other people either in our bloodline or investigating our bloodline, assigning those variables. So because they did that, it gave me a heads up. I was like, I'm a descendant of the German Jews? I ain't white enough. I ain't got enough Habsburg jar. I barely got a goddamn chin. We gotta figure this out, my friend. But not really. Oh, these niggas lie about everything again. So, with the black community and the spiritual community, you already know we already blackwashed everything back so we can start to see black Jesus different. But the missing key wasn't that. It was the Mayans. Which is this headband I'm wearing. It's Mayan God M, by the way. Michelangelo again. MG. Same story. So, once I connected the Mayans to the Khans, then I was like, oh, these bitches trying to hold me back. Quetzalcoatl, the Jacob's issue. Oh my God, the feathered serpents, the flying niggas, the flying dragons, the griffins, the Judas. Oh my God, we're talking about Jerusalem and Israel again. And then when I saw the fucking Heru with the fucking anteaters back, and as soon as I seen that shit, I said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." I was like, "No, the fuck it's not." And then Brother Pan was like, "Eshu and Jesus is the same thing, justice but barely. That's a secret word to the Masons, according to Tashriq Bey." Oh my God, they almost landed at Nation of Islam. Keep on going. It's Isa, isn't it? And the Quran and the KKK got a holy Quran, but I thought they were Christians. Oh my God, they talking about the same thing. They're trying to dismiss him. And what's in the middle of my fucking name? Isa. Dessen. You can spell it without Isa. I'm a grandson of Jesus. Ishu. Justice. Jesus. Quite literally. Since I'm the bloodline of kings. Judah. Jerusalem. Mount Zion. Top of the mountain. Of the tree. Of the bloodline. I come from the roots. Even if they cut down those branches. Even if they took our territories. Whatever the fuck they did to us. And this story is every time they do it to us. Shalmaneser to Nebuchadnezzar, to whoever these fuckers are now, which is why I'm telling you, they're black still. But anyway, whoever they are now, they're dying off, finally. But this has been our story in particular for the past 800 years or more. God don't give a fuck who's in charge of this stupid ass world. Our commandment stays the same. Stay solid, no matter where you are. Know who your God is, no matter who you are. Honor your mothers and fathers, no matter where you are. And all these things will be added unto you. And most people do not have the stomach, the tolerance, or the patience to go through these things to restore that light and authority. See, it's not handed to you. It's not like nepotism. It's not like the other things. Every brother in that Bible had to re-earn it. It's like being requalified or reclassified. You know what I'm saying? You got to go back and, update your driver's license to see if you can still drive for some fucking reason. Like, it's one of those things. But it's because of the chaos of the world. You know how it is. They start partying and bullshitting again. They start going to the Bull of Wall Street again. They start making golden calves and golden ingots, the most important thing, and how much they got in their storehouse. And they're not giving nothing to the church to feed the widows or the orphans. They done forgot where they live. But they want to call themselves Masons. Oh, you the sons of Mars, I guess. What the fuck's that got to do with Mercury? Yeah, you're a visitor here. Since Europa is Jupiter too. Could have sworn that was the father of Mercury. So that's our grandfather. And quite literally, Jupiter would be my grandfather. Zeus. Jesus. Isa. Zeus. Same story. And that happens in English, because English is based on algebra. And who created algebra? What was Noble Draw algebra on? A Moor, right? And algebra is a Moorish word, right? And this belongs to Moorish people, right? That's why we were speaking Hebrew when they got here. They were not speaking Hebrew in West Africa. The Cherokee were speaking Hebrew when they got here. Chalike. And that's why the leaders of the Civil War, Cherokee nations, meaning multiple bloodlines, their chief was Ben Wati, a Mohammedan. Treaty of Tripoli. Article 13. Treaty of Peace and Friendship. It's all of Mohammedans, Muslims. Chaldeans. America's ancient Egypt. That's where these stories take place. But we were back and forth to Tartaria, over there, Russia. The Tsars, Tsars, Pharaohs, Pharisees. All those designs and designations is from our language. And the oldest account of it is here. How does that add up? If we're in a fucking desert over there. Why would it be here at all if they just got here after 1492? Mama Inga was here already, by the way. So when my grandfathers come over here, whichever one in whichever order, it could be all of them. Maybe all of them take a pilgrimage to Mecca to honor their ancestors. You ever wondered, like, maybe a king and emperor could do whatever the fuck they want? They ain't got to be in one fucking castle. Ain't that a bitch? And then some of them had flying carpets, like Solomon. And then in the 1800s, the Holy Roman Empires, we had Zeppelins. So we're flying already. Even after the Dark Ages, when we lost our technology. We remembered we could fly Icarus, and then we started flying again. Da Vinci, Assassin's Creed, Ezio, the Moor, had the flying apparatus already. In the Moorish Spain. Same story, bitch. 1400s. So, even in the video game, it's trying to tell you something. That we had the blueprint for flight over 500 years ago. Now you look up Zeppelins and the World Fair and the Bud Flood, And then you'll see our ships. And isn't Zeppelin a German word? Old High German. Noble Drawley, look it up. He said, we're going to go to Cuba to this convention. How is your Old High German, by the way? Old High German is like saying Classical Arabic. Old High German is like saying Proto-Hebrew. Because you know they translated all those things and fucked up the variables so that they can start telling the story that they wanted to by switching up the polarities of the words. They say it's not a race issue, then why you turn all of us niggas white? See, they can't undo that stain. It says in that book that Judeans are bronze, copper colored, like your penny is, Abraham. So who painted him white? If race is not a thing, if it's not about black or white, why did they paint him white to begin with? If the damn book they're painting about tells you to this day, he's still bronze. Because then you have to look up the definition of American. And then there's no more debates about this shit. What is the original definition of American? A copper-colored person, bronze. Okay, so what are the Americans then? If they're the same color as Jesus? Okay. So I think the Tartarians made it to America. Ain't that what the white people, Michelle Gibson says, MG again, about all these Tartarian buildings and all these world fairs? They look very mighty Victorian in the domed Mohammedans on top of all of their states buildings. The same ones that Benjamin Banneker built? My grandfather? Oh, ain't that a bitch? Oh, yeah. Because being Mohammedan, city Muhammad and shit, doesn't change the fact of where you come from, bitch. They be fucking mad bitches. Did you know that it's possible for you to be all 12 tribes of Israel? All right, then. So when you collapse it, what is the difference then? If your sandcastle could be mixed with anybody and everybody, what are they following the lightning in the bottle of? Get it? You can have oil in the new wineskins. Now the Mandela effect. It doesn't even say wineskins anymore. It says bottles. Stay woke. So Jesus had bottles back then? They said like 6,000 years ago and shit. That bottle manufacturing back then, 2,000, 6,000 years ago? You sure about that, bitch? So it doesn't say wineskins no more. Ain't that a bitch? It says bottles now. So you do not put old blood or old wine in new blood in old bottles. You'll get new wineskins. You get new bottles, aka new vessels. New branches on the same root tree with the same blood pumping through it. Yeah, me. These are our new wineskins. These are our new bottles, but we still have that same bloodline of what? The angels from before the flood. And then everything else after it. And we don't know everything else that happened after it because we keep assuming that happened here. When they wrote this book, they didn't say weird. They weren't paying attention to that. They were honoring their fathers and saying, hey, here's the bloodline of kings. Which one are you? Remember, there's so many kings and kingdoms, but there's only one emperor at a time. That is the difference between Jerusalem and Israel. That's why Ahab was the king of Israel, the tribes, the mixes, the slaves, and everything in between. And then there's Judah, Jerusalem, Chaldeans, those who reincarnate, the angels that are inside of them. And that was what Vladimir Putin was showing you. He was specifically showing you Jews, Judeans, Jerusalem. But we know at least 7 tribes of Israel was in captivity over there through Salmanassar. And they stayed there to party and bullshit. They didn't return to their origin. Then they're here now. Remember, that's 500 plus years ago. But everybody in this bitch now. And then they mixed again for 400 years. Slavery, I guess. Although slave and Slavic means white people, but you mix with them too. Cool fucking story, I guess. So, me too. So now we're here. New bottle, new wineskin. But it still had the same blood. That's the genetic experiment, the genetic expression, because it was on both sides of my family. Still gave me those whack-ass eyebrows, this high-ass cheekbone, this connected-ass beard, and this Benjamin-ass bald spot. We had our heads wrapped. Same fucking story. All my grandfathers are like that, by the way. That shit does not insult me when you know you're the bloodline of Jesus anyway. And isn't that what Shadrach and them were saying? Like, I know who I am anyway. Fuck what everybody got to say about it. These motherfuckers laughing at us in this fire don't even know who their daddy is. You saw all the whores and the concubines just gathered around there. All right then. They ain't worrying about child support in that kingdom. Because they're trying to multiply and take over more. They're trying to wash out some of this other shit. Easier to control and go along with the program. Narcissism. Narcissism is why they don't give a fuck about their fathers. I get it. But I cannot afford to. So, you can do this for about any word, anything. And all you're doing is mirroring what's inside your mind already. This is like pulling it, using the math to pull it out of your subconscious realm. I don't know what it's about. I don't know if it's the shapes. I don't know if the number. I don't know if it's a left brain versus right brain. I don't know what it is. But the act of writing these things up and then doing the math on it and then finding new patterns and doing all that shit, you'll start to see something. And the crazy thing is, it's been hidden in plain sight. None of this shit is new to you either. Ain't that a bitch? None of it's new. Literally, figuratively, if you've been doing a little bit of studying, if you've seen a few Mudfoot videos, none of that is new to you. But what are the stops in your brain? But the white people said, but the foreigners said, yeah, you're comparing reality to what they said after they colonized you. I know. And then it gets you stuck in a loop. And at some point, you're going to have to break that cord and then take a leap of faith and go find out for your damn self. And trust me, that takes a long time. It's only taken me, I don't know, a little bit more than 20 fucking years. With most of it adding up in the last 2. And that's before I'm 40. And then the damn book tells me, your party don't even begin until you're 40. There we go. I'm right on time. I'm 15 minutes early. Angels move backwards. Color people time for me is backwards. I'm always early to something important. As above, so below. And I'm sure many of you had the same clothes. I wonder why. How many wives they had again? They had about more than the Jackson 5. Even Michael Jackson got mad secret kids. Now imagine they grow up and find out they related to Michael Jackson again. Same story. Same story as everyone else. The only thing I inherited, though, that helped me out was the names. My mother picked those names, so whenever she was channeling, Venus, Isis, same story. As it goes so low. She would have came down too, to make sure I got her. And I think she did. And she went right back. Yeah. So that's why I don't take that shit personally. It still sucks. It still hurts. You still think about it. It still affects your monkey mind. But when you get that revelations, it stops. You start to realize that you're not a fucking sandcastle. So neither was she. And then you go, oh, okay. The rest of the story is plain to say. That's why it happened. Doesn't matter who did it or who was behind it. It was going to happen no matter what. And the Bible keeps telling you that. It is what it is. Say lo que lo say, and call us a fifth. It is what it is. All the things that happen to you, it just is what it is. What's I got to do with today? I should be flunked out about literally every fucking thing, especially as their kid. We're just talking about contrast and polarity. Like, when they try to mock us and say we was kings, no, they're dead serious. And I gotta worry about if I can afford Burger King. Crazy fucking story. To God be the glory. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it tired. I'm gonna do it broke. I'm gonna do it disgusted. I'm gonna do it as a de facto straw man slave. I wanna do what God told me to do anyway. Him and her. Don't lose that far. There's plenty of female angels and goddesses. You notice it's the females that come down to check on us. Hera and all of them. She's a Venetian degree, right? She's a Titan. She's a big planet. Which is weird. We have record of Hera as a Titan, which would be a planet, but there's no record of her in our galaxy. I wonder if they're hiding it. Because Jupiter's there, Saturn's there, but what's the Hera planet? Mars is there, Mercury's there, Venus is there, the girl and two boys. Where's Hera at? Might be the sun that's at the center of our galaxy, not the one that's local. The one local is called Miraculous. Maybe Hera's the sun. The one that they think we're revolving around, I should say. I know, it's confusing. They meant it that way. That's why you should do algebra instead. There are artificial layer of reality and laws on top of God's laws. Only their layer has expired. Come on now. And God's laws ain't even that hard. What's it asking you to be a decent fucking person? Moors trying to figure out how to be God, and now they hold their flags like this. Like, I didn't see nothing. I don't know anything. I don't know, man. Which way do we go, boss? Which way do we go? Yeah, all right, nigga. Keep playing if you want to. Makes sense why the gift skipped him. For playing stupid. Thank God they trained us to do homework. God damn it, ants. The desert worse than the damn forest with these insects. How the fuck is that even possible, bitch? Less diversity, but way more of them. Yeah, stay busy like the ants. There ain't nothing but ants in the desert. That's crazy. The Bible does not miss. Watch the ants and how they work. From sun up to sundown, yeah. They're not talking about physical labor, though. There was no Walmarts back then, or Henry Ford. They're talking about working towards whatever you're trying to manifest and accomplish. Don't give up on it. Observe the ants. They run into a problem and they don't give up on it. That's like saying don't give up on yourself. Since ultimately, you're the one that's in progress. Never stop working on yourself. Your later generations will thank you. You're not trying to be the greatest man to mankind. You're trying to be the greatest grandfather to your kids. That's the only thing that's real. Fundamentally. I think people should be delighted in the fact that they ain't got to live up to Genghis. How the fuck am I going to do that? At 40. In this damn country. Ha ha. But don't count me out just yet. I'm just getting started. That's the whole part that's retarded. I haven't started yet. I'm just now figuring it out. I've done countless of videos for the past decade. It's just now making sense. So I'm just getting started. I had a 25-year prerequisite of taking it serious, I guess. It took me a quarter century just to find out whose kid I am. Now imagine if I gave up a long time ago and said what everyone said to me. What does it matter? How does that pay my rent tomorrow? Imagine if I got tired of studying and repeating things and looking at the same images and reading the same books. Imagine if I just said, fuck it. It don't really matter anyway. Damn, bro. You see how far free will takes you? We still be waiting for Umar to finish the school to finally teach something. Yeah. You feel me? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? The new life is alive. Hera is the second son. The white dudes were looking at it and laughing. Got it. I figured she would be. Might be Nibiru or something when it shows up in our sky. Either way, she's the biggest sun out there. She's a Titan, not a planet. So Hera, Jupiter, Saturn. Venus, Mercury, Mars. Mars is Earth. Now we're smaller than all of those. We're fourth Mark IVs. So we're not as big as a Titan. We're not as big as the sun. We're not as big as a planet. We're as big as a moon. Mormon. Moors. Moonmen. We're the little guys. We come from giants. We come from planets, yes. And the planets come from Titans. There you go. Now you understand all the science. But my father was the king of Tartarians. He was the king of giants. That's why they say we descend from the fallen. It doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't mean anything. Not to us. We're the best of both of them. Now, like, before David was fighting Goliath, now his grandkids is part of one of Goliath's daughters. Remember, he had mad bitches. The Philistines lived amongst them. They're all giants. So there's giant bitches. Uh-huh. Oh, trust me. David had quite a few. I'm positive. He killed their captain. You know these bitches hypergamous. Wake your ass up. So of course I'm 6'3". Of course I would have to be from the fallen bloodlines. Because those are the kings. Duh. That's why I'm a descendant of kings. I'm a descendant of the fallen angels who had giants as kids. Yes. Cool story, I guess. Jesus came to save us. Michael came down in the flesh to take the keys of death for his brothers and sisters. Ah, same story. Genghis redeemed us, remember? That's what that was. Remember, we were down here for an eternity. Then he came down and said, all right, shorties, let me let you out. Remember, he's the first one to lock us up, according to the Bible. Enoch. Michael the one that threw us down here. And then Michael's the one that got us up. Time's up, kids. What you got going on down here? Oh, you got some bad bitches. Don't mind if I do. He dropped his wings off. Became the bear that you see in the family crest. That's Archangel Michael without his wings, dog. That means he came to here in the flesh. He finally incarnated. It was other angels, Raphael, Ezekiel, all the other ones was here the whole time. That whole fucking story. You see everybody but Michael for real. You only see Michael's in the visions. That's why it's significant. I don't lose one sheep. No, not one of them. Is it not written that ye are gods? He's talking to those Judeans who are the bloodlines of the fallen angels. He said, hey, bro, time's up. Lazarus, wake your ass up. We back, baby. That's what that whole story is. Tartaria, Genghis Khan, Jesus, everything. That's why Judas theoretically did what he did. He knew what time it was. He was like, if this is who I think it is, then Rome time is up. Let me speed it up. Let me sell them out so they put hands on them and watch the angels of the skies come down. You know, the holy ones. Because they come down with Michael. Michael's the emperor. So if the emperor of angel comes down, you think he's coming down by himself? That's what that was. Michael and 12 disciples. Remember, they don't know they're angels. Raphael, Azariah doesn't know he was Raphael, but he is. The writer knows. You understand something? So that means our families know. And then it tells you again in your Bible, the other one, Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain, Sodom and Gomorrah. They might be angels. Hello. That doesn't mean that they know. That's the difference between the archangels and everyone else. A lot of angels are down here because they're fallen. Oh, they're just stuck in this part of the simulation. They're not back upstairs yet. we can switch it to a technical menu. Like, oh, they had the technology to come down here and terraform everything, but they didn't have the right supplies or ingredients to get back to hyperspace. So Michael's pulling up in a rescue vehicle. Like, oh, yo, niggas, I got you. Now y'all could teleport out of here when you're done. And they're like, oh, we keep it going. Like, oh, thank you for pulling up. It took you long enough, bitch. Where you been? You're like, bitch, I'm the emperor. Wherever the fuck I want. How about that? You just keep it like that in your head. Michael pulling up. That's not the Most High God, but he is the fucking emperor. What's a king to a god? What's a god to a king? So we're in a different dimension when I'm talking about this. Michael, Jesus, is absolutely the emperor of heaven. But he absolutely has a father above that. And again, why would an emperor need clothes and live in a castle? He can do anything he wants. Now take it up a degree. What would God do? Take a title? What, you gonna pay him? You understand? All these other positions and titles are payment plans. Here, your Imperial Majesty, here's your marks of attention. Malachi 3:8, this give me 10% of everything you stupid niggas is doing. This way I can stay out of it. Unbiased. It's like the bank wins no matter who loses the war, right? Now you understand the design of it. The bank belongs to the emperor. It's the Bank of Egypt, by the way. He would be an American. Obviously. So that's what I'm saying. When I bring it back down to 3D for you, did you understand anything I just said to you? Then who am I? Quite literally. Yeah, that's why this story is scary. For me and you. Think about what time we're in. If I'm down here. Run that shit back. Fuck about my grandfathers. Y'all disrespecting me now. Y'all trying to figure out where my Mima is. They trying to ask me whether they black or white. You done missed everything about why we know that right now, Revelations. Why the fuck would that matter right now? Why just now? I'm pretty sure many people wrote these books and translated these books and they still ain't right about it. Why do we know this now? Exactly. They sent me downstairs. Why am I down here? One more time, let's loop that shit, in case you missed who I am in this whole story. You got it, Noel. We are at the end of a cycle. Why? Because they sent the emperor downstairs. I don't give a fuck about this place, guys. Technically, I'm the emperor of heaven. Jupiter, too. I'm Zeus Jr. I'm Heru Jr. I'm Genghis Jr. I'm Jesus Jr. I'm his only begotten son. Same story. Like father, like son. Don't miss it. So in his story, he's talking to his father. His father would be my grandfather, Jupiter. That's Mercury. I'm Yorkless. Atlas. Europa. The European. The Emperor. City Muhammad IV. It's all saying the same thing. Has nothing to do with down here. It's what generation I am upstairs. So I'm God's great-grandson. What's different? Black woman is black, God is God. I hear you, brothers. Now let's be literal. I'm the greatest grandson of Jesus. Then what am I, if he's your God? He gave birth to something different? Then how's he a God then? All right, so Jesus is a God and Genghis is a God because their father's a God. Cool, that's my grandfather. I know, it's going to take people a while. This is what all the other spiritual sciences are trying to say. Dear beloved one, dear chosen one, dear anointed one, dear earth angel. Cool story, bitch. What am I then? I'm a bloodline descendant of emperors. It isn't about my sandcastle. I'm a bloodline descendant of angels. Cool story, bitch. I'm a bloodline descendant of God. in everybody's religion. All three kings in one. So we didn't miss. So if at those times where they're writing about gods like that, they're talking about my fathers because they come from space. All right, let's keep it scientific. All I'm saying then is that my bloodline is from outer space. Obviously. Doesn't matter. Where else is everyone else from? That's the difference. Who we are, outer space. This moon is literally ours, outer space. That's why when we come downstairs, we're not coming down as visitors. We're not strangers. It's like looking at one of your condos or places. For my father has many mansions. Well, if you go up a level, he's on a planet, Mercury. I'm on the moon, Europa. If he got many mansions, then what do you think they're going to do, Fibonacci? There's probably many more moons than planets. They say that Galileo's moon is at least 4 of them. So my grandfather came here and unlocked this shit for us. At least 4 of these bitches. So I'm not the emperor of a Europa, nigga. I'm an emperor of all 4 of them. And this one's the most ghetto. Fuck are we talking about? What do I come down here before besides black and miles, weeds, and bitches? Do you understand what planet this is? Now you understand why they don't. They don't understand what the fuck they are for real. They haven't even started. All your base all belong to us. One more time, CIA got everybody in between us, Israelis, Mossad, and all of you. No matter what the fuck y'all got going on, y'all are humans. We are not. No matter what you got going on, if you understand that part about me genetically, they can't make it from nobody else. They can't deny me Judean ancestry. They cannot deny me the kings of anything. They cannot deny me any of the levels that they agreed to in our language. I'm John Smith's grandson, bitch. That's Prester John, by the way. Look him up. Same. Look at the Black Genghis Khan, by the way. Look at him. Look at his face. Same. Look at El Emperor de Luna, by the way. Muhammad. Look at his face. Same thing. Del 18, Space Force. Look at his face. Same thing. Etruscan pharaohs. Emperors of the moon. This is just one of them. That's why when you see him, Emperor de Luna, he's on a donkey. Jesus, Genghis, Isa, Jupiter. But it's really Mercury. Michael. Miraculous, the rules of Venus. Puts an OUS on the word, like miraculous. So it's Mercury and Venus, miraculous, miracle, miraculous. It's a miracle that we even came down here, since we're emperors of the whole damn galaxy. Y'all don't stack it up high enough for me. Whatever the fuck they think this is, every fucking star you see, that's our star, bitch. That's why it's on our firmament. That's our stars, bitch. Every last single one of them. Not one of them move unless God does. And we talk about great-great-grandpa and shit. Or is it grandma? Does it fucking matter? Mind your business. But at least on this planet here, we know one thing. Who Michael and Jesus is. Mercury, Hercules. We saying the same thing. Wasn't his father a god named Zeus? Isn't that Jupiter part 2? Come on down. Come on downstairs. Hi, how you doing again? The son of Sonya. I'm the son of God. They talking about my father. They ain't talking about me. It's after Solomon in Sheba. So I'm both. I'm the Judean and the Mohammedan. I'm Ishmael and Israel. I'm Sarah and Hagar. By now. So we looped it up and tied it in a knot. We back, quilted, genetics, stitched back together for these sandcastles. This is only important so we could come down. We're like chameleons, special characters. Undercover bosses, boss baby shit. Why the fuck would we need to come down here in a spaceship? You got watchers here. They just walking around here. They from upstairs too. They just want to see it for themselves. Experience it for itself. Ain't that what the Hindus and Buddhists about to tell you? Freemasons, what you incarnate for? Oh, you like the taste of pizza or something? Since you don't have one without a body? Same story, I guess. When you understand heaven is a lobby full of technology. We ain't no damn monkeys, bitch. If we made this fucking firmament. They ain't even talking like that yet. They don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about yet. Cool story, bitch. Same story as the Bible, too. He don't show everybody. You know who he do? His children. On Judah, Judges, Jangus, Justice, Jesus. The bloodline of Jude. Jupiter, Zeus, the bloodline of God. That is the difference with our sandcastles. Handcrafted by Zeus. The other ones is everyone else. One more time. Zeus came down here and made his own sandcastle. That's the difference. So if you think about the Anunnaki story, the 7 and 7, out of Allah. Now imagine if Anu said, let me stick around and make one of my damn self. That's Judah. Jerusalem. Mount Zion, the top of the mountain, the all-seeing eye. God. But they're talking about sandcastles. He's at the top of the pyramid, Mount Zion, Montezuma, Mansa Musa, Azamori, my grandfather. You don't get none of those titles without him. So it starts with him. Interesting story. He had some fathers and shit. They were giants. Again, who were the giants? The Nephilim. So his father, Otto, is a Nephilim. And that's why he has Solomon's staff. Jude, Judah, Mercury, Jupiter, Zeus. Why the fuck do you think they care about these sandcastles, dog? In the story of Hercules, what was Zeus doing down here? He came down here to fuck. Emperor de Luna, he's on a donkey. What are they introducing him to? Some bitches. See it for yourself. Enoch. All those angels came down here. For what? Bitches. Who's going to tell Zeus now? Can't even imagine that book. Have you heard anyone dare in any of the ancestry records try to question what God was doing? But everything was created out of him. So where do you think everyone get it from? Especially us, Smiths, Semitic, Shem, Noah, Michael. Like father, like son. For my father has many mansions, many houses, many plantations, many families. The thing is, this one is ours. Europa is Jupiter too. Very specific. It belongs to Michael. My father, throughout in heaven, holy be thy name. He's the emperor, I would be emperor too. We ain't talking about sandcastles now. We're talking about why I needed all those bloodlines to be me. This is not me for the first time. This is me the first time here. That's what the 13 means. L, the light's on. Where the light come from? Heaven. A star above. That's the difference between that and man. The ones that they drive, or should I say us. We're not like the other girls. We only come down here once every 400 years. I'm the 4th generation of this shit on Europa. We're keeping track of the time here. So I'm the fourth generation upstairs. 4th time here. They ain't all there is. We are ancient. This is an ancient bloodline. Egypt, Atlantis, Noah's Ark, different planets. That's what they're saying about this story. The people that are here survived all that shit. That's why they're writing about it. But the ones writing about it are the ones who survived it. Everybody else is converting and believing in shit. You can if you want to, but that's not what that story is about. It's honoring your mothers and fathers so you don't forget where you came from. You're no longer in the Garden of Eden, but where did you come from? Adam, Cain, Seth, Methuselah, Enoch, Solomon, David, all the way to Jesus. So Genghis Khan had mad grandfathers, but he himself was the emperor of heaven. They're the emperor down here, sandcastles. He's the emperor of heaven coming downstairs. Different story. So no matter what goes down here, and whoever's running it, guess who it goes to? Same story. This is a moon, not a planet. So imagine, like this, like a dice game. We won 4 marbles from Saturn. Our grandfather. It's Satan, Saturn, Jupiter, Zeus, Mercury, Michael, Europa. Named after his daughter, a Venetian. Mercury and Venus had a daughter. How you doing? Where's she at? If I'm here. That's what they don't understand. They break the law of gender. Even Dragon Ball Z did a little bit with Xeno. Same story, ain't it, Zeus? There's 2 of them, ain't it? They're like twins or something. But they broke the law of gender. It should have been a boy and a girl. Right? Adam and Eve. We're created in pairs. Twin flames. For everyone else, well, what about upstairs? If you live this long, if you reincarnate Chaldean, Phoenix, Cherokee people, what's a bitch you meet on a moon for 60 years? This ain't that. I want to come down here by my damn self. That's what I'm saying. Law of gender. There's a female version. She downstairs too. Law of correspondence. Yin and Yang are downstairs. Solomon and Sheba are downstairs. Adam and Eve are downstairs. Mercury and Venus are downstairs. Osiris and Isis, there it goes again. It's the mother and the father and the son. It's the mother and the father and the son. Michael and Mary and Jesus. Or Jupiter and Mary and Jesus. Or whoever Hercules' mama was. Father, the mother, and the son. And they just paint a picture of the daughter or the baby with the mama. They're like, oh, obviously his father is God. Remember, you're not allowed to paint God. That's why. It's not a single mother story, sis. There's just a rule against painting us. Fuck around and try to draw Muhammad. You ain't even gotta be Islamic. Watch how they do you, friends. You can't draw God, bitch. Or any of those from the heavens. Not that people don't or try to. I get it. I guess they're changing the rules. I've noticed something down here. Ain't nobody following the rules from upstairs or in that damn book. But everybody speaking English. Now you know why. You speak a language of angels. Our fathers throughout heaven. There's plenty of them. Sons of man and sons of angels. All of them ain't in charge though. As above, so below. Same story. All the stars of heaven could take bodies. One more time. We drew that map. And the Bible told you the correspondence. All those stars in heaven, at least a third came down here. In bodies. Archons, if they're archangels. Cons, if they're anything else. Hi, how you doing? Except for emperors are archangels. Ah, that's the only reason why I'm different. Who the fuck are they talking to for real? That's why none of them people want to talk to me for real. If they know anything about anything in their secret society, they know they fucked up if I'm down here. That's why they try to kill the firstborn sons, to make sure we don't come down here. Ain't that how all them stories go? One getaway. Hi, how you doing? Call me like Moses the Fourth, I guess. Let my people go, bitch. We Gaza first. Then they come over here and colonize us? And who the fuck am I? They got colonized. Oh my God, they fucked up. Woo! Wow. You trying to colonize us? Tough. Who the fuck you think you are speaking our language then? At least them motherfuckers had their own language and shit. Gave us new names. You motherfuckers took our names. Ain't that a bitch? So they know what this is. That's why they're acting like us. So if I'm the motherfucker they acting like, tough. If they think it's true for them, then I know it's true for us. Chosen, begotten sons. The holy ones. My Father throughout heaven. Holy be thy name. All of them. Multi-generational. Genes of Isis. Don't forget about our mother, bitch. What do they call her? Isis. What's her code name? Lucifer. Oh, they said my mother's a devil, huh? Whew. Sheba a devil, huh? Shiva a demon, huh? Venus a demon, huh? Medusa a demon, huh? What they say about my mama again? Every time they say she's the most beautiful. At least they got something right, faggots. How the fuck they worship this ugly bitch? Or this nigga named Addis? You wonder why all these niggas in LGBT running your damn planet. Look at they fucking statues. Those are men. So how can they be descendants of angels? Sodom and Gomorrah don't want to apply to them? Weird fucking story, bitch. I can't imagine it. Let the brotherly love continue. But be careful who you entertain. We don't find shit funny about it. If you understand what your prime directive is as a scientist. Motherfuckers talk about the environment. What about your damn kids? Fuck your damn bank account and your retirement, bitch. What about the ones that are gonna live after your ass? None of this would have fucking happened the way that it is today, black or white, if motherfuckers spent time with their damn kids. That's the only way a narcissist lives. They missing something from their fucking parents. tell me I'm lying. Understand something. Story of talents. 1 times 1 means you divided. It's now on the incest, bitch. At least have her be your third cousin. Jesus Christ. These motherfuckers having kids with their sisters. Fuck kissing cousins, bitch. Hmm? All them children, you don't know who their daddy is. 75% is probably incest. Still goes on to this day, unfortunately. Even in the secret societies, they do it on purpose. That's how evil this circus is. I'm aware of it. That not only do they try to kill the firstborn sons, they try to corrupt the ones that are left by having them participate in incest, which then fucks up the chance for their seed to carry this light at all. Tough. We don't fucking miss. But if we did, damn. I guess it'll take another fucking 400 years. It'll reconnect back together, law of attraction. But it didn't have to. Same story, I guess. We still get here, no matter what. It means their time is up. Tough. And it is. You see, Babylon has activated self-destruct. As soon as I got here. Nine 11 part 2, baby. How you doing? You're now rocking with 9/11 too. Symbolically. Just symbolically. A lot like Michael. A whole lot of other shit. Don't forget Venetians. Mercurial Venetian. He ain't the worst one upstairs. She is. It's a matriarchy for it. Ain't this fucking moon named after a girl? Now you know who it belongs to. That's a giant angel, isn't she? If you see him try to draw it. Just like Mama Eagle. Europa. Your Mother Earth, Gaia, is a titan on this moon. A giant. The whole thing is hers. I'm just European. It means I descend from her. So technically, it'd be like Venus's daughter. So then Venus would be like my grandmother. The Hera would be like my great-grandmother. You'll start to see where this is going. We're on the moon. I'm on the moon. They gave me moons. Cool story. That's the funniest thing about it. Now I think about it. It means Mercury and Zeus are still here. I hope they don't come downstairs. Hope they don't have to. You sure they want Genghis back down here too? You sure you want Jesus back down here too? You want Archangel Michael to come back down here after he already set you free? After he already gave you the passwords? And your ass is still acting up. You sure that's what you want to see? You don't want to send a big brother instead? He said he came here for his brothers and sisters. Well, we're the 4th generation. We're the great-grandkids. Stupid. So many of you. So many of you. I'm just the big brother here. How you doing? I came here for my brothers and sisters. To wake their dumb ass up. Same story. Same book. Same life. Adapted for the timeline. Makes sense, don't it? Breakfast of Champions. They don't have a serious switch. Maybe they're missing some of the critical ingredients. A soul from heaven. whatever that is. It probably just means upstairs. You know, where the giant spaceships are. You don't want them downstairs. I don't think there's nothing good about it. I think even the Nation of Islam talked about the mothership. We got more than one. We'll be all right. They're surrounded, quite literally, all dimensions. So maybe this shit is already written. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I kind of feel like it. If that pattern is just a spiral, then what is happening is they already sent down back up. They're already shutting down certain things that don't add up. And what we're witnessing is it play out. And quite possibly, that is why none of the narratives add up. No previous predictors or historians of recent American empire-ness can make sense of how this shit is transpiring. And I want to tell you something. For something that's planned and so precise and hiding it, that's impossible. But I know who handles the impossible. Upstairs does. So it's quite possible that what we're watching is the sand run out, and then it's rendering, if you will, the outcome. So there is no fight for real. Or I should say, they don't have a chance to win anything. Whatever's next is predetermined. Thinking they can stop that is on some Nebuchadnezzar shit. Blasphemy. How would you stop what God is doing? Whichever one he sent here, you know? He has kids. Even if you think he has one. That means his son can have a son, like father, like son. If I just keep going downward. Yeah, as above, so below. All stages of this ladder. We're not different. We're multi-dimensional. I'm just an unlucky bastard. I bet you I didn't want to come here. I could feel it in my soul. I did not want to come here. I barely got here. It's a miracle that I'm here. Miraculous. They probably couldn't get me out of bed. Type shit. Upstairs. Why would I want to come down there if they just keep killing everybody I'm related to? That's no fun for a sandcastle. For a motherfucker that don't want to be down here, that's rude. Nobody want to come down here to die, nigga. Who the fuck want to do that if you're from the sky, people? Like, literally, think about it. Why the fuck would any of us want to come down here if this is what we came down to? It's not even cool to be a Jew. Look at these faggots. They have ruined all of the old tags. We gave them all of the damn cheat codes, and this is what they turned it into. A fucking faggot festival of pedophiles. Very interesting story, since all of those are abominations. So that means self-destructing. I get it. You ain't gotta lift a damn gun if this is heavenly. He's the Lord of hosts, meaning the things inside the bodies. He'll give them a reprobate mind and make them do it to their damn self. I'm just telling all my brothers and sisters to stay the fuck away from them. And here are the signs when I recognize what's happening. They're cursed with a curse. Reprobate mind, brother. Thank God you have your mind, brother. No matter how sad you are this time outside, brother, you at least have your mind, brother. I started that with my gratitudes. I'm thankful to the Most High on some sandcastle shit. That I have my right body and my right mind, no matter what time it is. Because I have witnessed so many people who have truly lost it. I might sound crazy to you, but I have not lost my mind yet. I know exactly where I'm at. I know exactly how I got here. I remember just about every damn thing. And most people who are losing it right now, they just feel like they're time skipping it from me. They all over the place about everything. And none of that shit add up. They couldn't even whiteboard it. So I'm thankful that I'm not in that position. You've seen it on the timelines too with the girls. I'm telling you. This is why I can understand their condition. Those women who are the loudest, trying to figure out what happened right now, to figure out why their mileage isn't giving them no more motion, is because they have been cursed too, with reprobate mind. Not all. What I'm telling you is, the reason why so many people during the pandemic had to get out of certain toxic dynamics and start over again is because that was the pressure. I bet you one of you lost your damn mind, didn't they? Oh, trust me, I ain't gotta preach to this choir. I can almost guarantee you, brother and sister who's sneakily watching me, that if you are here and in the last 5 to 6 years you got out of a relationship that wasn't supposed to get out of, I can almost guarantee you there was a rupture in one of you. One of you forgot about God. Let me know in the chat. Amy Ross says Zeus was nasty too, going after bitches and men. But that's an abomination, so it isn't our Zeus. This is their vain, faggot-ass imaginations, ruining our shit. We're the same ones that crashed Sodom and Gomorrah. Shit. How would any of that be true? It's easy to say. Addis is a boy. Statue of Liberty is a boy. It's supposed to be Libra. It was a girl when we had it in California. So we know when they did it, in the 1800s. And when did they start teaching this shit? In the 1900s. All that shit is brand new. It ain't even an old remix. You can't find it in King James English. You can't find it in more science either. These motherfuckers just made this shit up. And they made it gay as fuck that quick. Eunuchs, mamelukes. It's in their game. They're justifying their bullshit. But they're not God or God's children, so how the fuck we want to listen to them about any of us? Why the fuck are we consulting them about us? That doesn't make no fucking sense. Sandcastle or upstairs? Like, who the fuck are they? How the fuck would they know? I'm talking about just the principle of it. I don't give a fuck about a damn book. They're not us. Period. And they treat us as such. So I'm not disillusioned by this shit. I get it. I get it. Even if they don't know what it is. And even if we don't know what it is. I'm telling you. So fuck their damn books. You can go to God with no mediator. You can ask him to show you everything. You got 25 years? Get started then. You'll see it for your damn self. You'll start to understand everything. They didn't lie about some things. They lied about everything. That's what's fucking them now, logistically. Logistics, they don't have no other moral move to make. They have to come out the closet as white supremacists. Black Dog said, is it real? And they're doing these things at all costs because there's nothing else for them. Nebuchadnezzar all over again. The fall of Babylon starts with their kings. They lose their damn mind. It's promised though. This is written. There will be a time where the sons will turn against the fathers and men will be lovers of themselves, and that's not right now. Do they know what they were describing though? Of reprobate mind curse. Narcissism. Everything that we've been talking about is signs of the time we're in, including the fact that I'm down here. So no, they don't have a chance in Hades to get out of this. So I don't want to alarm you, but it don't matter who you vote for. It don't matter if Donald Trump is true. Game over. We're waiting for it to play out. Like watching one of those funky animations or cartoons where it's like, that's what you're watching. It ain't never gonna add up. Every decision is gonna get worse. Every decision they make, they reprobate mind. That means everything they do is against themselves. And there's collateral, and then there's unison, and And then there's a stack that happens. Well, that decision led to a bad decision. This led to a worse decision. You see it now with Benjamin Netanyahu. It might not even be him for real. He's just a puppet. But whoever he represents in making decisions on who to blow up next, you'll notice something. Every time they impulsively do that, it gets worse. They're paranoid, similar to King Nebuchadnezzar and Ahab. That's because they're losing their mind. They're paranoid. If they're paranoid, you can't talk about them. Anti-Semitic this. We're trying to stop the laws and lock you up for your dissidence on the internet. When did the government own the internet? Doesn't even make no fucking sense for avatars, bitch. Why are you thinking it's real? Oh, there goes your big government again. Policing the internet. That is not in the Constitution, bitch. Freedom of speech. Freedom of the internet. You shouldn't even be here with us. Crypto though, right? Let's centralize that shit like a dumb bitch. See, even in the people who invest in these narratives, classically, got hit with a reprobate mind. Because even they can't see the shit is over. They don't even know why the stock market is open. They're saying, when is this going to drop? It ain't making sense to the experts, my nigga. These moves, they cannot bet or win in this system. They have no idea. They're like, oh man, when they cut the interest rates, it's going to be the worst time. It's going to be a recession. Bitch, where have you been for 6 years? You just now noticed that the economy is recessing? You just now noticing that the interest rates are too fucking high, bitch? You just noticing your rent is too high, bitch? You just noticing food went into the sky, bitch? I've been complaining about eggs for 6 years. This shit just ain't getting started, bitch. We're not waiting for a Fed interest rate cut, bitch. And that's what's crazy about that. These people genuinely have been checked the fuck out for the past 6 years. I believe them. I believe they are just now noticing that shit's been fucked up. So question, what have they been doing for the past 6 years? Better question, you'll love this. Are they vaccinated? The people just waking up now, are they vaccinated? You know you want to say yes. So that means they have lived in a different reality the whole time they've been vaccinated, right? 5 billion people got it, bitch. There's only 300 to 400 million in America. Come on, fuck with me. The only thing odd about this moment is that everyone is reacting like it just started. Bitch, Israel been terrorizing Gaza, faggot. The whole fucking pandemic. This ain't even the first time they try to get Greta Thunberg, bitch. You just now noticed it? How the fuck is that possible? I've been streaming nonstop for years about this shit. You see what I'm saying, bro? These motherfuckers are just now tweeting what we've been talking about in 3 a.m. on Discord. Do you understand what I'm talking about, bro? How's that fucking possible? How's that fucking possible? We have been talking about this for years, and now these motherfuckers are catching up. Where the fuck have they been? Even if they weren't with us, what the fuck was happening in their world where they didn't notice shit? The other drone strike almost sunk the ship. Come on now. It almost did. This poor little girl, they're targeting her ass. And I don't even know what they're mad about. Like, what's wrong with her ass? You know, girl, a little slow. She loves the environment. Let her fucking live. That ain't the worst she can do. At least she ain't talking about OnlyFans. The fuck? Let this girl live. She ain't doing shit. Not for real. So, you understand? They can't help it. They're paranoid. They're scared of Greta Thunberg showing up. She might have some momentum or something. She might have a nice following. Oh. So it's no longer humanitarian. So they don't give a fuck about Gaza, do they? If they don't give a fuck about Greta Thunberg. So what are we talking about? Did these motherfuckers think this shit just started lately? These motherfuckers have been doing this since 1940, faggots. That's what JFK assassination is about. That's why they were behind Martin Luther King and Malcolm. These are the motherfuckers they've been talking about, nigga. Y'all just now figuring that out? What the fuck you think we've been talking about? My whole fucking life. Oh yeah, we're black. That's right. We don't know anything. Black means dead. Negro. Necro, I guess. Ah, foolishness. Thank God I was born as a slave. I got to see it for myself. Mr. Now says, not like the entertainment was good until yesterday. Come on now. That shit been mids. I've been saying it since 2016. It just got worse. Imagine that shit. I had a podcast called Spicy Sundays where somebody else would just bring up a topic and argue with me about it. And most of the audience seen it their way. Consensus. And they all wrong right now. With a side of silence. I hate that for me. What the fuck would I be wrong about? That shit always bothered me. As much as I fucking think and break down, why would they assume I'm the one that's wrong about it? That shit never made sense. You're siding with the argument that's just the opposite. And none of those predictions from that side, all of them, never added up. But I don't fucking miss. When was I playing the fucking lottery with niggas? But I don't want to sound arrogant. Because I know where that comes from. That is not me trying to win anything. That is just what it is. We're prophets. They don't believe that though. They still believe Jesus is white. Now you see half of the problem. And those who can get past that think he's from Africa. And I'm not one. And though you can't pass that, you find out he's Genghis Khan, a bad one. And they're like, oh, he's a light-skinned Asian dude. Probably. He probably had some. But no. We found the real paintings. He's dark as me. So no matter how they cut this pie, bro, I'm the description of those guys. I'm Afro-Asiatic. My last name is Smith, Semite. Judah, Jews, Jerusalem, New Jerusalem. My grandfather literally made that place. So no matter what they say, I'm really them. Dwayne Smith of New England, Jamestown colonies. Same story. Jerusalem, Jews, Judeans, Judah, Michael. Literally. That's our book. That's what we're talking about, though. I don't know what they're talking about, but what we were talking about, I just broke it down. That's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about. What they're talking about ain't never going to match. What they're talking about, don't never going to add. What they're talking about is second place remix lo-fi and a half, at best. It's not in them. That's why they're looking for it on us. It's not on us. It's in us. It's not in them. It's in us. It's not on every painting. They know that. They hid those paintings for a reason. And then Vladimir Putin let it out. Boom. Ukraine war. You see, it's kind of like reverse mud flood. Like the more things start to raise out the mud, the more one of these false pillars fall. Now the people who are in the lobby saying that they're me. Even just today, one of them got their head popped off. Chosen ones. Children of God. With a protection from the Most High. The ones with the most clout, always in your face with the most money. Getting their fucking head shot off. And I'm still here talking hella shit. Someone lying in this bitch. But it's not me. So, yeah. I see what's going on. I know what they're afraid of. Me too. I'm still on the sandcastle. And it sucks. Mr. Now says, ooh, very weird. You heard the witchcraft. Join my rumble. Non-fake inspirational equals wrong. Yeah. They're working on paywalls and charging for courses and building a community in order to monetize it. And I was like, bitch, do you know what time it is? I ain't about that. I'm doing this organically. Because I'm trying to be genuine so that I attract genuine people. Those with talent. People who wouldn't care about presentations and numbers. People who came to understand that they were learning science. Have you ever taken a math class? It's not like the art one. So, I knew that about myself. That whoever the fuck I'm talking to is going to pick this shit up and run. I wasn't intending on slowing down. Because if you're one of us, you're already trying to find out. And ain't it crazy we invented music and you found me through music? how many loops must I go through, Olympians? I fit all of the descriptions of all of them. Because my sandcastle is a product of all of them. Sucks to be me, I guess. Vincent has still got me blocked. You just asked a question, Vincent. Now you're blocked again. That's a crazy story. See how they don't value second chances. They don't value second chances. He could have said anything and hit enter. He came through back being sassy. Same thing with reincarnation, I guess. You could be anything, but you chose to come here and be sassy. That's crazy. This is their fifth chance. You decided to manifest and be sassy. They got Billy Porter up out of here yesterday, I heard. Booty food. They loved him. Hollywood. He loved changing and spinning the narrative. All of them do. And now they getting the fuck up out of here. Inch by inch, row by row, someone bless these seeds I sow. All right, harvest time. What have you been investing in, Hollywood? What have you been investing in, federal government? What have you been investing in, rulers and kings of the world? I thought you niggas knew, at the very least, if you're a king, you're favored by God to do things. And you've been doing things. And we're here now in 2025, and you motherfuckers are doing God knows what with children and blowing up sandcastles that can't defend themselves. In what fucking universe or Marvel movie does that make a motherfucker powerful? Like, I'm just asking men out here. Think about everything going on in your world right now. Do these acts look like it's coming from the powerful or the cowardly? Because look who the fuck they're targeting. These motherfuckers got nuclear submarines. They're even using ospreys on fishermen? They sending drones in to get in dissidents? They can't even carry the gun themselves. That's a lot of courage, cowardly. Nah, I take that back. Even Courage the Cowardly Dog was strapped. What the fuck is going on for real? At least the nigga that got that other nigga shot the gun with his own damn hand. It wasn't a drone strike on the man. It wasn't a fucking video game with a third level of density so you don't feel bad. It sounds like a fag. I'd rather run up on you. And I won't need no fucking weapons. I'd rather choke you to death. They ain't got that switch in their brain. And they probably ain't got those hands. Strange. And these are the rulers down there? People who you get to ask, like, yo, what were you doing down there? And they're like, I wasn't down there. I was an informant of a hoax. Oh, never mind. I wasn't an informant. It's not a hoax, but it is a hoax. Hold on. What are we talking about again? Oh, yeah, I didn't tell my friend to do that, but he did call me before he did that, and I didn't say no. Oh, yeah, we forgot to warn our allies. A heads up. By the way. Hey, guys, you should duck. So bad it was only Hamas there. I guess Qatar got the call. Get it? They did have a heads up. Now they're looking for accountability. Who's looking for it? The media. They wasn't informed about this. So now the narrative is already out. Quick. Now how they gonna back down with that shit? How the fuck does that make sense? That everybody wasn't there. Oh, this is like 9/11 again, when there was no Jews there. You remember that? On the day of 9/11, all the Jews got a memo to not go to work that day. Has it been a mystery since? For real? Y'all niggas been asleep for 24 years? There they go again. They took out insurance policies 2 weeks right before that bitch. Heads up. Do you know what I'm talking about? The craziest thing about those airliners that are supposed to have all those passengers, ain't one of them draw an insurance policy. It's almost like they didn't fucking exist. Oh yeah, what flights were those again? Oh my God, don't tell me it's another Pearl Harbor in this bitch. And hitting the World Trade Center. And it's weird. Hillary Clinton was going to court and they hit one of her buildings too. That's weird. Over there too, in Benghazi too. Oh, Benghazi. Interesting story, bitch. Yeah. They've been doing this in front of your fucking face the whole time you've been alive. And now people are paying attention. Thank God it wasn't up to us or them. We voted for this shit. As a collective, as a consensus. Fuck yeah, America dream better than everybody. We have so much freedom. When? When did that happen? When the fuck did we live in that planet? Ain't that what they say when make America great again? We still trying to figure out where that book at. I want a book about America being a great place at some point in anybody's timeline. I want to read about that shit. Exactly. So what the fuck are they talking about? We've all been under mind control, governmente, this whole damn time. Thank God for TikTok, I guess, for waking other people up. Well, Chinese and Russian spies and influences. But who's paying these fucking candidates anyway? And why they keep investing into Chinese technology if the Chinese people is causing this? It doesn't make sense. They'd rather make sense. Their narratives have never stuck. They're losing their mind, that's all. If it don't add up to us, and those are the adults in charge, and nothing they do is adding up, imagine how they feel. Imagine that. Imagine getting off with the people in this, is it real? And then before you know it, they shoot missiles at the other people who just gave you $1 trillion. Bro, we trying to pay our trade deficit off. They're about to help us. Why the fuck did you do that? Oh yeah, something Hamas. You talk about them boys you trained? Yeah, we had to blow them up. They might snitch on us. Oh my God. Ain't that what it is? They trained them. Just like Osama bin Laden in 9/11. The United States has trained all of its supposed terrorists through the CIA. A clandestine group that only works internationally. Allegedly. You know that already. You play Call of Duty before? Tom Clancy, any of those shits? You love Snowfall. What do they say about the CIA, bitch? It's always in your face, isn't it? Do they come out and honor it and say it and deny it? No. You never talk to the CIA, do you? You never see the CIA get and address all their rumors. You go to the CIA website and download all the remote viewing, but have you seen them talk about it? So if this is an intelligence agency, what the fuck do you think they leak into you? The real shit? Goofy as hell. But you see how a little bit breads and circuses make the kids go crazy. The CIA said we might live in a multi-dimensional reality and it showed this ugly-ass whiteboard drawing. Yay. Meanwhile, they selling cocaine. The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You think these motherfuckers go to space? Have you seen their bitches? Stop playing with me, please. It's a drug cartel. It is not part of your federal government. Neither is the FBI. That's from Napoleon Bonaparte. They're United States corporations. They're pirates working together. Different investors, banks, and families. Oligarchy, I guess. They're hiding behind the corporation, but the board lives forever. It's a family thing. Napoleon is the FBI. I wonder who's the CIA. Probably the Catholics. Understand. And then who are the Israeli people? Oh my God. I guess it's your executive branch lately. And then all of your education. And then all of your media. What about this is American, bitch? What about this is the United States? You're a citizen of a foreign corporation. On my grandmother's backyard, bitch. Get that part right, and then everything else will wake your ass up like, oh yeah, that is right. They did not decolonize. They are not the Indian. None of this shit is theirs. And they came here as a corporation. Maritime law on a ship. Using bonds, births, and certificates. They're banking. They're international bank. International Monetary Fund. That funds what? The central banks. That funds what? Federal Reserve, that funds what? The United States. It's all the same bank. Wells Fargo, Chase, whatever. Follow the money, bitch. So you understand, you are not a nation. You don't have a nationality. You have a citizenship. One more time. You have an amendment that's unratified for civil rights. That's all under citizenship. Now, if you were a national, your dumbass would be fighting for what? Human rights. And the crazy thing is, they already have rules for that. You know what the difference is? You have to proclaim what? A nationality. Now, how do you do that? By knowing who your mothers and fathers are. Ooh. So if you're from the land, what nationality would you be? What land is it again? Oh, this is America. I thought Mexico was in America. Oh, this is Canada. I thought Canada was in America. This is Brazil. I thought Brazil was in America. So what nationality are you? And no, nobody know the answer to that question. Motherfuckers start answering with adjectives. I'm black. I'm white. I said with nationality. That's a noun. You see what I'm saying about language? And how your education fucking sucks. That we get away with connotation. We just be saying shit in connotative linguistics. Like, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. It's fucked up out here. Black man and white man. The white boy's like, what the fuck you talking about? We don't get shit either. Oh yeah, man, the Jewish man. The Jewish boy be like, look, I haven't been to Israel either. And then everyone's in here in a goddamn bar talking about, whose line is it anyway? By the way, what's your nationality? Oh yeah, what nation are you in? All right, who's native here? Okay then. That all means the same thing. So that means who has the birthright to the land then, since that is an unalienable right. Birthright. You only have it as a national, not a citizen. Citizen, you forfeit your rights, hence why you're fighting for civil rights. So how is this we the people for the people? Who are you asking? If you're all equals, and we're we the people by the people, then how the fuck is there such thing as civil rights? What other rights are there? And why do you need an amendment for yours as a citizen? It's right there in front of you, isn't it? They ain't even hide this shit. They just know that most people want to ask questions. They don't need to make it make sense. You just need to do what they told you to do. So that means all of your protests and all of your civil rights movements, unfortunately, well-intended, but useless. They only opened up the door for everyone else. And everyone else will tell you that. Since the 60s, right? That was another great wave of immigration, right? Because of the civil rights movement, right? But they attributed it to what? Black people. What nationality are those again? What nationals are they? What, I mean, they didn't come from nativity? They didn't have a mother in a land of nationalities before? You don't know what nation you got these slaves from? Let's go with it. What nation did the slave? What nation sold these slaves to you? You notice how there's no answer for that? They say Africa. Africa's not a nation, it's a continent, just like America. So what nation in Africa, or what nation in America do you come from? And you notice how none of these faggots down here have an answer, including white people. So what are the slaves again? If black people don't know their nation, and white people sure as hell don't, who are the slaves again? It sounds like all of you. Okay, so what has fucking changed then? If you still ain't got that answer about who the fuck you came from, where your grandma stayed, what's your nativity, what's your nationality, what are your habits, your cultures, and your customs? No, I'm not talking about where you at, I'm talking about where you come from. Why did that change when you moved? Why did that change because you moved? If I move to Japan, I don't become Japanese, bitch. I love Sailor Moon too. Oh, okay. I ain't got that problem. I'm exactly where the fuck I come from. In fact, it's named after my damn family. I ain't got a guess. I'm John Smith of the New England colonies. Jerusalem, Judah's grandson. I'll start there. And then he had a bad bitch from America. You call her Pocahontas. I guess I'm really fucking American then if that's my grandmama, bitch. Nativity, unalienable right. from your motherfucker. And then Carlos V. He came down and linked up with one of the shorties from Mama Inga, Jerusalem, South America. I guess I'm locked the top and the bottom here. So I'm the whole fucking side of this hemisphere in just the last 400 years. I'm exactly where I ought to be. So what the fuck is the United States to me? Some Johnny-come-lately shit. Uh-huh. This too shall pass, I guess. Since they're just ships docking in our waters. Hence maritime law. They don't own this land. They can't take it. It's unalienable. Meaning, I know it don't mean nothing to a citizen, but when you play with the rest of the world, like BRICS and Russia and China and India are doing, what their understanding is, if we uphold sovereignty and real law, we will be blessed. So they have to cut themselves off from the West no matter what happens. Because they're tired of their hitting the wall their damn self. Like, they're getting a running start and they're starting to get their little Tartarian Part 2 Silk Road popping, and they keep running into damn problems their damn selves. And they know what it is. The root of their tree is unrighteous. So they're severing this branch, no matter what the gas price is. These motherfuckers can convert back to free energy anytime they fucking want to. Japan's already working on it with the nuclear reactors the size of a fucking, it's smaller than a trailer in your car now. And China will build that shit pretty fast, I bet you. So, understand, they don't need oil forever. That is not the game no more. Hence why the petrodollar will never get better. They're about to switch their damn energy. That's why Hyundai was creating all those plants for the next generation of energy. And the United States just say, we don't have enough energy. And now we're going to kick out the Koreans who are going to be responsible for reverse engineering that Chinese form of energy. And they just went back home, reprobate mind. So the energy source that they need for these damn data centers, not to waste all your damn water and time, would have been here in a few years due time if Hyundai's battery plant took off. They're not fucking with Tesla. They're competing with China. AI what? What the fuck are y'all talking about? These motherfuckers haven't figured out their power source yet. They're planning, they're investing, meaning they're speculating on numbers on a fucking computer screen that they will have X amount of data centers. And now people are just now voting for it. As soon as they bring it up, oh, this one rejected it. This one said, okay. The other one says, oh my God, get it out of my backyard, Mark Zuckerberg. It's hurting me. And it still sucks. Oh my God, they're trying to buy up all the farmland. It's an unalienable right. They're not buying anything. They're buying the protection of the federal government, not to shoot them in the fucking face. That's what you're buying. A license, a lease, you're a tenant, you're sharecropping. They're assuming control, but they don't have it. That's why that matters to the rest of the world doing civics. They can't encroach on you, citizen, but they don't have to honor the shit. China is getting farmland, aka permission slips, to farm here. It's not the person that gave them permission slips land, and it definitely ain't theirs. They can't buy it shit. It's unalienable to the nationals and sovereigns here. Hence why, letter, George Washington, the city Muhammad, to your imperial majesty, in which the plantations belong. In the other letters, look up South Carolina. Look up for Imperial Majestic South Carolina slavery. What they're saying is, we are using your land to do this thing. Slavery, work, jobs, foreigners. But for using your land, your daughters, we will make sure we treat them right, but then we will pay you marks of attention. Malachi 3:8. Thomas Jefferson, Barbary Wars, went against my grandfather, Sidi Muhammad II. And ever since then, that led into the Civil War, true. Cool, we talking about sandcastles though. But ultimately, they fucked over who? Just in principle. The rest of the world know that part. That these motherfuckers here are losing their damn mind. They're not sticking to the social plot. So they're taking their marbles and their plots and going home. They know what's about to happen. These people are not immigrating because Trump's economy sucks. That's a side effect of what's about to happen. Everybody else is reading the fucking writings on the wall. Everybody except for Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon. You get it? Why I was drawn to that story today? Because that's what's going to happen right now. The writing is on the wall. And these other countries and these embassies are like, oh shit, let's pack up and go back home. You notice none of them are really rushing to fight back. China could have been wiped out any of these damn ops off the map. For the whole pandemic, there's been a problem, guys. They've been fighting in the Donbass the whole fucking time. That Russia-Ukraine shit's been going on the whole fucking time. They've been money laundering through the Democrats the whole fucking time. Where were you? When Biden was in office, that's when Ukraine was getting pumped and juiced with the weapons, with the funding, with the bailouts. Then Trump got in office. Jared Kushner's daddy, he was pumping all that shit into Gaza and Israel. They both funding the same Polish people. And they're freaking out that a drone flew over Poland. What did it hit? They shot it down. It's probably an old drone. And it still put them in a panic. They scrambled jets for that shit. Where's their Iron Dome? All the countries in Europe are shutting down their airspace. They know what's about to happen. You think they scared? These motherfuckers took their damn wives out to a fucking war parade. Fucking Xi Jinping's wife was like the main bitch in charge of all the ladies and shit, shaking their hands and had a translator. They're having a good time. It was a fucking tea party, boy. Over here, they stressed. See, that's some art of war shit. The United States was playing 48 Laws of Power. Those are two different strategy books. Art of war is you don't have to strike your enemy unless you're in danger. AKA, don't hit unless you're hit. First, turn the other cheek. And they literally turn their backs on them. They turn both of their cheeks. They ain't coming no back from this. There is no way in fucking human history that the United States leadership in place right now will ever come back from this. Because it's none of those circumstances anymore. You're not dealing with the same timeline and people, and they don't have the same advantage. They don't even have the same fucking population to even pull it off. There's only 8% of them here. Versus what they were when they did the shit 100 years ago, when they were 40%. They were the majority. They're no longer the majority. They're not even in the race for the majority no more. So what would they preserve? That's why China could turn away. They got a billion people. So they got to lose 600 million people before they start to worry. They got problems, but they got a billion people. We got worse problems at 300 million. That's why Xi Jinping said they cannot compete. They have domestic issues. All of your cities are about to parade and revolt and can't get enough jobs. Now that's why they knew what the real number was. They just let it up. These are accountants, guys. IRS gotta know. Tax values and shit. They know how many motherfuckers. So they said nearly 1 million. But remember, they said 911,000. Remember, they're saying 911. This is an emergency. Not the number. It's letting you know what time it is. We're having a job crisis. This is not racism. This is not voting. The jobs are at a crisis because they're not making money. That's why they're firing people. This is not a political, the Republicans won, and the first thing they're going to do is fire all the black people and hire all the white ones. No, bitch. The jobs are leaving your fucking country. What the fuck are y'all talking about? You understand? I'm talking about all these new people you're going to see doing the TikToks and the fucking threads and shit. Like, they just woke up the other day. I get it. They're trying to catch up. Too fucking late. This happened years ago. That's what the pandemic really was. It was banking pandemic. It was the cough that they had. And then the injection, it was called all this collateral damage later. Two different events. HIV and AIDS. Two different things, but they're related. There's COVID, and then there's the injection. They're not even the same fucking ingredients. So when the infection came out, they shut down all business and left it to essential employees. And then that's when all the shit went vacant. You remember the whole beef with Elon Musk, the trillionaire, in the Twitter offices. He couldn't afford it. Y'all forgot? The same nigga they talking about could be a trillionaire if they sold some stocks of a value of 70%, which is just digital. It doesn't exist. He couldn't cash it out if he wanted to. But, so let's say $300 million then. Or $300 billion. Cool. He still couldn't afford that fucking Twitter building for real. That's why he fired all those employees. Twitter wasn't generating a profit, but it's one of the biggest news media. And if you want to be a billionaire, what do you gotta own? News media. So of course he bought X. That's what you do. That's the steps for the past 60 years. And none of it works. Murdoch Company, they're just settling debts. He's about to give his empire to his son. He's 91. That means he's about to go. So his son's going to take over. It's probably a gay dude. Game over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump's sons is playing the same game. They got their own meme coin. Cool fucking story. But they're losing all their other real deals, NASDAQ and everything, ain't they? Come on now. Tell me when I'm lying. I be paying attention to the devil. I know he a liar. Tell the truth, and you shame who? The devil. So who's lying? The devil. So who's the devil? The liar. Who are they? We all caught up to speed, aren't we? So anyway, the devils are the liars. They come in all shapes and sizes. You might call them a narcissist. Or a vampire, if it's less inspiring. Glad the impaler shit. We're all talking about the same conditions. This is where we are, bitch. Thank God it's almost over, it seems. Arusa since 2014. DJ Georgie Porgy says, yo, it's confirmed that Michael Kirk is dead. The way they described it to me. Shit about to pop up Civil War before Christmas? Oh, you're being generous. How long did it take Nepal to turn their bitch upside down? But they only banned the internet for a couple of days. How long did it take for the Philippines? Oh, it just took a couple of days. How long did it take France? That just happened this morning. Why do y'all think this shit's gonna happen in a few years if it already started? Why the fuck do they think they have a problem by 2026? Bitch, you have a problem right yesterday. None of the problems that they have a fucking solution, bro. If they already had a hard time and people were already complaining all fucking day about jobs when they thought the number was 100,000, that just means their complaints in reality is 9 times worse. So you don't have a 9 times timeline to get to the worst case scenario if all the stats are showing that every fucking angle of decline of mortgages, of houses, of values, no matter how much fiat debt they're holding, and remember they were selling their debt, a lot of it, and now the other countries are cashing out of it to do their own local exurancies with bricks, a banking system. The West said, oh man, they only have like $100 billion. It's not that inspiring. Now look at it. They lending money to Africa. That shit about to get lit. Be a good time to be an African American, I guess. You better hit up Uganda quick. Give it 10 years. You missed the 90s, bitch. So yeah. They sending prisoners to Uganda. The Uganda president said he will agree to accept people from America, and he prefers those without criminal backgrounds and African ancestry. So he's sending a message to black people. You can come on to Uganda if you want to. You already got a plug with Ghana? Shit, you might as well hit up Ludacris and Ciara. They're already moving there. It'll be ready in 10 years. You see what I'm saying? We have options. You can do your ancestry right now. Why you can't? And if it says you got X amount % Africa, you're in there. It doesn't matter if it's true. Understand the game, part 2. They're making a way out for African Americans, part 2. Go ahead and do your ancestry. See if it says Nigeria, Benin, Uganda, or Zimbabwe. Your ass can go there. That is your new passport. Your bloodline. Doesn't mean it really is. We know the story, but understand what I'm saying to you. We're talking about politics. See, Africa isn't loud enough. They don't invest money into sponsoring us. But they're always opening their doors. And now they have Chinese funding. It's going to be different in 10 years. So anyway, if you're wondering of places you could go, understand, you do as much as you can over there for the next 10 years before it resembles what you've been talking about. And as long as you're okay with that, cool story, bitch. Do it. Do it while you're young. Your future generations will thank you. If this place is done, financially. We're on a rough road no matter what. For all of us who stay here. Unless something supernatural comes up, God has a way of doing things. But just generally, this ain't turning around. It's happening to France, it's happening to Canada, it's happening to Germany. Check real quick. Is Germany still without power? I'm sorry, Berlin. I think Berlin powered yesterday. They still having that problem? Berlin. Wonderful city. That's a power issue. But AI going to take over businesses. The damn city has a power issue. Wind turbines and solar panels are not enough. Now think about reprobate mind one more time. They don't have enough natural power and gas to keep your city going. Now they're prioritizing what? Energy-hungry data farms. And they want to make more of those. While your city itself already has an energy problem, and Berlin is still out. They have an energy problem, guys. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your farmers, food, energy. We have an energy problem, guys, during a harvest season. Do you know what kind of curse that is? Do you understand how cursed the United States is as a service corporation? How the fuck do you have a famine in a harvest season? He starts sending all the damn immigrants away before harvest season. Ain't that stupid? Couldn't he have done that in December on Christmas? Ain't that what most people get laid off their jobs from anyway? Black Friday. That's back all the movies Chevy Chases and them was about. It's always during Thanksgiving and Christmas where they lay you off. These motherfuckers is laying off illegal immigrants and free slave labor in springtime. Clean up, everybody, everywhere, clean. Their problem, whatever it was a year ago, was so serious that they fucked up a harvest season. Billions of dollars worth of shit. They said, fuck it. We gotta fix this problem first. So that means they was already plotting on this. They've been talking about building the wall and closing the border since the first time he was president in this bitch. Why was they plotting on that? Why would they need to close the border? What was getting out of control for them? Mm-hmm. You know the answer. It's not money. It's not racism, but it is. It's genetics. They're closing down the potential breeding patterns for their daughters. They're losing their women. So they're trying to slow down the end of their genetics. Why do you think they're blowing up brown people? Why do you think Israel's tripping? They're surrounded by brown people. And they're a miserable country for a lot of their women. What do their women do? Cross the border. It's right there, in between all these brown people. Ukraine, Poland, very strict immigration policies. Cool. What happens when the women leave to go party and go on Instagram and Tinder? Mm-hmm. They end up having kids by foreigners. Princess Diana, remember? They're battling for genetic hegemony. Not money. They'll never win money. They're bad at math. Which is probably why they're bad at genetics. It's algebra. They have a genetic problem, guys. This whole thing, what you think is white supremacy, is those people who happen to be Caucasian descent, who are trying to stay alive, quite literally. And that's at the expense of everyone else's life, unfortunately. And it gets worse because they're running out of time. I just think God is not many of them, and then the ones in control are pretty fucking stupid. So it's never going to go their way. All they can do is like make you feel scary and do these things and sign these papers. Ain't nobody know how to read for real. How the fuck does it go into action the next day? You don't find that weird? That the president says something and then like the next day it takes a hold? How? You don't even answer your fucking work emails until Monday. Exactly. Power suggestion, witchcraft, governmente, mind control. He doesn't have the king's microphone no more. In fact, none of them do. Now they're gonna be even more fucking paranoid for the rest of this week, guys, because Charlie Kirk got his neck shot by a real white guy. I don't think that was a CIA false flag. I think a real white guy sniper, probably military or Proud Boy type, said, fuck these niggas. As a side effect of them losing their damn mind. Don't forget, them type of white boys are really alive. They're just not the majority either. Whoever that bloodline was. Whoever fought in the Confederacy alongside Indians. Whoever was in the Confederacy fighting alongside Indians. Remember, we're from the Carolinas. We were the Confederates on this side of my family. Lighties and Beasleys. But we are from North Jerusalem. But during the Civil War, we were in the Carolinas. Hence why all those cities are ours. Columbia, Hartsville, Petey Region, Reedsville. That's my family. No one else was there with us. So yeah. Yeah. Not until recently. Even the population of Myrtle Beach is what? 40,000? Yeah. It was just us. It wasn't densely populated either. Still isn't. Thus, subtract 150 years. When it's just my family again. Hello. How you doing? So yeah. Yeah. The Israeli Dongle, Ashkenaz, whatever they want it to be. Whatever they're trying to say about their family tree. They're not giving birth to any fig trees or leaves or fruits. You know, it's the Nebuchadnezzar thing, quite literally. Like quite literally. Since they signed their ass into that book. So now they have to go through it. They're obviously the Nebuchadnezzar side, so those curses apply to them since they assumed that dimension. They should have been more like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. We haven't heard praise the Most High God out of any of their fucking lips in human history. So I know they're damn done. Thus, I really don't think we have nothing to worry about. I don't know how it's going to miraculously work out in land, and water always finds level. But right now, these hurricanes and these storms are flipping their damn boats. Where all their money is. And soon all their coins are going to be at the bottom of the ocean. And you'll be on a treasure hunt, I'm sure of it. Multi-dimensional. So yeah, that's all this is. All of them who can afford to, in that game they play, are abandoning the ship and then converting it over to other currencies. This is why they're buying crypto and then going somewhere else and withdrawing it in the local currency. They're just using crypto to hold their USD, but they're cashing out. Millions and billions of dollars a day. Those are your whales doing that. They know what time it is. Or those who are paranoid, who don't want to risk it, you know. They're moving now. They've been moving the whole pandemic, though, if you haven't been paying attention. A lot of people thought it was because of justice or something. Ha ha, you wish, bitch. Ain't nothing justice about pirates. This ain't their shit to begin with. Of course they're abandoning the ship. This is not their nationality. They were pillaging pilgrimages. They know what they were doing here. It's their family thing. And their family ain't that old. So they just got here and they came here on the agenda to fuck over this territory. Their families know this. This is why they're here. They're military, missionaries. So they did not come here to start over and have a prosperous life. They came over here to fuck shit up. This is the 1800s. They came here as a military, guys. That's why they were killing people and being mean and beating you and all that shit. That wasn't slavery. That was a military force. All those fires and all that shit was burning down our cities. And then they moved in. That's a military force. And then they built churches. Under the church. Rome. Vatican. They used to fund them. And then they stopped. And then boom, I guess whoever the Hasidic people are, they started funding it with fiat, which is nothing. Using magic, whatever that is. And now they're out of it. Not enough Vespian gas for the bullshit. Thank God. Clap your hands. They're out of magic. Don't forget that shit. Yeah, that's the part that most people don't talk about. All of your presidents hire witches and astrologers. Because black magic is real, bitch. So imagine they don't even have the type of talent to protect them from witchcraft. And all of a sudden they're dying now. This was the first time someone had a bright idea? No, they had protection. Now they don't. Time's up. Whatever that beast was that they were feeding, I guess he's done. On to the next one. Now what's left? They will be like, you would be like, calves in the stall, treading on their ashes. Or in another story, Nebuchadnezzar, he was just outside being fed with the asses. He lost his damn mind. Reprobate. Until he did what? See, that's the secret for them. I don't think they want to do it in enough time. Shout out to Mr. Now. Math and reading scores are the lowest in history. Yeah, especially now. Since the pandemic. Since they start shutting down all the teachers in schools and unions. Yeah, that means they're not... It's not that they're not trying to pay you guys. It's that they cannot afford to. They're all looking at the variables wrong to the people who are running into these headlines. It's not that they're saving money by, like, firing black people or AI. No. They cannot afford the payroll and the insurance. That's a different problem. 20K out. That pipeline from Russia was supposed to go to Germany, but the Nord Stream pipeline. And they did that for Israel, by the way. Still without power. Hate to see it. Noel says, all you can talk to your ABI companion. You ain't even got the battery for the bitch. Eamon Ross says, Greece has the lowest fertility rates other than you for leaving. There you go. So you lose your hegemony. Just like that. Bop, 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 bop. And the women are the first to go. Look at Instagram. A lot of them are trafficking themselves. They're doing soft trafficking, though. There's levels to this shit. Noel says, you should definitely start a music production business. ChatGPT. Eamon Ross says, math and reading scores are the lowest. Mr. Nelson's got to go out to catch the tail end. Already 911 over here, so I have an early report. Shout out to him in the future tense. Jonathan says, yeah, it wasn't the old guy, the old white guy. Seems to have been someone on the roof. Mr. Nowpiece, definitely highly trained for that shot. Oh snap, it was a sniper. Yeah, Jesus. I know what's going on right there. Raju says, what you doing in the dark? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Why are you searching for a grown-ass man for? You need to see a grown man's face? Do you feel more comfortable if you can see it? Is it scary to see a dark shadow figure just talking to you on your TV? Sounds kind of gay if you ask me. Yeah, we'll do it for TV. Fuck it. I gotta go back to the story either way. I'm about to be done with this next. I channeled a little bit too much today. 7 o'clock. God damn. What's the one you be talking about? I don't know. I think I want to spend more time with this whiteboard and write some shit down. See where it goes. See if I can channel some messages. They call it auto writing. Sometimes I can do that. It's scary. But I think it's coming from your subconscious mind. It's like translating downloads. I don't know if there's another person on the other side, per se. But it's a cool gift I have. Especially because what I'll do is I'll write it down. And I'll know it's like, okay, I'm adding shit to it. But whatever. Let's write it down. Word cloud. And then take a picture of it. And then, like, if anything in that story manifests, at least I have a record. I started to earlier this year, but then my little base of operations got shut down all at once. That's how I knew my time was up. Like, playtime was up. Like, whatever my agenda was, or purpose, if you call it, it made it very apparent to me that this wasn't that. Well, I kept saying it. This wasn't it. This wasn't it. And in real time in my life, like I said, February 22nd or so, I kind of realized something. Before anything else more crazier happened to me, and a lot of things tried to happen to me, thank God I've been through worse. That's the most I've ever been through at once. I've been through a lot of things, 40 years worth, but I think I had to face and confront at least 5 different things going wrong at the wrong time. Like, if any one of those happened by themselves, bad story. But 5 of those stories ran in parallel for me, where any one of those would have flunked me out years ago, like game over kind of feeling, just the feeling of like how serious it is. So 5 of those, and some more shit, and then all the mysteries of people playing around with aliases and shit. I ain't forget shit, and whatever that means. I don't know what that means for them though. But I'm very interested in that. I'm curious to see what the catalyst was for the people that came out of the proverbial avatar closet. I still to this day don't have a skateboard to land on when it comes to that group of people. The Fives and the what was that other group? You know, ISIS veiled girl from the CIA. What was her name? Valiant Vixen. And she wasn't the only one. I think Bree, she sent me a picture of a Black Widow, which is hoodoo, but I think that was a college sorority group. I met the witches at that birthday party. I met her baby daddy at, and I remember everything. So I don't know who they are. And maybe they forgot too. Maybe these Eastern Star and Mason kids do the process, but don't know why they do the process. Oh, yeah, they're doing it for the benefit. So like they rank up. It's similar to what you hear about the Illuminati videos and sacrifices. But that's kind of like the work model for the lesser groups too, that are not as famous or rich. They still do the same thing. A lot of them will do certain honeypot tricks in order to get like certain bloodlines in or out of here, or they'll use like well-to-do people, brothers usually. They're usually targeting us, and you know how the NBA is. They'll pair you up with one of those hybrid girls, and then she, if you get out of line, she'll divorce you and take half of everything, make you go crazy, narcissist. You know how that goes. Steph Curry's going through it right now with Aisha, right? So you've seen it. So, but I think they're Christians or something. So I guess his grandfather or grandmother's keeping him in check for now. But you can tell it's in her, that Jezebel spirit. So yeah, a lot of these Jezebel spirits join these covens or join these secret societies or these type of Esther stars. And then I don't know, because I'm not in their initiations and their chambers, I don't know how they process this, but the result is they go after high value men. But we're not talking about money. We're talking about like bloodline shit. And then most of the time they're sent to corrupt them. So it's not like, oh, they have the heads up of excellent Boaz type man. No, Jezebel doesn't know what to do with Boaz. All she can do is use him, milk him for his resources, and then on the coven side, sacrifice him. Especially if he's a descendant of one of us. So if you have the disprivilege of being one of us and on their radar, you may have run across a few honeypots in your timeline. That's what I'm saying. Since the pandemic, the honeypot showed up. And I didn't understand why. I was like, I'm not that damn important. Like, I don't make that damn much money off of YouTube, bitch. I ain't got my car yet. The fuck you think this is? So, like, common sense. But, they still targeted me. And here's the ill shit about that. They didn't target me because they knew I was an emperor or a king. They targeted me off of just like whatever their goofy ass system is. Maybe it's what I was talking about on 3am. Maybe it's my height. Maybe I fit a description of a certain type of man. So I ran into the honeypot situation. Random people hitting you up in your DMs, trying to call you, trying to be your friend. And then all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, I'm your biggest fan. I was like, bitch, then what did I say last week? Yeah. I thought you watched my 3Ms. How is this new to you? Am I speaking Greek? So you understand your honeypots. Cool story, bitch. Flattery gets me nothing. I don't give a fuck what a bitch thinks. Are we going to California? So easy, man. They fucked it up. They could have had me if they would just took me to California. I would have been done. I would have never figured them out. I would have been like, yo, I'm in California. What now? Nah. I knew they were devils because all of them stopped me from going to California. So like the only thing I wanted to do, they got in the way of it. But I don't think that was their intention. I think like that was proof energetically that they weren't aligned with me. I know it doesn't make sense because I didn't talk too much about it when it was happening. But I was clocking shit. That's what I journaled, by the way. I could tell through my journaling what was happening to me. I just didn't know what it was. I didn't have a box for it. It's kind of like the same thing with narcissism. If you don't really know what it is, you don't use it in a language model the right way. So now I know what a honeypot is, and they come from the societies, secret societies, certain bloodlines, boule, a lot of the incest groups, obviously, and typically witches, if you would. So again, people who acknowledge there's power but deny the source thereof. And that's with me, they fucked up though. You understand what blasphemy and treason is. That's what I'm saying. They didn't quite add me up correctly. They didn't quite add me up correctly. And then I guess whatever the timeline was, so mind you, I'm giving you privy information. This is not something you'll be able to verify. I know it. I'm reverse engineering it. I'm still figuring it out. But it's true. I want to make that up. Trust me, my life is dramatic enough without secret societies of witches on my damn bumper. But you've been to my Discord, you've probably seen some of it. So yeah, even a lot of them boys, a lot of them Masons, they're kind of like warlocks. I don't know if y'all know that. Like, Masons practice witchcraft. Not all of them though. And you have to get to a certain level. I think it's after the 3rd degree. But that does not mean that younger people who are lazy and can't get past the 3rd degree don't try to practice witchcraft. That's usually what brings them in, outside of the benefits of their society of hiring them. But that's in the blue collar level. But for the rest of them, what do they call it? Like apprentices, adepts. There's another word for it, like something Mason and a different type of Mason. The other one, the one that's active, they're doing magic. So a lot of their mothers are Eastern Stars, witches. So you see a loop all over again. It might not be their immediate mother. It could be a great grandmother or grandmothers in their family. Daughters of the American Revolution, etc. Same story. It's witchcraft. Secret societies that practice witchcraft. Don't forget who the fuck we are, bitch. So if they came to us where the magicians are, then they know what school this is. So don't miss that. This is the most taboo part about the whole United States. Is that the United States is the government, not the people. The people are looking for magic. There you go. That'll help you add it up. Everybody don't want to be ashamed though. The money witchcraft is enough. So everybody else wants the powers. They want the spirits. They want the control. They want the vanity. You know, that's their Diddy party thing. That's your Epstein Island thing. That's also witchcraft. It's a cult. They're doing rituals. They call it satanic and Luciferian rituals. Blame it on black women again. But it's true. Like, Epstein wasn't just like a Mossad agent or whatever the fuck he is. He also knew how to practice. Him and Maxine are friends with Morel Abramovich and that other ugly bitch that be with the Migos and shit. And then the other bitch that's related to Greta. And those are the type of people that do those baphometic practices in front of CERN. Like, the same people. They're the ones who organize that. So anti-LaVey type, Aleister Crowley types. They're all in those secret societies from like school though. So you gotta think of it childishly. But some of them take it serious, and some of them are the bloodlines in which it works. It doesn't work for everybody on that level, you understand? So the secret society part is the secret families that are here that are after that. Holy grails and shit like that. Alchemy and all that shit, the goofy shit you hear about. That's separate from business, big pharma, trade, world. No. That's politics. I'm talking about people in secret societies, like individuals and groups and covens. It's like living a double life, even for them, amongst their friends. Everyone ain't in on it. Everybody ain't the Illuminati, but the Illuminati are Masons. It's a prerequisite, right? And the same thing with the Catholics and the rabbis and shit. Everybody ain't a vampire or werewolf. You gotta be a 33-degree Mason first, and that's rare. So that means everyone could be Masons, but not all the Masons can be aware. Same story. So unfortunately for people who are team players, they don't take that other stuff seriously. They call it esoteric or speculative or something like that. Cool story. That does not mean that it does not exist. That means that they don't care about it. Where the money at? Same story, bitch. Benefits. They do it for benefits, whether it's social, financial, or whatever. Other people want the magic. They want the spirituality. They want that shit. And it comes from us. So I get it. I get why that would be tough. But I don't know why they targeted me all fucked up. They could have just told me what the fuck they want. I would have told them. Nothing in my commands tells me that I cannot share information or wisdom or knowledge about it. They're the ones living in secret. Maybe they got a problem with that. Like someone me is so I'm so. You know what it probably is on an ego level, since a lot of them are fucking stupid or narcissists? They probably heard me talking about shit that they paid for. They probably heard me talking about shit that they initiated into, and they probably heard me dismiss shit and play to the side, and it offended them because of everything they had to go through to obtain that degree in awareness. As if that French fry number that was calling me earlier this year from New Orleans, they were like, "You just threw the emerald tablets away." I was like, "No, brother, that's the emerald tablets to you. I'm just getting started, bitch." So like, what I'm saying is, to them it may seem like if I'm looking through their eyes and they're fucking stalking me, by the way, then they're looking at it like I have audacity or arrogance, and that my dismission is a rejection of them. And mind you, I don't even fucking know who the fuck is watching me for real. I don't give a fuck. I'm not talking to them. This is my job for another. I'm here so I don't get fined. I don't give a fuck about who's watching. You know what I'm saying? Like the group and their agenda and their initiative. I don't give a fuck, man. Have fun. Leave the kids alone. Shit. And that's because they didn't understand who I was. That's what it is. They didn't know who I was. They knew what I was saying, and they probably didn't like how I was saying it, and they probably don't like the way I handled it. But here's the thing: who gives a fuck? And that's what I was saying. Like, why the fuck does it matter how I feel? Why does it matter how I feel, Mason? Why does it matter how I feel, Witch? Why are you so concerned with how I feel? There's 8 billion people in this bitch. Law of attraction. They don't know the answer to that. But if they still stalking me now, they do. I'm a son of God, true. So I'm doing exactly what a son of God would do. Not worrying about some fucking monkey ass human shit. Who the fuck am I hiding this from? Who the fuck would initiate me? Like, let's be fucking serious. What the fuck could they give me? Ain't that what my grandfather said, speculatively, in a story that's trying to tell you a parable? Like, yeah, how can you offer me the whole fucking world, bitch? You don't even know where you is. Why would I have to go to a Diddy party to produce a hit? Like, that don't make sense. I'm toxic masculine. I turned a lot of the men off because I would probably speak up if they're doing something wrong. And usually the only category that concerns them would be mean sexually. What the fuck's that got to do with my beat CD? You understand? They don't like halfway in, halfway out. I would have to show them in the industry signs that I was fucking reprobate somehow. They can't deal with the righteousness. So what they try to do is, if you come across too righteous, and a lot of people look at that and they don't believe you, so they try you. Nothing changes though. Like, hand on the Bible, I guess. Like, that's kind of weird. The strategy is weird. It's outdated. Because they did not write it for me. They wrote it for people a long time ago. Yeah, their service manual's out of date. Their guidelines are out of date. They don't even know what the fuck they're looking for. These are new people. And sadly, because of their so-called bloodlines and secret societies, they really think they really think by now in their generations that them niggas, since they've been in charge, if you will, for at least since Napoleon. I get it. So they have the valor of getting away with hiding in secret and pulling the strings behind certain things in entertainment and government. I get it. I trust me. I love a good Assassin's Creed story. But ultimately, they didn't have enough money or power to really, get to the level they're secretly trying to get to, right? And then some clown like me comes up to them like, da, 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 da. By the way, this is what this means, fuck you. By the way, this ain't true, fuck you. By the way, fuck all the people that hurt the kids and little girls. That's the one they're really mad about it. Like, I'm taking a stand against fucking sexual perversion. I like bitches though. What are we talking about? I said leave the kids alone. The fuck are they talking about? And the little boys too, bitch. Like, that's what they stressed out about. Because so much of those initiations to get you to the next level require it. Even if that's not your persuasion. But once you do it, you compromise. And then you let all those other spirits in. Come on now. That's all you've been hearing about. That's all the chatter in the industry and the couches. That's all you've been hearing about. Keep in mind though, if that's a requirement for them to get into Hollywood or a requirement for them to get into some agency, that means you're joining a secret society. Don't miss that part. So it's not that they just sold out by conforming to a homosexual for a homosexual act for a paycheck. No, it's worse than that. It's that that's the prerequisite to actually join a secret society, not just a paycheck. So what I'm saying is they didn't do it for money. They did it for clout. One more time. I know it's gonna fuck you up. In that level of Hollywood and the music industry and those things, a lot of those stories you hear about people who sell their soul, They're talking to a devil, right? And that devil has a secret society. Okay, yeah. So it's not for the paycheck. They're not presented with compromising themselves. Now in the parties and the stuff and initiation, they just want to see if you're with it. That's nothing. Mad people are with it and don't get to that level of secret society. They get positions because they're with it. Reprobate. But I'm talking about people who are going through that as a certain family member or bloodline, and then they happen to have the talent, and now they have to go through the gatekeepers, and the gatekeepers say, hey, you have to sell your soul or compromise your integrity because you're from that bloodline. That's to get you initiated into the society. And so many people are willing to sell themselves out to be part of it, to say, I'm shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow with these people. Meaning, say somewhere like Raleigh, you have people that know like Dreamville and J. Cole and things like that. And all their associates you don't see on camera. Now, some people know them through the secret society, whether that's masonry or whatever it is. But they don't know them professionally. So public facing, they don't know J. Cole. So they're not doing music business with him. But on the society street level, regular businesses and churches and masonry and temples, they know Jermaine. So for some people who are in the profane, they're like, ooh, if I join this, I get to rub shoulders with Jay-Z and Jermaine, or Sean and Jermaine. That does not help them get further in front of the camera, though. Then there's others, certain bloodline people, who they know is up. And if you happen to be particularly talented, then those societies are looking for you. But they usually catch you at a much younger age. By the time they realize I had those symptoms, they already told me, Guru already told me, that they don't pull people out the matrix past a certain age. And that's code. And I understood it. Meaning that he could not initiate me into the industry at my age. They're looking for little boys. Now, he could have been talking to me as a Moor, Zulu, or Mason. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But it's sad either way, because we'd be the first people to go on the camera and talk about how fucked it up it is for our people, of black people. But here you are, a prolific black person, and you're simply too old for us to help you get paid in what we do. Now, that's without the backdrop of all the other shit and blasphemy. That's just generally speaking. They're not seeking people of my age group for their secret society. Thus, so once you understand that level of everything, you go, okay, then obviously for me, I'm like, oh, so God protected me from the dumb shit that I probably would have been exposed to. Even if he or anyone else that I met is the door to that. On the other side of their door is all of those doors. That's what you got to understand about this. Everyone ain't got the same appetite, but they all love the same notoriety. We're all in this together. And it has benefits, of course. Masons and brotherhoods. I'm not saying that all of them are bad even. But I'm saying the bad element, the families that I'm talking about, that came here to come snuff out my family, that's what I'm talking about specifically. I'm not talking about anybody damn else trying to get more decorations on a Christmas tree, bitch. I'm talking about the people who came here to kill my family. See, they didn't let me land that part. They weren't subscribed long enough. They didn't watch all those 3AMs, AD&D or something. So if they would have heard what the fuck I said and they saw the goddamn pictures, they would have saw that I was a descendant of all the people I was talking about, which is why I was always talking about my family. Thus, so hopefully y'all fucking know now, whoever their fucking flying monkeys and little watchers are, I am literally King James' grandson. We can fuck all the other alliterations. Let's just start fucking there. King James Bible, King James colonies, I'm his grandson. The end. You don't gotta believe in Genghis Khan, you ain't gotta believe in Jesus, you ain't gotta go nowhere else. In the United States of America, operating on the land of King James colonies, I'm his damn son. Okay, so the king of the colonies, and those colonies belong to who? My damn family. One more time. So, if anybody fucking here, African, slave, or indifferent, came here after we established these colonies, then they owe my family tree. Cool fucking story, bitch. I understand about armies, militaries, Federal Reserve, and the corporation. Cool story, bitch. But there's the thing about this story. We're not fucking asking if I'm here. See, they didn't know that part. I think it makes sense to the Shriners why they're trying to stop the firstborns and Planned Parenthoods and 40 million abortions. Trust me, there's a bigger reason for it. But I've still been here, so it's cool. They missed, I guess. And people like me are here. And we show up in different color palettes. I've noticed something. But when it comes to here specifically, King James colonies, all they need to fucking know, all they Boule societies, all your Masons, all you people swearing to God and Solomon, you're talking about my family. And you put your fucking hands on me, and you put your fucking spells on me, and you put your fucking shadow bands on me, and you put your fucking little groupies, your honeypots, your whores, your dumbasses, and I'm talking about a lot of boys too, a lot of gay people. You sent these faggots towards me one more time, but let me tell you something about me. No matter what the fuck you think, I am literally John Smith's grandson. So you came here to our colonies, and you came here to our family and our bloodlines and our tribes and our associates, and you were running a fucking muck just in the 40 years I've been alive. I won't even count a year before that. How about this? I won't consider anything before 2020. Now, in the last fucking 5 years, have you had me fucked up? Cool fucking story, bitch. Then let the rest write itself. On me. On me. On me. You got me fucked up. Because these faggots come here from nowhere and they think their family important, their last name important, their contribution to society is important by itself. And I'm talking about people today. How can the same fucking dickhead then go to the son of King James and go, I don't think you're at our level for this? What are you talking about? Yo bitch ass greatest grandparent got permission from my daddy, bitch. What are we comparing? Like, I'm just one of those kids. Like, that shit, to me, it's hilarious. Like, they didn't even know who the fuck I was. But that shit is hilarious. That you try to box out the king and the emperor's grandkids, but you let all these other faggots in, and you think you're special. You ain't got no power source. See, thank God they didn't recruit me in a serious way. Then I would have been their power source. Right? They still be flocking right now. Everything would be going just fine. They'd probably be better, in fact, for a little while, until I got corrupted, if that was possible. But they didn't. They fucked up. They miscalculated. They got arrogant. They got haughty. They stopped reading the signs on the wall. They figured they didn't need anymore, right? I understand everything. Reprobate mind. And that literally saved my life. Not having to interface with these people after they first interact with me on the phone, after I start talking about them, and you know it's me they're talking to. I'm not a regular person. I don't talk to them like I'm a fan either. On King James, what would I be a fan of? So, and I get that naturally. And they, I could tell. Like, you could read them. You could read that there's always something behind their words, something that they're not saying to you. Hey man, you going live later? You gonna do it 3 a.m.? That's what they asked me. That's what they asked me. They asked me if I'm doing it 3 a.m. All of them. All of them. There's so many of them. Warren G found me 3 a.m. Why am I talking to Warren G about barbecue? Then Guru found me. You seen it. Mike City. You know it. Alicia Keys first, whatever that was, situationship and producer. You seen it. They also watched 3 a.m., bro. The thing that's about witchcraft and occult science, they all watch it. Don't miss that. CMP, First Degree Mason. Of course he found me. Of course he found me. Of course he wanted to ad hoc the energy. He's a Mason. But he's Puerto Rican and Irish, so, he didn't have that part of him for him to really see what he was dealing with. Well, he wouldn't have fumbled it, being a faggot. So, this has happened in front of most people watching me on YouTube. So it's impossible for me to make up. And if you're in my Discord, you've seen it yourself. None of that had nothing to do with music. So where did all that energy come from? It had to be the 3 a.m. occult science secret society side of things. I find this truth to be self-evident. Because it was never about the music. They weren't beefing about music. They weren't beefing about publishing and sales and beats and packs. They're probably competing in their head. But I gave them all the maps. I gave them all the blueprints. I told them, you need a .com, you should get Squarespace. You should make your own everything. I taught them how to do it. You can give a man a fish, or you can teach him how to fish. Have I not been teaching people how to fish my whole fucking existence as MG the Future? And those same people that I taught how to fish were the ones that are part of these societies who still try to. Oh yeah, the sniper was a sniper. But you still hear me. It's the phone sometimes cut off this microphone. I'm out of here. But I just wanted to put that on record, man. This shit is real. Whatever it is, whoever I am. There's other people out there who are paying attention and they don't like some of the things I say and other people. Whether that's for protection or initiation or whatever they think it is. Why would that exist anyway? Fuck who I am. Why does that element of what I do exist? Who are they? And it's always me with the same fucking question. Who are these people? Why are they bothering me? I came here to watch, smoke weed, and get a bad bitch, and stay to myself. I'm an introvert, INTJ, lone wolf, Sigma, all that things. I wouldn't ever be in their way. AKA, it's like Scooby-Doo, and they would have got away with it. Touch not my anointed ones. We're all described the same way. We're peculiar people. We would be weird to you. What gives them the fucking right to do anything to me? What did I do to them besides give them every fucking key they would need to figure it out they damn self? For free. It sounds like I saved them more money than switching to fucking Geico. And that's how they repay me. This past 10 years of fucking shenanigans with assholes and avatars and anonymous people and bitch ass niggas that want to shake your hands and meet you. All for what? Where they at now? Where they fucking channels at? Where they fucking tweets at? Why are they so fucking quiet? Like nothing's going on the internet, but they were real fucking loud 7 years ago? Blasphemy is a real fucking thing. I find this truth to be self-evident. So, my SBS of mine will be known. Let me get up out of here. Shout again to Brother Jonathan for the whiteboard. I'm gonna figure some more of this shit out. But in the meantime, man, don't stress it out. If it's impossible, it's probably God. So, who should you consult? Same story. Till next time. Peace.